How are you? Jadi,
حبيبي chill chill حبيبي chill. There is YouTube, there is Mozart, there is
Hello. Hi. What's up, guys? Hello.
Hello, you want to talk about the Earth? You still there?
How are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Say something else. Go ahead.
You can hear me, yeah?
It's not the greatest, but I hear you. What's up? What brings you to the channel, or what's your question?
What? Can you repeat your question?
What is your question, or do you have anything to say, or what brings you to the Flat Earth channel?
What brings me to this channel? Is that
Yes.
your question or what?
Yes.
I
What
was
is
just,
bringing?
yeah, I'm just trying to improve and practice speaking English, just
Uh,
practicing.
well, we have like pretty deep, not deep, but more advanced English conversations in here. I mean, are you understanding me okay right now?
Yeah, I can understand you, bro.
Okay, so
Totally, I
your
can understand.
English is,
I can understand.
you
I'm just
consider your
driving.
English,
I'm just driving.
okay,
That's because I'm using my car to talk to you. Not just my phone.
fair enough. Be safe driving and make sure you obey all local safety laws. And
Thank you, bro.
I drive about 8 to 10 hours a day myself, so I know
Yeah,
what driving is
it's
like.
hard. Yeah. Wait a minute, please.
Okay.
I'm back.
I'm
Hello?
here. I'm still here, man.
Okay. So what are you doing in this channel?
What am I doing?
Yeah.
Well,
Is it the same?
personally, go ahead.
Is it the same reason that I'm here, or what? Or a different reason? You know.
What's the reason you're here? Then I'll tell you why I'm here.
I already told you, bro. I told you I'm
Oh,
practicing
you're
learning
learning
English and
English. Okay.
uh,
Okay. For last 10 years or so, I mean, I spent 52 years thinking I lived on a spinning globe in the middle of nothing, right? But 10 years
yeah,
ago, I started investigating this flat Earth thing. I thought it was crazy when I first looked at it, but it turns out we got level water over, and they tell us the Earth is 70% surface, at least water, right? So how do you have a
yeah,
70% flat ball? How is that possible?
yeah.
Do you understand the question?
So how long you've been in this channel? You know, or you're
I've
just
been looking
new?
at this subject for about 10 years. This channel lasts 4 or 5 years. I mean, Discord's like 4 or 5 years old. But
Ah, all right, all
I've
right.
been looking at this subject matter for over 10 years.
Yeah, good, good.
So do you understand the question? How do you have a over 70% flat ball?
White ball?
Flat, level. The water is level. They tell us the water is at least 70% of the Earth's surface, correct?
Sorry, I
So
didn't hear you. Sorry, I
how
didn't
is
hear you
over
much.
how is over 70% of the surface covered in level water if it's a ball? Did you understand that?
No, not exactly, bro. To be honest.
Do you know what level water means?
What label?
Level. The word level. You know
Label,
what that means?
label. Yeah, label. It's like this. Label. You mean
Okay.
Label?
Correct.
Is it? Yeah.
Hello.
Horizontal, level. No
Uh,
point higher than
Yeah.
another from point A to point B. You know what I mean?
how are
Yeah.
you, brother?
Hello. Who said hello?
Hello. Hello.
Somebody else joined.
How are
Yeah.
you? So you were seeing label?
I'm saying the water is level when it's at rest. You know what I mean?
No, no, not exactly, bro. Sorry for that,
Say
but I
you have a
didn't get
say you have a cup of water and you look at the top of that water, is it level?
you. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Now
Uh,
take it up to a bathtub. You fill up your tub. Is the water level? Yes.
I don't know. I don't know.
Does it curve? You ever seen your bathtub water curve?
Water curve.
See, that's the thing. If we live on a globe, the water has to maintain and display a curve. And we cannot find that in actual reality.
Yeah, when you spoil the water, is that what you mean or what?
Say that again. I missed it. I'm sorry.
I said when you spoil a water,
When we what the water? When you actually
you,
accept the actual
you
physics,
pour
natural
when you
physics
pour.
of water. Go ahead.
I said when you pour a water, for example, in the sink,
Uh huh.
you know,
What
the
about
water.
that?
Is that what you're talking about or what?
No, I'm talking about when water is at rest. It's not moving. It's just sitting there in its container. Correct?
Yeah, yeah. I
Okay.
know. Yeah,
It's level on the top. I'm not talking about
yeah.
faucets or nothing. Okay.
Labor.
Level, horizontal,
Yeah,
flat.
yeah, horizontal. Yeah, yeah. What is it about? The water surface. The water surface. Check it's not. How can I see it? It's like horizontal. Yeah, as you said before.
Horizontal,
Continue.
level, flat. There's many words you can use for that. Yeah.
Yeah, continue.
Well, I'm just saying that they tell us 70% of the earth is covered in level, horizontal water. So how do you have a ball when 70% of the surface is level? That's
Ah,
impossible,
yeah,
right?
yeah. I get you now. Yeah. I get you. I don't know, bro. It's
Okay.
a lot of physics and stuff going on there.
It's, you sound like you're trying to make it more complicated than it is. It's really just as simple as what I just told you. They tell us the water
Yeah,
is
yeah.
curving, and it's really not. It's just not curving, man. I'm not here to convince you of anything. I'm telling you why I'm here. So, what else? You got any other questions?
No, I think so.
Any other questions related to the subject?
Yeah, I think so.
Well,
Yeah.
no. Go ahead. What's your question?
That's it.
Oh, okay.
What do you think of my English? Can you get to where I'm from?
I say your English is pretty good. You seem like you're communicating rather well, and you want me to guess what country you're in?
Yeah.
Say something else, and I'll guess. Say guess what country I'm from, and I'll guess it.
All right, I'll try. I think you're from United States or what?
I'm in the U.S., and I would say you're in. Let's go randomly. Egypt.
Too close. Not Egypt, but you're close.
I'm close.
Yeah, you're close.
North, south, east, or west of Egypt.
Yeah, from Morocco.
Morocco.
Yeah,
All right. Isn't that where Casablanca is?
yeah. No, not from Casablanca. From another city.
Okay, but there isn't. I remember the movie Casablanca. It was just set in Morocco.
Ah,
Anyway,
yeah. There is the most spot. Yeah, exactly.
it's an old movie with Humphrey Bogart from like a long time ago.
Yeah.
So, do you think the Earth is a spinning ball?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think that.
Why do you think that?
There is a lot of reasons.
What's the number one?
The first one is how we see the moon when when it changes view.
Well, can I ask
What
you
we
one
call
question before you continue? Let me ask you one question. Doesn't it
yeah.
bother you that
Uh,
I just think? Go ahead.
no, continue.
Uh,
I
does
want
it
to hear you
not
first.
bother you that I just spent the last 10, 15 minutes talking about the surface of the water being level, and the first proof you have for the ball is you go to the sky? Isn't that a red flag for you, maybe? Stuff in the sky
No,
does not affect the surface.
the water
Anyway,
cannot fly in the sky because uh, how can I say it?
nothing,
Gravity doesn't
nothing,
make it. Gravity doesn't make it flow around.
nothing in the sky is going to make the water curve. And we've checked the water; it's not curving. But if you think you have a
Yeah,
glow proof about the moon, go ahead and tell us what you think
in the
it
sky
proves. Go
because
ahead.
no, in the sky there is,
Well,
for example, in the station of what is it called? The station that we have in the sky, international station,
the ISS,
space,
yeah.
international space. Yeah, the international station of space. You know it.
Yeah, I've heard of the
Where,
ISS. I don't know what it
where
is.
the yeah,
There's more than
where
likely something
the
in the
astronauts
sky.
go. Went
No,
where the astronauts went to it.
well, not anybody on here is going to deny that they probably have technology in the sky. Does that make the Earth a ball? Does that make the water curve? No. But whatever you're going to talk about with the moon or the ISS or whatever, it's all in the sky that we can't verify. So, what's
Yeah.
the point? We can't
Uh,
verify any of that.
it's because gravity and also
If gravity
something
was
else.
real, the water
Well,
would be curving, sir. If gravity was really existed, then we would have curvy water down here, and we wouldn't be here talking about this. Go ahead.
why we don't have curvy water? Because
Why don't we have curvy water? Yeah, it's a good question. Show me a body of water curving. Can you do that?
um, it's hard to explain from me right now, especially when I'm struggling a little bit with English.
Well, I mean, I'm
I
not
have
putting you
some
on the spot,
answers.
but everybody we ask this question to, they want to explain something, but explanations are, I understand the story. Show me the proof. If this was a poker
So,
game, it'd be like, put your hand on the table, let's see it. You know
so
what I mean?
you think the Earth not circle? So you think the Earth not circle not
I think
doesn't
Earth
have
is
the
not a ball, correct?
shape of circle,
I don't think we're in
not a ball?
motion. I don't think the water's curving. That's what I don't think.
Ah, all right. I thought for a while that you're thinking that the the shape of the Earth is is a rectangle or whatever.
I don't make any claim to what the actual shape of the entirety of the Earth is because I have not explored it. All I know is the story they told us about my ball does not exist because we've checked for that and it's not there. Go ahead.
No, I already told you something. The shape of the Earth as a ball explain how we see different views of the moon. You know,
See, you're back in the sky again, man. I can't verify sky stuff. The moon can do whatever the
you
moon's
can't
doing. I don't know.
you you won't be able to see the moon in different shapes. If it's not circle and
Well,
if
you're
it's the sun not circle and also if it's the Earth not circle. You know.
Do you understand your logic? You're starting with the assumption that you're already standing on a ball. Do you understand what I'm saying?
What?
Whatever you look in the sky and say, well, if the earth was a ball, you said if the earth is a ball. You haven't proven the earth to be a ball yet. Go ahead.
No, I said because assuming that the Earth is a ball explain a lot of phenomena in the physics, you know.
It goes along with a lot of the stories they made up, doesn't it? Yeah.
Not
And
stories,
they did
bro.
all the
It's
math for it.
theory. Yeah.
They had theories and they did
But
math and all kinds of stuff. And Einstein talked about bendy space time and all this crap. So it must all be real, right? Because they did
yeah,
math. And math is reality,
yeah, yeah.
right?
I don't
I
know,
don't know,
bro,
man.
exactly what.
Just show me the bendy water. The sky can do whatever the sky is doing. Just give me a body of water maintaining and displaying convexity. I'll wait. It's been 10 years. I'll wait a little longer.
Yeah, yeah. I get you. I get you.
See, down here on the ground, we can actually verify stuff. We can actually go to a
So
lake and see if it's curving, and it's not.
you can see you can see a water is curving. I don't think so, bro.
No, you cannot see the
Why is it
curve because
not
it's not
curving?
there. Yeah, you're
If you
right. The
can see it,
water's not curving. Welcome to flat Earth.
Well, so answer me this question: why you can see the curve of water when we pour it in a cup? You know, when we pour the water in a cup, why won't we see that curve that has been curved? You know?
Did you say you saw curvy water in a cup?
No, I ask you why we don't see a curvy water in a cup.
Why don't we see a curved water in a cup? Because water does not do that. Water fills its container and then the surface of it's going to level out and maintain a flat horizontal plane. Go ahead.
What? Can you repeat the question, please?
It wasn't a question. I was answering yours. I know why the water in
Ah,
the cup's not curving. Go ahead. It's not
uh,
curving because water, the natural physics of water is to fill its containment and level out on the surface,
yeah,
flat and
I
level.
get you. That's why
That's
that you
what it's
assume that the water in the ocean take also its containment, and that means the Earth not ball, you know, not a
correct.
ball.
You got it. Welcome to flat
I
Earth.
get you. Bro. I don't know. So
How do you
how
not
you
know? You
assume
see
that?
water every
No,
day.
no, bro. Let me tell you that. So how you assume that the shape of the Earth is not a ball. It's something different. You know the ocean can be different. Not you could take a
Are you
different
saying reality can be
shape.
different than what it really is? Or is that what you're telling me?
No, because the shape of the containment, of the could be different.
Well, you're just talking about, I'm not going to make any claims about the extremities of the ends of the earth because I've never been there. I've never verified anything, right? But what if we're on a level plane and we just don't know what the fuck is out? If you can go as far north, south, east, or west from wherever you're at, you don't know where it's at. You don't know what it is. And that's okay. But it's not a ball zipping around 4 different directions and vectors in space. Do you understand?
Uh, so you have one uh, or how one improve, for example, to counter this ball in ball stuff. You know what I mean. So because the water, we cannot assume that the Earth not ball different shape. You know.
You won't give up space. That's what it sounds like. I mean, They made up this whole story about
So,
the vacuum of
so because
space, and go
so
ahead.
because the water not curved, we can assume that the Earth not a ball.
Well, they told us it was a ball, and we can verify whether it's.
So it
They gave
was
us
a
the actual
ball because
number.
there is a lot of things they say that the Earth is a ball, you know. And there is one thing that you are trying now to tell me make a difference, you know. Is that what you are telling me?
They gave us the actual number to the size of the ball, so we can go out and check for that. And every time we do, the water is not curving. Go ahead.
The war is not curved. You know, I think you cannot improve that. You know, cannot prove that
I can prove that. I
the
know.
war is not
That's why
curved.
I'm here.
How you can prove it,
The
bro?
water.
You can
I can prove
you
that the
can make
not,
the war.
water is not curving. Right. You're correct.
So I'm correct.
You're correct that the water is not curving. We agree.
Yeah, exactly.
And water makes up over 70% of our known reality, correct? The surface.
70% of our reality. Yes, yes.
Okay, so we know 70% of our reality is not curving. What does that tell you?
What is the relationship between the war is curving and the reality? I don't think so. It is
Well,
something.
let's say you believe the NASA picture, right? It shows a ball in space just sitting there in space. You believe that picture?
Yeah.
Okay. If you look at that picture, a lot of it's got blue parts on it. You know what the blue parts are? It's oceans, right? And
The
it
boy and
actually
what?
shows you the blue part of the NASA picture is oceans, correct?
Sorry, I didn't get
Like the
you.
Pacific Ocean and what are you near the Indian Ocean?
Yeah, yeah, the ocean. What about the
Okay.
ocean?
Well, the picture in the NASA picture, it shows a
Show that
curvy
the
water,
Earth
right?
is
It shows the
not
water
exactly how
curving.
you can see the curvy water. It could be straight, you know, horizontal water,
It could be,
and
it could be straight water on a ball. Okay.
not a ball.
They told us we live on a ball, though, man. That's the
Well,
problem.
let me tell you that the water is not existent. It's not in a ball. It's in the
Why
surface,
is the picture?
a
Why is the
second,
picture
you know.
showing me a bendy water in a ball? Then
So, what is the question?
why is the NASA picture showing me water bending and curving into a ball, which does not happen in reality? Go ahead.
Uh, let me think. You know, I found it hard to explain to you because I'm struggling a little bit in my English. You know, so I'm trying to explain some stuff,
It's all good, man. You
but
don't have to continue if you want. I pretty much told you
no,
what I
no,
want to tell you. I'm not here. I'm not here to convince you of anything. You
no,
asked
no.
me
I'm
why
not.
I'm here, and I told you why. Go
I
ahead.
liked. No, no, bro. I like talking to you. If you don't mind, I'm just
That's fine.
trying to
I can
explain
take
what
a few more minutes. I gotta get to work, but go ahead.
I'm trying to explain to you some stuff and answer and
Well, I think you understood what I was asking you about the NASA picture showing you the curvy water. Where do we find that in reality? Can't find it. Water does not do that.
all right.
Sorry, man. It's just the physics of water. I'm just sharing information with you. What you do with it's
No, no,
up to
I get
you.
No, I get you, bro. I have a lot of explanation in my or native language. So I'm just trying to translate it to you to make you understand my opinion and my view to this. You know?
Well, I understand you pretty well here, and the times I asked you to prove the globe, you went to the sky, and that should bother you. But it might take a while for that to sink in, because the sky has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Zip, nada, nothing.
The sky doesn't have to do anything with this. Why not?
No, because the sky can do whatever the sky's doing. We can't verify it. It's just whatever the sky's doing. Ask God; He knows what it's doing. But other than that, the sky is just stuff in the sky. It's not making the water curve down here that we can verify.
Because there's a difference in the gravity and stuff. You know?
See, gravity is all part of the whole globe story. You got to have gravity to have a globe, and
Globe?
you just have to.
Yeah, of course, bro. Gravity
If there
is
was no globe, there
one
would
thing
be
that
no gravity. And if there was no gravity, there would be no globe. They depend on each other. But
gravity
on a
exists
level
also
plane
in
Earth, on a
no, the
level
gravity
Earth,
also exists
stuff just falls
in the
down.
universe.
Well,
Let me
sorry,
let
go
me
ahead.
tell you, the black holes. You know, also there is
Black
nothing in the
hole.
black holes, but there is gravity also. How can you explain? How can you explain that? You know?
Did you really just say black holes? Oh my
Yeah.
God. DJ, do you want this guy? I gotta get to work here soon.
What?
If
What?
you're there. I'm asking DJ if he wants to talk. So just join.
Uh,
He must not
uh,
be as smart. Sorry, go ahead. DJ is a very knowledgeable person. If he starts engaging you, he'll he'll pop in when he's ready. Hopefully. He's got a lot of long distance observations that can show you the non curving water like I've been trying to explain to you. But you keep wanting to talk about stuff in the sky and gravity and shit, so I don't know what to do for you, man.
I
Gravity
don't
is just a story they
know.
made up. They made up the whole gravity
So,
story and did all the math so they could make people
so you
believe
don't
they're on a
believe in the
ball.
gravity? So you don't
I
believe in
don't
the
believe the
gravity?
gravity. I don't believe the gravity story as it was told to me when I was younger. Correct. I mean, currently there's like at least 40 or so different theories of gravity.
Have you
They
ever
haven't
watched?
proven a damn one.
Uh,
They haven't
what?
proven any of them. Man. None have been proved.
None have been proved about gravity.
No.
I don't
To
think so,
prove
bro.
gravity, you would have to have a
So,
scientific method
so how you
related
explain?
experiment.
So how you can you listen? How you explain how you're not flying now in the space?
So you're asking me to
Why
explain
you can't fly?
what
Why you can't
you're
fly? How you explain that?
let me make clear you're asking me to go with
So when
your
you jump,
assumption.
so when you jump, why you get back to the earth, to the surface of the earth?
Are you
Explain
done?
that.
Is that your question now?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. As far as I know, when you jump, you come back down because you are denser than the air. So you go back down to where you
Dancer?
were. Yeah, density and
Thanks.
buoyancy. What
No,
happens when you drop a helium balloon?
so what?
What about when you drop a helium balloon? Where's gravity at then?
Okay, so wait, you believe in air, that air
Can you
exists?
repeat the question?
What about when you drop a helium balloon and it goes
Yeah,
up? Where is gravity at?
yeah.
Hello?
Because because the helium is the weight of the helium is low, so it can fly above the air.
So you're
So
telling me
why
that
the oil?
helium,
Okay. I give you an answer. Why the oil gets up to the water?
well, the oil does what?
Yeah, the oil, when you
I didn't
pour the
understand.
oil and the water in the same cup, for example, you see that the oil goes up in the water surface.
Because materials separate based on their density. So
So the
whichever
same
one's
thing
less
happened
dense,
to the helium. So the same thing happened to the helium. Helium is a
that's
different
what I was
material.
asking you.
No,
Everything,
you ask me why the helium balloon flies. I give you an answer.
because it's less dense, we agree,
You give
right?
yourself, yeah, you answer it by yourself, by the way.
Well, basically, you're asking me to rebut this whole gravity story that they made up and did math for. You know, most of the math works because they figured out things fall at a certain average, whatever. But it's all just a story to make you think you can live on a ball, that that's even possible. Do you know what I mean?
A ball? I don't know.
The
Can
whole gravity
you?
story is to convince the general public, average Joe
Yeah,
Blow, that you can actually live on a ball.
I
They
don't know,
depend on the
bro.
gravity to make people believe you live on a ball, and you're buying gravity hook, line, and sinker. And I'm trying to tell you, gravity is just fine with us. Stuff falls down and some stuff goes up. It's what happens in nature, you know. And there's never been a scientific experiment to prove gravity. Anyway, is there another
What
flat earther here? I gotta get to work here.
what is air?
Hello, are you a flat earther?
No,
Gotcha. You think the
I'm
earth
not,
is a ball?
of course.
Why?
That, I'm asking you, what is air?
I'm asking you why you think you live on a ball.
Because the everything you see up above you is a ball. The moon and the sun, and that's
You went straight to the sky to prove that you live on a ball. That doesn't bother you at all. It's not a red flag or anything.
say again, sorry.
Anything in the sky has nothing to do with the surface down here where the water isn't curving. Is that not a red flag to you that when I
Why
ask you to
not?
prove a ball, when I ask you to prove a ball, you went straight to stuff in the sky?
No, it has. It tells us the story how
That's
the
the whole
universe
sky
has been
story. I know, man.
created. You know.
But
Yeah,
I am
Yeah,
believing the story scientists told me. But I
yeah,
asked you
of course
wait,
you
wait. I just
are.
asked you what is air, because if you tell me that air is oxygen and nitrogen, then you also believe the story that scientists told you.
Well, I agree that we can do science on the stuff we have access to. And I believe the scientists have figured out what the air is made of. It's a lot of different gases, depending
Okay,
on where you're at on the plane.
th-
Go ahead.
did you did any flat earther uh, looked into that, tested that if it's really gases or not?
What is, okay, the air isn't made up of gases. What is it? Tell me.
Well, no, I'm asking, did any flat earther tested that? The story that scientists told us about air?
Yeah, I'm sure many have. I mean, I could find you links if I had time,
So,
but go ahead.
so how can they do that without equipment to look into the molecules like oxygen and these things?
Well, how does what the air is made of, how does that have anything to do with the earth being a ball?
Because
I'm just
this is the
curious.
story. This is the story of scientists that told us that the
Right, but
air is
there is
oxygen.
you've got to separate things that can be verified from things that we can't. Now, I accept that they can do stuff with the air and they've got instruments and up to the limit of above us. It's like wherever the Kármán line is, 100 miles up or whatever.
Okay.
They've verified a lot of that, and it's all been scienced, right? Whatever.
They can do
But
stuff with
after
it.
that, the story becomes just a story. It's just they made it shit up. They don't know what's on Mars. They don't know. We don't have rovers on Mars. Do you think we
That's,
landed on the moon?
well, yeah, of course, yes. But you said
Of course, we
you
landed on the
believe
moon.
you believe that air, what scientists say about air is true because they can do stuff with it. Well, they can do stuff also with
I
space.
believe
If you,
whatever they verify with the experiment. How about that? Go ahead.
right, but there is the International Space Station. It is going
Yeah,
around the Earth.
yeah, verify
And
that.
well, you can, if you have a telescope, you can see it.
You can't deny
Yeah.
this station, the international station space. You know, you can't deny it, bro.
What? Your voice is low.
I
Give
told
me a second here, guys.
he
'Cause
cannot
I gotta get to work.
deny that
Deny.
the existence
I
of
never denied there's something in the sky. There could be something in
rocket.
the sky. All right.
So
Give me a second, guys. I have to get to work. Is anybody else on here that wants to take this up with these guys?
okay, sorry.
It looks like everybody's
Continue.
AFK. Right? I'll
Continue. I'm
hang out for a few
listening.
more minutes. Go ahead. What do you got next? Go ahead. I'll stay for about 5 more minutes if you want.
What?
قاعد المفروض. صغيرة كبيرة راك.
The last guy, I don't understand why you're talking about whatever the air's made of. How does that make it a ball? I
Because
don't understand the logic train there. Can you get me there?
because flat earthers, they doubt scientists. Anything that scientists say. So I asked you.
Well, see, you're lumping in pseudoscience with science. Do you know the difference?
They what?
Pseudoscience is something that pretends to be science, but they don't actually use or employ the scientific method. Do you know what that is?
Yes, I know.
Okay. Anything
What
in
is
the
it? What is
sky, the scientific
What is
method.
it?
It's a
Yeah.
method to use independent and dependent variables and verify something. Most of the stuff in the sky they can't. I accept that they can figure out what's in the air. They have different instrumentation to do that. You can tell what the general mixture of gases is. I'm not denying that, but anything talking about Mars and the moon and all this shit, it's just a story. They made it up. Go ahead.
Okay, but there are so powerful telescopes. They can study the surface of the moon, and the sun. You can see it.
Okay, they can look at it. So how do they know what it's made of, how far away it is, anything?
So the light
They
spectrum.
verify that.
They can take the light spectrum and study that and see what is the composition of the object they're looking at. That's why they know what is the sun is. What is the sun? It's a plasma and so on.
You're about to go into spectroscopy, and I don't have time to get into that, and I don't know that much about it anyway. But it boils down to you're just looking at something, and then you're making assumptions about what you're looking at. Go ahead.
It's chemistry. You take the light and you split it, and you see what is it? What is the chemical composition? Very easy.
But how do you know that light that you're analyzing came from millions of light years away or whatever?
No,
How do you verify that?
they have very good instruments, advanced.
You got a very good instrument.
Yeah. I don't know. Like the story, the flat earthers, they think that they made up the story of the ball earth.
You know what all flat earthers think, man. It's amazing. Good job.
Man, you need to, flat earthers need to invent a new physics to explain how
so
everything in the universe works.
so
I guess it,
what is it your version of explaining all of that? You know, you can't just deny everything without
I'm not. Did you hear
giving
me
up
deny everything? I didn't deny everything.
giving us some.
They can sign stuff
You
that
deny
can
it,
be signed.
bro.
Anything
So
that
you're
can
not
be signed, men have
accepting.
probably signed it.
You're not
Go ahead.
accepting the version of. You're not accepting the version of how they explain all the theories that made a lot of theory and method to explain the phenomenon that's going on in our world. So you said it's not good, you know. It's not the truth, as I can say.
You,
So what is your version of explaining all of that? You know, you
so you're
got to have
basically telling
a
me,
version.
are you done yet?
What? I'm,
Are you done?
I'm
Are
done.
you done? You're basically telling
Yeah,
me
I'm done.
if I can't explain all of reality to you right now, that's going to make all the bodies of water start curving, and it's going to make us live on a ball magically because I can't explain all the reality.
You can't explain the ball, the wall curving either, bro.
I know we can't. Neither one of us can explain the ball curving because it's
I haven't
not.
seen it. If you've seen it, why you can yeah.
What do you mean? Neither one of us has seen a ball curving in space. Have you?
So you said that the wall is curving.
Anyway, I just got an order. I've got to get to work here. Is there anybody else that can pick this up, or I guess you guys can talk to
No, you're
yourselves if you want to. Tell us the whole gravity
what?
story, and somebody will jump in. Go ahead. What do you know about
What?
gravity? Here, somebody will jump in. Go ahead.
I know what I know about
What
gravity.
is gravity? Explain what gravity is. Go ahead, man.
Gravity.
The gravity is the change in the space and time.
Curvature for
Whoa.
space. It's the curvature of space.
You didn't like this version of explaining it?
So gravity is space curving then?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So just curving space, huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why. And the more it's
What is
curved,
it?
the
All right,
more
so
it's
you go ahead and prove that then, since that's crazy.
just measuring time. The more space is
So you,
curved,
I thought you said it was curving space. Now you said you're measuring time.
space is time. They are one.
Whoa.
Yeah.
How does that work?
Einstein theory.
No, yeah, Einstein made women's clothes and had them patented. So he has nothing to do with being smart.
What?
You heard
What?
me.
That's a different. That's a different thing, bro.
They wore women's shoes too.
You
What?
wore women's shoes?
Yes.
How many different gravity theories are there? Do you know, Globers? You're just invoking one, and this one is it's so laughable. You're laughing while you're explaining it to us. Bending space-time. Come on, it's ridiculous. But do you know how many gravity
No, well,
theories there are?
we laugh about your reaction, bro. Not just about.
How many gravity theories are there?
There's a lot. We can
Yeah,
see.
there's a lot. Yeah,
Yeah.
50 maybe, 60, hundreds. It's ridiculous, okay? And it's just theory. In this
I
channel,
don't
we
know
don't
how much, but
listen to me.
the laws
In this
that
channel,
but let me explain to you. But the law of
I don't need any
gravity
more explanations.
who
In this channel, we
applies
don't talk
who
theory. We
applies
talk empirical evidence. You understand? We don't talk about
you don't
theory
have
in
a law
here.
of gravity. You don't have any laws on gravity. There's no law. How did you
there is a law, bro.
how do you turn it off so you can play with it?
There is three law. The first one and the second one and the third one, bro.
No, we're not doing that. So you can't
No,
just
we're
say there.
doing it,
You
bro.
you say you can't use magical shit. Now now you're a stage magician just saying things to us.
No, I'm not.
Yes.
Have you ever went to the school or what? Or with just the one you
Oh
are?
man, yeah, are you looking in the side chat?
No, I'm just asking you, bro.
Hold on. The question was how many theories of gravity there are. There's one that is tested many times.
No, the one that was posted. What is there? So the following 80 pages are in this 80 out of 80 total theories of gravity. So there's 80 pages worth right now, different theories.
But the one that's tested many times.
No, there is no one that's tested. How do you test something like that?
It's
Because it's
wait
explain a lot
a second.
of phenomena because you drive in a car based on those theory. You
Alpha, hold on.
use
Alpha, wait. You see,
theory, bro. Okay.
You look at the stars behind the sun, our sun.
No, you don't.
That's how you test the theory.
No, you don't. I would just took pictures of a solar eclipse and I didn't see stars behind the sun, and they didn't have better shit than I have.
What?
I don't know.
You heard me.
I can hear you. Yeah.
I hear you, but the position is very subtle. Subtle, is that the word? No, it's small.
So it didn't happen.
Didn't happen.
No, just because you said so.
Yeah, no, not me. The experts, the ones
No
that
experts did it ever, and it has nothing to do with why you're even talking about gravity, does it?
what?
Also, what is your explanation? Can you just explain to us?
For what?
Explain why the rocket flies, why the airplane plane flies, everything that we are living right now in.
Oh, that's
How you
easy.
explain it?
Okay, you ready?
Is it a dream?
Yeah, sit down. You ready? I'm going to tell you if you don't talk over me.
Okay.
Air pressure. That's it. Welcome to
So
Flat Earth. Air pressure is why all that stuff works. Air pressure.
Air
Pressure. Yeah, the stuff
All
you're
right.
breathing. Yeah, air pressure. You remove that, none of that works.
Let me explain.
Man, can you get a better microphone or get that one out of your pocket?
A lot of relationship between gravity and stuff. So, do you know that?
I can't hear anything you said.
I said, do you know that the pressure has a relation between the gravity and the pressure? You know,
Nope.
there is a relation between them. No,
there isn't. No, there isn't.
There is. The
No.
pressure is the force divided by the surface. This is how we define the pressure.
What about it?
So you don't know.
What does that have to do with gravity?
The force has a lot to do with
What does
gravity.
Pressure have to do with
force.
what does air pressure have to do with gravity?
Yeah, I said because the gravity is a force.
It's not doing anything. It's not pushing air to the ground or pulling it down to the ground.
Why?
Gas goes in all directions.
So
Remember?
you feel,
Remember, Mr.
right now
Scientist. Remember,
why you
Mr.
are not
Scientist.
let me
Remember.
explain it. Let me explain.
No, you explain
Let me
that gas
explain to
goes in all directions. Start with this. Gas goes in all directions, and then say what you got to say. Go ahead, do it that way.
What?
Say gas goes in all directions to fill available space.
Yeah.
Say that, and then finish your sentence.
Yeah, I can say that, bro. The gas,
Okay.
the molecule of the gas, move in a lot or random direction. Yeah, exactly. I believe in that. So now you explain to me why the molecule of the gas play in different direction.
That's how gas works. I don't know. Nobody knows.
Yeah, all right. God, because
What a gotcha.
the
Nobody
molecule.
knows why gases do that shit, and that's some kind of weird gotcha.
No,
Nobody
they
knows
know,
why
bro.
they do that.
No, they know, bro, because
Oh, they do?
the molecule.
They
Do you
know why
do you
gases
have
act the way they act?
if you have
Okay.
so let me explain to you. If you have a bag of
Sure. It has nothing to do with gravity, that's for sure, because gases go in all directions, don't they? You can explain to me or what?
The gas goes in all directions. If you fly a helium balloon, it goes up, but it doesn't go fly.
It's because you're containing it.
It doesn't go to
Because you're
space.
containing it. And it does go all kinds of different directions when it goes up.
Yeah, but it doesn't go away from the air. Like it follows. It stays in the earth, in the air. It's
Yeah,
in
it's
the.
less dense than air. So what about it?
I mean, the air. Well, how to say that? The air doesn't go to space. Doesn't leave the earth.
Yeah, space is fake. No, nothing goes to space. Right.
Space is fake.
Yeah.
So what is beyond? If you go beyond the air, the atmosphere.
You don't. Nobody does that ever. Ever.
You can fly a rocket.
No, you can't. Rockets don't work in a vacuum.
They do because
No, they don't.
the Newton
No,
law
he was wrong.
So you will
is
see in what?
every action.
Yeah, your
Hello? Can you
understanding
hear
of it
me?
is incorrect. Yeah.
Newton is wrong, and you're right.
Yep, I'm right, and you guys are wrong. That's correct.
Right.
So I own a vacuum chamber, and I can actually test this shit out, and that's what happens. Rockets don't propel unless
But
that exhaust hits
it's
off the
if
back of the wall.
you stay if you're sitting in a boat and you're not paddling, and just throw rocks. You will notice the boat will move.
What rocks are you throwing?
Huh?
What rocks are you throwing?
You just any rock. Just throw a rock and the boat will move.
So when you're in a rocket, you're throwing rocks? Is that what you said?
Yeah, man, what the hell? Don't play. Are you that stupid? No, please.
So you went from rockets to being in a boat. How come?
Because if you, shit, my English is
You
not
went
that
from
good.
a rocket in a vacuum to being in a boat in air
Okay,
pressure on water.
how can you not get this? Wait a second, my English is failing me here. Wait a second. When the rocket is shooting gas, what is it?
Dave,
What
Yeah,
is it?
yeah, so when it launches, it's pushing off the air pressure.
Right.
Correct.
When
Yeah,
it's
you
like,
said right. Right. It's right.
man,
So when there's no air pressure, like in a vacuum, rockets have nothing to push off of. Isn't that fun?
bro.
Bro.
I'm listening.
I need to learn English, man.
Pages in categories.
And it's
Yeah,
in learning.
yeah, me too. I can't explain that because while
Yeah.
my English is very near last.
Guys, is this the flat Earth Discord?
I don't know.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Suddenly,
these guys are now flat earthers. They just got taught about how space is fake and rockets don't work in
no,
space, and they have no argument
it's
for
the
it.
late
Yes,
Neymar.
no, don't laugh. You had nothing to say to it. You have nothing.
Are we live in Discord and YouTube?
Yes.
Let's go. Yes, we are live.
We live.
And
W is in the chat.
Yeah, W is in the chat. Subscribe, put a like. I heard my.
oh, if you're gonna be chewing
Are
and
you
stuff, yeah, I'll just mute
are,
you for now.
are you flat earther? Okay.
No, he's a chewing sandwich earther.
What?
That was a
Hey,
chewing a sandwich earther.
Professor, did you measure the curvature of the Earth? Did you?
Nope. I
So
measured flat. I didn't measure any curve.
what? Did you do that? Did you do this measurement?
Yeah, there's no curve. No, I didn't measure any curve. Nope.
How?
Just flat.
So wait, how do you measure? How do you do like what? How did flat earthers measure the Earth?
Known landmarks over water from point to point over land. On land that sticks out, points, peninsulas into water. So you can use sea level as a reference, and then you shoot straight over that. As long as you hit your target on the other side, you're shooting straight.
Okay, but
Oh,
are they sure about this? Are they?
Oh,
Because
yeah, we're
really,
absolutely positive, 100%. It's flat, stationary, and we're contained.
okay, we need the physicist here so he can.
I'm here. What do you need?
You're a physicist?
Yeah. What do you need?
Okay, so you say you landmarks, right?
can I ask you a question?
Like you stand, a lighthouse is on the shore, and then if you go to another beach and you can still see the lighthouse like 5 miles away, which you can, then you can look on Google Maps and go, okay, I'm standing here. Here's the lighthouse. Draw a line. What's that distance? It'll say, oh, it's 5 miles. Oh, I can still see it. Then you go to 10 miles. Can I see it? Yep, can still see it. And then you walk to like 15 miles. Can I still see it? Yep, I can still see it down the coastline. So that means for 15 miles, I saw that. At 10 miles, 66 feet should be missing already. So, what do you want?
Wait,
Question.
okay. How big is the Earth?
You
According
don't
to
know?
science? I don't know.
Oh, according to science, science doesn't have anything to do with this.
What?
Yes,
Man,
it's the size of a ball is not a question of science. Geometry. It's measurements.
7,900.
Can you hear me, guys?
12,000 kilometers. 12,700 kilometers. The circumference.
I work in miles. That's fine.
Okay, miles.
Can I ask you a question?
7,900 miles. 8,000 miles.
Flat Earth believer. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah. He doesn't. I don't think he hears you.
Oh, you weren't calling me a flat Earth believer, were you?
I was calling you a flat Earth believer.
Oh yeah, let me fix that for you. So flat Earth is not a belief like the globe. You know how you guys have to believe in the globe? Flat Earth isn't that. It's already measured flat. So we're just flat earthers. You are too. You just are in denial still. But that's all right. You'll be out of denial soon.
Ah, man, listen. How can the Earth be flat? I don't understand. It doesn't.
All right.
It makes sense. It doesn't make sense in my brain.
How can it be a ball? Doesn't make sense. How could it be a ball How can it be a
Let me
ball and
let me
have
ask
flat
you.
water all over? How
Because you
can it be
see,
a ball and have flat water
All
on
right,
it?
all right.
the
Let
other
me,
planets are balls.
No, not other planets. We're not
can I
talking
ask
about.
you a question?
We're talking about the Earth, not a planet.
Hello?
Okay,
Can I ask you a question?
go ahead, go ahead.
Why you can did you so let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Why have you ever reached its limit? You know, flat Earth.
No.
So how explain
Neither
do
have
you
you.
go in different direction and end up in the same direction?
No, I
You
don't
know,
know.
if you, for example, if you start
I live in
traveling
Ohio.
from
Yeah,
from
I live in Ohio.
let me let me.
I live in Ohio. I live in Ohio. I live in Ohio.
So
I don't go
if you start
directions. I don't go
let me
traveling. I don't do that.
let me let me continue, bro. Let me continue, please. If you start traveling from Ohio in a direction, whatever you pick, why you end up in Ohio when you turn, when you
Because that's where my house is
complete the
at.
journey of
When I'm
our
done, my
small
house is.
planet?
Yeah, when I'm done driving to work, I come home from work. That's where I go back to my house.
Uh,
That's where I work. I work and then I go home.
so
Yeah.
to prove your flat Earth, you should take a direction and go directly. Do not change the direction, and you're gonna end up in the same point. In the same
You live
point
in
that you
some
start from.
kind of you live in some kind of weird place where you can just drive straight in a direction and just go in a straight line. Where we
No,
don't
no,
live like that.
we did it in the planes and with the planes and with
You
the
told me to
rockets. So
drive. You told me to drive. Rockets, we're
so
not using those anymore. We got rid of rockets. Remember, space is fake, so we can get rid of those. So now we're using airplanes again, right? Okay. So airplanes require air pressure.
you can use the airplane. You can use the airplane.
We're back to air
So
pressure again.
whatever. So whatever. So if the Earth is flat, you shouldn't go back to your start point. You know. So if the Earth is ball, you're gonna end up in the same point that you start from.
Oh yeah, you don't do that. Never happened.
No, it happens every time, every day.
Nope. Nobody flies
No,
around
yes,
the ball
yes.
ever.
Everyone
Wow.
flies
You've never been in an
around the ground.
airplane, have you? You've never actually been in an airplane, have you?
I,
You have not. You're a liar. I can tell by the way you answered that.
my English is failing me, bro.
Yeah, right. You've never been in an airplane. Don't lie in here.
So you have been in a plane.
Many times.
I believe what I see, bro.
You didn't see any curve from a plane, that's for sure, because you've never been in a plane.
What about ship? You know, so you cannot deny the ship if you goes by a ship around
Yeah,
the globe.
well, all you got to do is measure the
Why you can?
ground and it's flat.
It's not flat, bro.
Yeah, it's measured that way. Planar surveyors measure it as
So
flat.
how we not reach the limit?
How did you not what?
Reach the limit of the flat plane. You know, the plane
How
that
you gonna
is flat.
how are you gonna do it? What do you need?
Square. You're the
What do
one
you
who
need?
believe in flat Earth.
No, it's not a
You're the one
belief.
who
It's
believe in.
measured flat. It's not a belief. It's measured flat. Measurements.
I don't know what are you saying, bro.
I know you don't understand the difference between knowing something and believing in something. You don't know the difference.
Okay, you know that the Earth is flat.
Yes.
I know it's not.
No, you don't.
No, I do.
You're pretending. You're pretending that you know something. All you have is pretend pictures from the spy agency called NASA.
I'm not dependent on the picture to explain that. I
Yes,
told
you
you.
are.
If we, I told you if we travel
Yeah,
using an
traveling.
airplane from a
Uh-huh. In
point
an airplane.
to
You don't go around the ball in an airplane.
What? You're gonna go?
You don't.
What's
You
your
don't.
question?
You don't go around the ball in an airplane.
You can go around the ball in an
No,
airplane.
if
Why not?
because if the Earth was spinning, you would crash every time you tried to land your plane.
What?
You heard me. If the Earth was spinning, you wouldn't be able to land the plane, would you?
It's different from your perspective.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So you've never been in an airplane. I can tell this already.
I don't know what's your point. What you're trying to prove.
Oh, my point. What am I proving?
You get my
That you
idea.
don't know
Did you
anything.
get my idea?
I proved that all you have is stories. I proved all you have is stories.
No, I'm not having a story. I told you, bro, that you have to use airplane to travel around the globe or the flat Earth that you assuming. If you get back to your origin source, that means the Earth is flat. It's not
Yeah,
flat.
no one's ever done that. You have to
If
stop.
you
You
reach
have to
if
stop to
you
get
reach
gas.
its end,
You
if
have
you
to
reach its
stop to
end,
refuel, dude. Dude, you have to stop to refuel. So you have to fly from one airport to another.
no, it's that's a lame excuse, to be honest.
Whoa! So you think you can just get in an airplane and it flies around the ball, and then you come back and land at your airport?
I'm trying just to give you a way to prove that
No,
you're not
there's no
right.
way to do that. Yeah, nothing can do that.
Yeah, there is a way. There is a way.
Okay, go ahead, figure it out. Come up with a good way then.
I told you. I already told you. Okay.
No, you
Let
haven't
me
come
give
up
you
with
this.
a way
Let
yet.
me give you this question. How have you explained how we see different shape of the moon?
The moon?
Yeah.
What's the moon got to
Sometimes
do
we
with the
see.
Earth curving?
You explain to me that because we're living in the flat Earth, we see different shape of the moon. Why?
Because the Earth is flat.
If the Earth flat, we cannot see that, bro. To be honest,
Who said?
it's gonna because it's gonna cover the sun from totally from the moon. You know.
Oh, you think flat Earth sits in a space universe and flies around? Yeah, that's not flat Earth.
We
So
should
you have
we
it all
should we
wrong.
should
You
the
have it all
shadow of
wrong. You have it all wrong.
no.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
shadow
yeah. You have it all
the
wrong.
moon.
Yeah. You have it all
No.
wrong. Yeah.
Bro, you know
Yeah.
that my English is finished with you right now. So give me a chance to explain stuff.
Okay,
Please,
you
if
have it
you
all
want.
wrong. So correct everything you have wrong, and then we'll move on.
What I have wrong? Okay, correction. Yeah, you can talk. I'm just listening. Yeah.
Yeah, flat Earth is not
Right.
floating. Flat Earth is not floating in your universe with suns and shit flying around. So you drop that out of your imagination and then go ahead.
How you figure out this? That's
Because
my
space is fake.
how why?
Because gas pressure requires containment. Can't have gas pressure without a container.
All right. So you believe that the
No, it's
gas
not a belief.
should fly?
That's facts.
You know that the gas.
Science.
sorry,
That's
sorry,
science, actually.
my bad,
Science.
my
That's
bad.
what you
So
guys like
tell me,
the word science so
sorry,
much.
sorry,
That's science. Unless you're a science denier.
sorry, my bad. That's my English. My English is a little bit bad, so that's why. So you tell me that the air should contain well all the space. Am I
What's holding
right?
it? What's holding it? What's holding the air around the ball Earth in a vacuum, in a space vacuum?
So there is no space because the air does not
That's right.
fill it.
That's right.
Okay. So you know that there is something not filled, you know?
No, what?
Because you said you said if there is a space, the air should fill all of it.
Yeah, it should be. There should be nothing left on Earth. It should fly everywhere. Fly all the way to Mars. In your model.
All right. So you tell me that there is something that's not filled with the air.
So we breathe
Did you get
pressure.
me?
Yeah, hold on. We breathe air pressure 14.7 psi normally, about that. Okay. To have that, you need to be inside a container.
So there is no
to have that, you need to be in a pressurized container to have that pressure. You need to be inside a pressurized container.
All right. Let me ask you this question. What is that thing that we saw white in the sky?
Clouds?
There is no sun, no moon. There is no sun, no moon. So what is those two things that we see above in the sky?
Birds?
Explain that.
Birds?
I
Clouds?
Clouds?
Clouds? Stars?
So there is stars.
What? Oh yeah, there's all kinds of stuff in the sky. That's not outer space.
I don't know. How you tell me that there is not? This is not our space.
Because science, you're famous science. Unless you're a science denier, science proves that space is fake. Science. Unless you're a science denier.
Bro,
are you a science denier?
Which theory proves that the space is not? Which one?
Me, I did. I have a vacuum chamber. I proved it.
All right. So, when are you gonna publish this theory?
Somebody else can do it. I'm not. It's already recorded 3 times on YouTube. Doesn't matter.
All right. So, we can change the subject if you want.
Oh, it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me. I'm not the believer. I already know Earth is flat.
All right, me too. The same. I already know that the Earth is
except you can't prove it, and I can prove the Earth is flat. You can't. We can just measure it, and it measures flat. Over water.
I can't prove it because my English failed me a lot.
Oh, it's your English? Your English measures the globe? Got it.
No, I can't explain it to you because I struggle a lot with the words to find.
Don't worry. In every language, your globe theory is fucked up, and I know what you know that means.
Not in my language. Not in my language. Not in my language, bro. I could explain it to you.
Yeah, let's talk about FE core. Why was your boys lying out there?
What?
Why were the FE core guys with the laser test lying out there?
What boy?
Why are you asking me?
The FE core team, they was lying their asses out.
Well, you could better get a hold of them and ask them.
I don't want to ask them, the liars.
So you want to ask somebody who wasn't there?
No, but you guys give it as proof that Earth is measured flat.
Yeah, because we do that stuff ourselves too. We don't need them.
Where did you do it yourself? Where is the Professor Triangle measurement?
Why do I have to post my shit for you?
And there you go. You didn't do it, huh?
No, I'm not going to post my stuff for you.
Because you didn't do it.
Because I'm not in it to make money and be popular. I have a job to do.
What model is your laser they used in the test?
What model?
There you go. There you
What
go.
model? Don't you want to know
Hello?
what brand I bought?
Don't you want to stop lying?
So you want me to go turn it on and take a picture of it?
I asked you what model. I think you would know if you had.
No, it's out in my garage in some shit right now. I'd have to go look and flip it over and see what model it is.
When you guys get
You,
proof that
you think I know the model of every item in
Guys,
my
calm down.
house?
Calm down,
You're
Triangle. Calm
crazy.
down. Yeah, I'm crazy. Calm down, Triangle. But when
Yeah,
you guys
it's
come in
Case
here and
Slinger
say we
again.
measure the
Case
Earth
Slinger.
flat,
Yeah, it's
you
measured.
get the FE core video, the
I
greatest
don't.
laser test
You
ever
do.
made. The
You get
greatest
that one.
laser test ever, and this shit is a bull-faced lie.
So what? Who lied?
Are you following the conversation, man?
Yeah, you said somebody lied. I said who lied?
You guys are using liars' words to prove your shit.
So you're just gonna say that and not answer me?
I just told you. They
Okay, who
lied and
lied?
you're using liars'
About
words.
what? Lied about what?
They lied about their measurements.
Well, what did they get and what did you get?
No, they got something that wasn't what they were saying it was.
What did they get?
I don't know what they get because they
You
didn't
don't
show what they
know.
get.
Oh, so we can just mute you then, since you don't know, but you're gonna call people liars, but you don't know why. That's funny.
Man, shut your mouth. I said I don't know what they got because they didn't say what they got. They was
Oh,
lying
so
what
they
they
didn't
got.
lie. So they didn't
They
lie then.
didn't show what
They
they got. They got
They
some
didn't, they
bullshit.
didn't say
That's what they
anything.
got.
They didn't say anything, so they lied to you.
Yeah, because they claim they got something they didn't. That's called lying,
So
boy.
what did they?
You
What
don't
did
know
they
what
claim?
lying is.
What did they claim?
They claimed what they claimed in the video. I'm not describing you a video that you can watch yourself, boy.
I don't need to watch it. I have my own gear. It's all out in
Yeah,
my
yeah,
garage, except
we
for my
established
camera.
that's a lie, Professor. We established you was lying your ass too. You don't know the model of the laser in
So
the
you need me to
stores.
go get my laser, go get my vacuum chamber, and give you the
Anybody
model
else
number
want
of
to defend
everything.
that FE core shit?
Nope. Because you can't tell us where anybody's lying.
Light Parking can differentiate between a street lamp and the moon. Gunslinger. What do you mean he can differentiate? You're saying the moon he saw in the video was a street lamp. That's what you're saying, Yoder, yeah? You're saying it looks like a come on, man. Come on, you're gonna make me start laughing in here. You're saying that shit was a street lamp, the moon. Yeah, you're saying the moon is a street lamp in the video.
So you didn't even watch the video, did you?
I watched the video. And it ain't no street
go
lamp.
back and see if it's a street lamp then.
Why are
and then
you
you have
like
to come
trying
back.
to I
Because
watched it back, yeah? It's
Yoder's
not a
watched
street
it.
lamp.
Yoder watches it. These guys all watch that shit like a hawk.
Bro,
So go back and look
Professor,
again. Go back and look again.
hoping for the lie you
Go
said. You
back
think
and look
I'm lying because
again.
you lying?
Yes. I think
I
you're
ain't
lying
lying,
because
you lying.
you're hoping that people are just lying to you.
No, I'm not hoping that people are
Yes,
lying
you
to me.
Yes, you are.
Why are you like putting situations on me?
Because that's what you're hoping for.
I'm not hoping to people lie to me.
Yes, you do.
Boy.
You're used to it. You
There
like
you
it
go.
when people
There
lie
you go.
to you.
There
Remember?
you
Man, you
on
like
some bullshit
TV.
today.
You like social media. You like when people
Professor,
tell you stories about space. You like when people lie to you.
Okay, Professor. Okay, I see you got on the wrong foot today. You woke up on the wrong side of the bed.
No,
You
I'm
gotta
just
calm
telling
down.
you. You seem angry.
You
I'm not
seem
angry at
angry.
all.
You the one.
Maybe.
You the one yapping.
No, listen.
You go talk with the Indian.
When you go to your job, you
What?
use your car or what?
Do I use a car? Yeah, because cars don't work on globes. Cars don't work on balls. Cars don't work on balls. You need You need semi-flat roads for cars to work.
Let me
They
explain.
can't be
Let me
constantly
talk.
going uphill or constantly
talk.
going downhill.
Let me talk, please. Let me talk. So you use a car to go your job that's made based on theory that you call a lie. How you explain that?
Whoa, what'd you say?
I said you are using a car to go to your job that are made by theories and laws, physics
No,
laws,
no, they're made by engineers, not
and
theories,
you are now the
and machinists and
engineer
shit like that.
based in math and physics that you are not telling it that it's wrong and a lie.
What does a car have to do with anything?
It has to do a lot because if
So that was pretty weak. I gotta mute this chopper here. Chomper.
so you can't answer me. You can't answer me. I'm
Answer you what?
left.
What does cars have to do with anything?
It has to do a lot.
Like what?
Every part in the car made by some theories and some calculation stuff, based on those theories that you are now denying.
Made by engineers and machinists. Yes, that's how things are made. Somebody draws up something, they try it, and they go, no, this is not quite right. Let's extend it by a quarter of an inch and then move the hole over here and see if we're getting the right pull there or the right torque we're looking for or something. And then they start doing some math and then they figured it out. But it's not experiments or anything like that. That's not in space. That's just drawing shit in mechanics, dude.
Mechanics based on theories that physics.
No, not on space theories. Not on space, though.
No, space theory. The third law of gravity, based on the third law of gravity.
No.
No, yes.
No.
We measure. Let me give you one small part of the car, for example, the rotor. I don't know how we call it in English. I don't know what is. My English is failing me right now. What is it? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Kind of.
Can you tell me what we call the part that's near the wheel?
Hello, everybody.
That are.
I'm here to talk about flat Earth.
Me too.
Yeah, we're still talking about flat Earth. Yeah.
So,
Yes.
so you guys all think that it's flat as well, yeah?
What?
Oh, he got some LARPers. This is going to be good.
No,
ahead,
I'm genuinely asking. Do you guys also think that it's flat?
You go ahead, LARPer.
Also.
You're up. Yep. Also, you're
do you
up.
mean,
Also.
What do you mean I'm up? I'm asking if you guys all think the same way, like as I do.
I'm actually.
As you. Yep. Everybody knows the Earth is flat in the world. They just some people
not me.
like
Not
you
me.
think.
Yeah,
well,
that's what I
some
was
people
asking.
like you believe you live on a ball. You too.
I just said that. Do you guys also think? Also, as in, do you guys also think
everybody is a flat? No, everybody is a flat earther. Some of you think you live on a ball, though.
No.
Yeah.
There is a few people believe
personally,
that
sorry.
Flat.
Yeah. Personally, I think like the hundreds of years of science, I think is all fake. I think it was all just AI generated.
There's no hundreds of years of science. Science doesn't make
it's
shapes
all AI
of balls.
generated.
Yeah,
It's all AI
science doesn't make globes.
Yeah, exactly. It's AI generated.
Your troll failed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All the science is all AI generated.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm gonna move over to your buddy now. Okay, buddy, you're up.
So, where is the moon?
Hello, I'm the buddy. I am the buddy. I'm interested in flat Earth. I haven't got anything against you guys. I'm just interested. I want to hear what you guys got to say. I'm not going to argue.
Oh, nothing to argue about, really.
Yeah, I know. I just want to hear you guys out. You know, I think that's fair.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Earth is flat and stationary.
Yeah, okay. I'll be on mute if you need me.
All right. Who else is up? Ariana.
I believe that the Earth is round.
Whoa, like a pizza?
Thank you. Thank you.
Around, like you know,
like a coin.
When I was in the high school, we were learning
like a ball, like a ball,
like a ball. Yeah, we were
Oh,
learning.
like a ball.
And they told me that the Earth is around, so I believe in it.
Who told you? Yeah. What if they would have told you it was a pyramid? Then you would have believed them.
If they give me some good arguments for it, maybe.
No, what good arguments did they give you that it's a ball?
The gravitation theory?
No, there's no such thing as that.
Oh well.
Because you say so, or what?
You don't need gravity when you live on flat Earth, do you? Only if you live on a ball flying through space, then you need gravity. Isn't that true?
Does not prove that I cannot fly. Why I cannot fly?
You only need gravity for a ball flying through outer space, don't you?
I said why? Because there is no gravity. Why I cannot fly?
Where are you going to fly to?
I have a question, sorry. What's the reason for like ships? So we see ships on the ocean, and when they are going from our side, they are firstly we are losing their view of the basis of the ship, and then we are losing their the higher parts of the ship from our
so
view.
Easy. It's called refraction. So easy.
So why do we have
So you believe
it if the Earth is flat?
Do you know what refraction is?
I know, but why do you think that we have a flat Earth?
Because people are seeking some attention to actually.
What? Can you explain it?
No, that guy's a globe earther trying to explain your question for you.
I got
Do you know how refraction works?
I got a bit more important question. Can you tell me, please? I'm begging you guys. Like, is my mic better now, or is it better now?
Good.
The first,
good. Yeah.
Yeah,
I can hear you.
It's like
second one is louder.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, because we're gonna be away from the microphone. Yeah. So yeah.
No, not just. Not so far, so I can hear you. You know. Good. Sorry.
Yes, we both same.
Wow. Unmute him and he's going crazy. That's funny.
It's funny.
Is that all you got left, Daniel?
Me? Yeah.
Yeah. All right,
Yep.
good.
Are you offended by that, or no?
Uh-uh.
Well, yeah, because I think it's funny. I think it's funny. I don't
think it's
mean
hilarious
to
too. I think the
don't
globe
mean
is
to offend
super
anyone.
funny. Yep, I know. I in fact do intend to offend every Glober that I talk to.
Why so? Why do you think that anyone cannot believe in what they want to believe?
Well, because you can't believe that you live on a ball if the Earth is measured flat. If you believe you live on a ball when you know it's measured flat, because we've already told you that, then there's something mentally wrong with you. That's why. And I don't want to be associated with mentally disabled people like you.
I think that's one-sided, because I have no problem like thinking that the globe is the Earth is globe or the Earth is flat. I don't mind actually, and I think anyone can believe in what they want. Why are you getting offended by that? Like, and you're like so aggressively trying to protect the idea that the Earth is flat, and everyone who thinks in a different way
I'm not
are
protecting
wrong.
it. I'm just telling you it's measured flat. You think that's protecting it somehow.
I find it funny because I think there are like a lot of scientific evidence.
No, there's no science involved. You can't name any one scientific experiment that
I
proves the Earth was a
understand. I
ball.
understand that you think
Then
that it's all
don't
like
use that. And don't use
theories.
that. No, you said science, and then you said no. You understand it's not science. So why would you use the word scientific?
No, I understand that it's a science. You actually
It's
find
not.
out that the
What is
Earth
the
is
science?
globe.
What is it? Where's the science involved? What's the experiment they did that proved the Earth is a ball?
Why do they need to make any experiments? Because there's a lot
Because
of
you said
like
it's
proof.
science.
But in order to like prove something, you would need like to have a case, right? To think that it's, for example, it's flat. Why do
No,
you
it's
think it's
measured.
flat?
It's because it's measured flat.
Measured flat by what?
Planar surveyors, theodolites,
How do you say it?
lasers. Planar surveyors, theodolites, lasers, high-powered zoom lenses on cameras can also do this stuff now.
Okay, so the moon and all of the stuff is just a kind of a huge conspiracy.
Yeah, we're talking about the Earth. You
No,
guys
I'm
always
just
want to go to the moon.
It's all of the part of the same issue.
No,
I mean,
it's not part of any
no?
issue. We don't
Okay,
have
but
any
it's
issue
kind
with
of,
that
but it's kind of related, right? Because we think, and it's like ordinary thing for us to believe that moon is also like a globe.
Well, you can think
right?
whatever you want about the moon, but we're talking about the Earth.
Okay, so why Earth should be anyhow different from other planets?
Why would you think that you're a ball floating in the sky? What makes you think that in the first place? Is it all the flat water around you when you go to the beach? Or is it the fact that everything is flat and level when you're trying to put a pool? You got to level your fucking bottom of the pool so it doesn't collapse. What gives it away that it's a ball? Is it the fact that you need to level roads properly? Is that what gives it away that it's a ball? What gives it away?
Well, what gives it away for me is actually the kind of the videos, kind of the photos that astronauts made.
No,
and how it looks
no,
from
we can't use that anymore.
from
We're
sky.
done with NASA. Yeah, we're done with
Okay.
NASA stuff.
So they're all like lying to us, right?
Yes.
Why?
I don't know. Go ask them.
But there should be a reason, like, for them to lie to us, right? If they have any
maybe
kind of
that's
conspiracy.
maybe that's part of their initiation.
Part of their initiation.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
You said there has to be a
Don't you
reason
think
why.
that it's a kind of like super huge conspiracy theory?
No,
Like,
it's only
super
huge to you because you don't know how to just go outside and understand the Earth is just flat. Flat, stationary, and we're contained. You can't go anywhere. You can't fly to planets. Planets are up in the sky. You don't fly and you don't live on rocks in the sky. That's all on television.
And don't you think you're being kind of aggressive to that?
No.
I didn't even raise my voice to you.
I'm not raising my voice either.
No, you are actually. I'm okay with that. I'm not offended. I'm
not even close to raising my voice, dude.
Okay. So Earth is a kind of the experiment by aliens or what? Why does it exist at all?
Well, yeah, aliens are fake. Space aliens, space is fake, so that's out. That's not what flat Earth doesn't exist in your weird universe of round planets. Nope, we don't float around in a space vacuum. That doesn't exist. That's only in Globers make up that lie for you, so you guys believe in that.
Solar system also lie.
What solar system? I look up. What do you see when you look up?
I see stars. I see sky.
Okay, I do too.
Okay, that's all right.
That's it.
In telescope, you can see other planets, right?
Not much better. I have better. My camera's better than a lot of telescopes.
Okay.
And that's still fuzzy lights, no matter how you do it.
Okay, so it's just circles, like drowning.
Yep.
Why so? Why do they need this kind of circles? What for?
I don't know, because the point is the Earth is flat, not the skylights.
But
yeah,
someone made them, right?
I don't know. Yeah, I'm sure something made them. Yeah.
In this kind of the topic, it should be like a kind of the experiment. I think the flat Earth.
How do you going to experiment? How do you experiment with the lights in the sky?
I don't know, because I think that's
Well, then
these are
don't say
different
that.
planets, same as Earth, for
Well,
example.
how do you experiment with a light up there?
How do I experiment with the light?
Yep. There's a light up in the sky.
Me personally have nothing to do with that.
You're right. Nobody does. Don't try to kid yourself into thinking people actually are scientists that worry about that shit. That's just on TV, movies, when the meteors are coming to blow up your house. That's the only time you see those scientists.
What does it change if the Earth is flat or if the Earth is globe? What does it change?
And you don't have to worry about being abducted by aliens. The first thing you brought up.
No, I do think that there are other forms of life in the universe.
Oh, there you go. So space in your universe is fake.
No, of course, I cannot prove it because I haven't seen anyone, right?
Right,
But,
of course.
I do think that there is a possibility.
All of your stuff is a belief. We understand that. That's why we're here, because we don't believe anymore.
Do you believe in God?
No, not like you do.
I don't believe in God.
No, see, the flat Earth is stationary, flat, stationary, and it was created and contained because it has air pressure. So creator created it. The end. That's where my story goes. A creator created it. The
Why
end.
not
So you're gonna ask me more. You're gonna ask me more questions about it after I said the end. That's funny.
All right. No, man, you're good. You're good. It's okay.
Yep, it was created. The end.
So Daniel.
Yeah, sure. What?
If they tell us that over 70% of the surface of the globe is covered in water, can we calculate over a certain distance how much that water should be curving?
I'm not good at maths and I'm not good at all this kind of thing, so it's...
No, I didn't ask if you can do it, right? Could someone that's good at math do it? Could it be done?
Calculate what exactly?
Did you hear what I asked you?
My English is not perfect. Sometimes I need to double check.
Okay, so if the Earth's a globe, they tell us that over 70% of the surface of the globe is covered in water.
Okay.
Okay, so would we be able to calculate how much that water would be curving over a specific distance? For example, say we have a 20-mile body of water. Could we calculate how much
in
that
terms
water
of the radius, you mean?
In terms of how much the water would be curving over that distance because of the Earth being a globe?
I don't know. Maybe. Probably.
Why do you maybe?
I don't know. I don't know, man. That's, as I said, that's not for me.
Do you think the water is curving on the globe, or it's flat?
Curving.
Yeah, curving.
Curving around the Earth.
Yes.
Well, yeah, that's how the gravitation works.
Right.
But I know it's a lie. You believe it's a lie, and so I don't think that.
No, it's not about belief. It's not about belief, because we can calculate exactly how much it should be curving, and then we can test if it's curving or not.
Okay. So where are you leading to? I don't understand.
Okay, so if it's not curving where it must be curving, how can it be a globe?
I don't know, man. That's too complicated for me to understand.
Really? It should be curving, and then if you test it, it's not curving. and that's too complicated for you to
I
comprehend.
don't know the term curving actually.
Really, bending, curving. You just explained curving around the globe. You just explained to me what it was. So you definitely.
Yeah, but I cannot like
bending.
make it.
Bending. Do you know what bend? Bend.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying, but yeah, I don't
you do understand.
Yeah, I don't understand what are you trying to lead to. So
Okay, so if the water should be bending of a certain distance, let's say 20 miles, there should be 266 feet of bending water over that distance. And if it's not bending, if it's just flat, it has no bending, the Earth couldn't be a globe.
I don't think so.
You don't think that it could be a globe if it's
I
not
don't think
bending?
that it does not bend.
Yeah. So if I said if it's not bending, you haven't tested it though, have you?
No, of course I'm not.
Okay, so if somebody went out and tested it and it's not bending, then it can't be a globe. Let's say we did.
Okay,
Let's say we
I'm
did.
fine with that. Fine with that.
Okay.
No
So
problem.
that's been done and it's not bending.
All right. So the Earth is flat. I understand.
Okay.
As I said, I'm not here to argue a lot. I'm not here to argue.
I'm not arguing with you. Look, dude, I'm not arguing with you. I was just asking you like super basic questions.
I'm just wondering about to see what kind of things are you discussing here. What kind of thoughts do you have? So I'm just wondering why people think the Earth is flat.
All right, so
that's
Daniel,
it.
in the side chat, I got something for you. This is from a NASA IQ test. This is one of the questions. Which of the figures below are not triangles?
That's a geometry question, probably. I'm not good at it. History, that's okay. Maths, no, please.
You're not going to answer this question?
I don't know the answer.
You don't know what a triangle is?
Yeah, I know what a triangle is. For
Do
me,
you know what a triangle is not?
A
Do you
and
know what a
C
triangle
are
is
triangles.
not? If you know what a triangle is, do you know what a triangle is not?
A and C looks like triangles to me.
What would not be a triangle then?
Probably D.
So you left out B out of both of those. So what's B?
Because B I don't know. It's a kind of like
well, let's give you a hint.
Not the strict line, right?
Yeah, so the interior of a triangle for a hint should equal 180 degrees or it's not a triangle. So
okay.
And all triangles, three straight lines connected.
Okay.
3 angles equal 180 degrees no matter what.
Okay. Makes sense.
So would B be a triangle?
Then no. But I don't know. Maybe.
No. B's not a triangle.
Okay, B is not a triangle.
Yep.
We figured out.
Okay, that's all I needed to
A
get
and
in.
C are triangles, right? Right. D
Yeah,
is also not a triangle.
Which of the figures below are not triangles? It's B and D are not triangles.
Okay.
Okay.
That's what I thought initially.
All right, that's good for now. I don't want to stress you out.
You're not stressing me out at all.
Well, I got some code I have to hit here for a minute, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, so we have all of the tests that I was talking about recorded and able to be seen by people, because you agreed that if we tested the Earth and there's no curvature, then we tested it again and again and again, and all of the tests show that there's no curvature where there should be curvature, then it can't possibly be a globe. What I find interesting is that it's rare that the globe earthers even want to see the tests.
Why so? Why don't they want to see the tests?
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I don't know.
Me
It's like
personally,
they
I
want to
don't mind seeing the tests.
they want to keep living their their globe fantasies. So you want to see the tests?
Yeah, you can share it if you have anything. Why not?
Okay.
Again, I'm very open-minded.
Hello?
I don't have any problems with that.
The Earth is flat.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so here's a test in the side chat.
The Earth is round.
I think something can be flat and round at the same time, bro.
Then you might actually be retarded if you think so. I'm just saying. No
Really,
offense.
I might be retarded when you don't even know how shapes work, but I'm the retarded one. Is a CD round?
So it's a GIF. It's not the actual test.
Hold on a second.
You know, like
hold on.
see.
Tenor. Go watch Peppa Pig, learning shapes with Peppa Pig on YouTube or something, bro. Go get a basic understanding of what a shape is. Okay, go look up the definition of circle or round, and then come back. All right, so yeah, it's a GIF. Would you prefer it in a different format? Which format counts as?
I would prefer with some explanations, with some like actual
He's
measurements.
getting there.
With some
He's getting there. He is getting
distance,
there.
all
Yeah,
this
he's
stuff.
getting there in a minute.
Yeah, so the camera height's 1 meter off the ground. Okay, and the windmills are out in the ocean at a certain distance. The one on the right is 11.2 miles away.
Where can I check the actual like data about all of that? So
yeah, I've got it all here. I've got it
okay.
all. This is all just out of a high definition video that goes for an hour and a half, rather than giving you the video.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is done by.
I would better have a video like with all of the like details.
Are you gonna go and watch it?
We are making a video right now. It's him explaining it to you while we do a slideshow. That's the video. You're in it. Congratulations.
Oh, great. Okay.
There's some distances for you. I'll have to put some stuff up because he has no patience for this, obviously.
Well, I do have patience. Chill.
Okay, so you can see 6 windmills when he zooms in. The one on the right-hand side is 11.2 miles away. So now we're going to go to an Earth curvature calculator, which you could look up yourself if you wanted to go to Google and type in Earth curvature calculator. I've just taken a screenshot from an Earth curvature calculator, and there's a bit of extremely basic math in the side chat there, or some numbers that you need to look at. So from a elevation or a eyesight level of 1 meter, which is 3.5 foot, and a distance to the object of 11.2 miles, which is also 18 kilometers, the distance to the horizon on a globe should be 2.29 miles, or 3.4 kilometers. Do you know what a horizon is?
Yeah, it's the line, right? So
yeah, on a globe, though, right? What happens if something goes beyond the horizon on a globe?
You are not able to see it anymore once it passes the horizon line.
So you shouldn't be able to see any more water beyond the horizon line.
Well, yeah, it should be like that.
Yeah, and then something that's beyond the horizon should be hidden by a certain amount, depending on how high it is.
Yeah, how high and how far. Yeah.
Okay, so if the horizon should be, hold on a second. Do you want it in metric or do you want it in miles and feet?
Whatever.
Which one?
Whatever you prefer. Whatever you prefer. I don't.
Which one do you prefer? I don't care which one.
Metric. Let's do metric.
All right. So here, I'll delete that one and I'll post it in metric.
And what's that calculator again?
Earth curvature calculator. So this one's called Omni Calculator because it's a nice easy one to use.
Earth curvature
calculator.
Okay.
Yeah, this one's called Omni. It's probably one of the first ones that pops up on Google.
Okay,
You could pick any one, but
check it out
this
later.
one. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so distance to the object 18 kilometers. Eye height level's 1.07 meters. Distance to the horizon is what the calculator is calculating now, based off the globe. So 3.69 miles should be that horizon line.
And that's exactly what's that GIF about, right? So that's related.
Yeah, we're
to that GIF.
testing. We're testing for the horizon, which is a byproduct of the Earth curvature if the Earth's a globe.
Okay. So your point is that I should not be able to see that thing on the image displayed if the Earth is actually curving. Okay.
Well, the bottom, yeah. So you shouldn't be able to see any more water. You should see a horizon at 3.6 miles, kilometers, or whatever it said there. 3.6, yeah, that's right. So yeah, at 3.6, you should have the horizon, where the sky and the ground appear to meet. And then the windmill that you can see, let's just focus on one of them. Okay, the one on the right is the furthest one away. It's 18 kilometers away. So the bottom 16 meters should be hidden behind the horizon. But we don't have that horizon where it should be on a globe. In fact, we can see water going way beyond the 18 kilometer windmill. We can even see it going beyond a boat that's out in the distance, beyond the platforms. Okay, so that's red flag number one. Okay, that's something that would have to be there if the Earth were a globe, not being there. And then we don't have the obstruction either. Okay, so let me show you a couple more images in relation to that observation. Okay, so I just want to show you what the windmills look like close up. Okay, so this is just a random photo of the same windmills from close up. When it's low tide, you can see the black paint at the bottom. And just quickly, this is from the observation. So we can see the black paint at the bottom. So yeah, we can see the whole thing. So there's zero obstruction, where they would have to be physically obstructed behind the horizon, behind the curvature of the Earth. That blockage would have to be there if the Earth is a globe. So
Okay.
he did a second observation as well, where he actually lowered the camera height a bit, and once again he could see the whole platforms, and we can even see a boat off in the distance. He tracked that boat that you can see off in the distance with ship tracking radar, and that boat is actually 13.9 miles, which is I think 20 something kilometers out into the ocean, and you shouldn't be able to see that boat at all by many meters. It should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
Okay.
Even with the 2 foot, so he lowered his camera down to 60 centimeters, and he did it again. And there's the side by side. One of them's from 1 meter height. One of them's from 60 centimeters height. So yeah, these are characteristics that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. They can't not be there. Like, there's not just some random section of water that doesn't curve. And also, this is what happens every single time we go and make observations, whether it be at this location or in America, in California at the beach or at a lake, or in Australia or Canada or anywhere else that we go to. We've got so many of these that have been done now, and every single time there's zero curvature present, and we can see not just a little bit further than we should be able to see. We can see orders of magnitude further, like 1,000, 2,000% further, which would mean that the radius of the globe would have to be some huge size, some ridiculous size.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. Here's another one. This one was done over a longer distance than that one. And this one was done in America at the Great Salt Lake. Great Salt Lake in Utah, it's a good place to do observations because there's not a lot of humidity. It's a very dry environment, and you can see a lot further through the air when you have less less blockages, less humidity. So this one, he sets his camera up at 1.5 meters height, and he's looking over a 34 kilometer stretch of the lake. Here's his camera setup. So he's got his camera just set up right on the edge of the shoreline.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there's the camera set up. And here's the shoreline on the other side of the lake. He's got a friend over there just taking some
It's
footage.
the same channel? Is it the same channel, Dr.
No, this
John
is
D?
No. The top one was Dr. John D. Dr. John D he lives in the United Kingdom.
Uh-huh.
And this is this guy's an attorney. His name's I forget what his first name is, but he goes by the username Taboo Conspiracy.
Taboo Conspiracy.
Taboo Conspiracy. I'll post the full videos of both of these just after I post this. Okay, so this is the target in this second image. This is where he's going to be zooming into. This is 34 kilometers away from where he's standing. And here is a top view from Google Maps, just showing you like where he's located, where he set up the camera. So you can see a yellow line there. He's right up that camera set up at the top of the yellow line, and the target shoreline that you can see in the image above, that's where the bottom of the yellow line is.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he puts his coordinates in and all of that kind of thing, so he confirms all of that. Now I'll just post, you can just scroll up a little bit, have a look at the observation, because in this one, I'll put the math up on the screen.
Do you believe Google Maps, actually?
Believe Google Maps?
Yeah.
Well, it's I don't know what you mean by believe it. I mean, it's just a coordinate system that's projected out onto a web Mercator projection. It's just basically it's based off latitude and longitude.
The photos were made from the satellites, right?
No, not
no.
No, the photos aren't made from satellites.
What is the source of the photos? Where are they coming from?
They have high altitude drones, aircrafts, things like that fly over just like they have the cars that drive around when you click to Street View, and then they have high altitude imagery. Or maybe they have some type of satellites as well, because we can put up different types of satellites, whether it be flat or a globe. Most of the time they're just connected to balloons. So you can get high altitude footage. And then they put it all into a big software program, and then they put all of the data into a Mercator projection map, you know, the big rectangular looking map that most people are used to looking at.
Okay.
So yeah, so the distance is approximately 34 kilometers. I mean, you can go and look at the original surveying records of the actual lake and that kind of thing if you wanted to get it exact. But this is the distance it's claimed to be on a globe.
Okay. All right.
Just in general.
I will check this out.
Yeah.
Anything else I should check?
Well, just quickly. So look at the picture of what it looks like on the distant shoreline. And then this is just a screenshot from the footage of where he's zooming in from 34 kilometers away. This one. Notice that we can see the shoreline, and we can also see the White Tower in totality. We can see the whole thing. And then he actually stays there and waits for it to get dark so he can do the observation again at nighttime. So here's the night shot as well. Once again, we can see that there's no sign of that horizon that should be there. There's no horizon over the entire 21-mile lake. And there's no obstruction at all. Where there should be a huge amount of curvature over this distance. So over this distance, there should be about 100 meters of curvature, which is about the size of a skyscraper building, a 30-story skyscraper. So basically, if we're on a globe and there was a 30-story skyscraper on the shoreline on the other side, he should only be able to see the top story of the skyscraper popping out from behind the horizon. But we see zero, like literally zero curvature, zero obstruction. And then during the day, during the night, he does it. And then they actually do a high-powered laser test as well in this same video where they shoot a laser across the lake at 1.5 meters height, and it hits the target at 1.5 meters height on the other side, which would also be impossible on a globe.
Okay.
So I'll post the videos for you because I said I would.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna go check all of the things that you've sent. Thank you for materials.
Okay, you're welcome. I haven't sent them yet, but I will.
I think that's already, enough to check. So.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome.
All right. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate you listening.
Yeah, no problem. As I said, I was interested.
Cool. Rodine, you're not server muted anymore.
Thank you.
Yeah, so if anyone has any questions about the observations that I just went over, go ahead. These basically debunk any notion that the Earth could be a globe. So you're saying Slice Barcane proved that FE Core was lying? I've watched that video. It's not proof that they were lying. It's a pretty shoddy video. It doesn't really prove anything. He just makes a whole bunch of assumptions about what you could see, and that there could be trees in the way, or the trees would be blocking any lights that were over here. So it can't be this location because the trees would be blocking the lights. You sure about that? It's like a cope. It's like an anti-flat earther cope. They did 5 different tests at that lake, and we've got other tests that show the same results from different locations where we absolutely know that they were in the correct location. So we
How
don't
do you
need
know
to
that?
use,
How do you know absolutely?
because, for example, the Great Salt Lake observation.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we can see landmarks. The fact that you guys can't actually rebut it, you have to say that people are lying. The truth
think
seekers are lying. Yeah, sure.
I think a lot of people rebutted the Great Salt Lake video.
Okay, what's the rebut? What's the rebuttal for the Great Salt Lake video that I just presented?
Hold on, wait, where did you present it, in the chat?
Yeah.
Oh, I think I know that one. The rebuttal is that you're missing the bottom portion, which is the this beach, like this beach thing you see in front of this city or whatever this is, a town. Or...
No, you can see the beach, and you can
No,
see the water. Yeah, you can see the beach.
No, because it's elevated a lot more than just a flat beach. It's elevated, yeah.
Well,
But
the bottom of the smokestack is only 44 meters high above the lake. Okay, and we can see the bottom of the smokestack, and then we can see the features below the smokestack, and we can see the bank, and we can even see the water reflecting off the little puddles on the shoreline. So it still doesn't work on a globe.
No, I'll get the video for you. You cannot see the bank. You cannot see the bank.
It doesn't. Okay, yeah, you can see the bank. I'll show you the bank. I'll show you the bank right now. How about that?
Yes, sure. Also, check out this video, the first part of the FE Core bullshit they posted. They also lied in that part. And this is the rebuttal to the Salt Lake video.
There is no rebuttal to the Salt Lake.
There is a rebuttal. I just posted it in the second YouTube link.
Okay, well, tell me about it. What's the rebuttal?
I just told you cannot see the bank.
Yeah, you can see the bank. I'm going to show it to you right now.
I'm waiting, and for how far away?
So
how far away is that observation?
21 miles.
21 miles.
Yep.
They don't look like 21 miles to me, man. And and how can I believe it from a single image you posted?
Okay. So would you like Google Maps as well as Google Earth? Here's Google Maps.
And look at the YouTube link I sent, the rebuttal to the video, yeah?
No. You can... Yeah, I will look at it. I will look at it, but if you watched it, you should be able to explain it to me.
I explained it.
Okay, so I'm showing you the bank right now. Okay, so here's the distance. So before I can show you the bank, you start bringing up something else. So then you started whining. You started whining about the distance. Doesn't look like 21 miles.
Yeah, but why do you believe them when they just make a point? Why would I believe their Google?
Because there's nowhere else that he could be standing, and we can see the features. We can see the smokestack.
Why wouldn't he be able to just come up on a boat with it?
A boat?
Yeah.
What do you mean, come up with a boat?
Why wouldn't he just flat out lie about it?
Because you can see him zooming in from where he says that he's standing. You can see the features. Bro, you are in cope mode right now. This is hilarious.
I just gotta go sit.
So bro, you're coping like crazy. Look, here's the footage of the zoom. Do you think he's in a boat? Because we can see that you can go and stand exactly where he's standing on Google Earth, and you can see all of the same features. In fact, I took a screenshot of Google Earth standing where he's standing.
Oh yeah, but that photo you sent the first time isn't the video you sent me now, the GIF.
Yeah,
What
it is
I-
the same. It's the exact same
Not the
GIF.
same. What do you mean?
It's the only GIF. It's the only GIF that I have in my folder, and you can
Yeah, but
check by looking at both of the GIFs.
oh, come on now. You're not saying the
Bro,
first
dishonest
photo.
people, bro, you're gonna get yourself permabanned right now
Okay,
if you
chill,
bullshit, gunslinger.
chill, chill,
Permabanned. If you come back on an alt, I'll ban you. Right? Because
chill.
your
Listen,
lying bullshit, your
I'm
lying
not
bullshit won't be
bullshitting. Listen.
tolerated, bro.
This GIF you sent, you're telling me, is the same still shot image that you sent at 6:51 today.
651.
Yeah.
That's a close up. See, this is your problem. You don't listen.
So
That's
from
showing
how
you.
many miles is that close up?
That's where his friend's standing on the distant shoreline. This is to show you what the shoreline looks like. So I'll show you exactly where the image is taken from.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
so
in this GIF,
in the video, so that at 651, that's just me zooming in and taking a cropped version of this image.
Yeah,
Okay, so
okay.
he's just standing on the beach.
Yeah,
Okay, so this is to show people what it looks like from close up.
I got it. But you're saying to me that in this GIF you sent, you can see the bank.
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to. Yeah, you can see the bank. Let me show you the bank. Okay, here we go. Side by side. Well, not side by side, but close enough. Okay, so there's the close up, and there's the shot from 21 miles away. We can see the bank. Okay, we can see the bottom of the tower. You shouldn't be able to see any of that. Okay, because the bottom of the tower is only 44 meters above the surface of the lake. So on a globe, that should be all completely hidden by the horizon. The only thing there, you shouldn't be able to see any of those lights. You shouldn't be able to see any of that bank or any of the terrain under the bank. You should only be able to see a horizon and then the tower popping up behind the horizon. That's all you should be able to see on a globe. Okay, I'll post the mathematics for it right now as well, because I got all bases. I got all bases covered, gunslinger. Your copes aren't gonna work with me, bro.
Man, listen.
I'll ask you a question, DJ.
Man. Yeah, ask him a question. We're waiting on it.
This is the globe killer.
Okay.
Observation. Go ahead.
Did you take that that thing that you sent? Like, is that all from you, the GIF and?
No. That's from Taboo
Like, were you there?
Conspiracy. I've never even been to
Okay.
America. Yeah.
Okay.
I've done my own observations just to confirm it for myself back in 2019, but that was just for my own personal clarification after seeing a bunch of other people's. I thought I'd go check it for myself. I lived on a giant lake, so I did a bunch for myself. But I'm in Europe right now. I don't have that footage with me.
You Australian, huh?
What?
Yeah, I'm from Australia.
8
yeah.
inches. Yeah, me too, brother. God bless you.
You
8 inches of curve per mile at 21 miles. So there should be what? Quite a bit of curve.
293
No,
foot. 293
I
foot.
gotta take a dump. I'll be back in 5.
Oh, enjoy, gunslinger.
Thank you.
So what's that, like 50 meters? I'm not too good with feet.
It's like 3 to 1, so it's just under 100 meters.
You know what would really make this like pop a bit more is if that he had like a drone or something and left it at the base of the object and then went that far away and had the video footage of the drone going up with a light. Because I think that, like, I don't know, there should be 200 foot like you said, but at that distance I'm not sure how to really think about that.
Yeah. So at 6:54, sorry, not at 54 minutes after the hour, that's a close up of what the distant shoreline looks like.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what he's going to be zooming into.
Okay.
And it looks so from his footage from 34 kilometers away or 21 miles away, we don't see any obstruction of anything that's visible in the close-up footage. We can see everything. The bottom of the giant smokestack is visible. He does it during the day and he does it during the night as well. And then they do a laser test as well. And all of them
Yeah, that
check
would be
out.
good, the laser test.
Yeah, they do that as well.
Okay.
I'll
I've
post
got a
the full
question
video.
now. Like,
yeah, go for it.
I've heard this a lot, and I was able to speak to one of my friends last night about this, and basically, is this correct? Like, you guys don't have a model yet, but you propose that the current model that's like cited in mainstream is just wrong. Like, there might not be a unified flat Earth model, but you guys all unilaterally propose that the current model now is just garbage, right?
Yeah, we're testing the globe, and when we test it, we can only find flatness, and by default, a flat surface that doesn't have any curvature is flat, and that's the context when we say flat Earth. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. It's the globe side that's claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Flat's not a shape, you know what I mean? Usually when people think about a model, they're thinking about a miniature version of an object. And we're not claiming that Earth is an object or not an object or the size of it, how big it is. And we're not claiming that. We're not claiming a model. We're claiming that we have empirical evidence that anyone can go and validate, showing that the characteristics that would have to be there on a globe aren't there in reality, ever.
Shape would you think it is if you were to guess at it?
Oh, I have no idea. I mean, probably Earth-shaped, I guess, would be the best response to that, because it's kind of like asking, people think of what shape is it, and then they expect to get an answer like a square, a triangle, a diamond, or something like that. Whereas there's unlimited shapes. I mean, what shape is a lake? Lake-shaped. Every lake is a completely different shape. So, I mean, it would just be pure speculation to what shape the Earth is.
So it'd be like an amorphous kind of shape, like just a blob, or just an unsymmetrical shape, or do you think it has symmetry, or what do you think about that?
I have no idea. I don't have an opinion on it, because I don't have any clue at all. We can only get so high up into the air, and we can only travel so far south.
Do you have any idea how one would like do an experiment that would be able to like maybe prove the shape?
You'd need to get some kind of God's eye view of the Earth, but it's just not possible. It's not even legal for a private company or a private person's to go above a certain height. Not that we can actually do it, but if you could, it's not even legal to do it. I mean, if you look up the International Space Treaty, there's a whole bunch of rules and regulations that are set about what's legal to do above a certain height up in the sky. So yeah, I have no idea what the shape is, unfortunately.
How high
Definitely
up
not
do
a
you think you'd need to go? Would it be beyond the Kármán line, or like 80 kilometers up? Would that be enough?
No, that wouldn't be
100
enough.
kilometers?
That wouldn't be enough, because even people that went up on the Blue Origin to 62 miles, 350,000 feet, they said that they didn't see any curvature from that height. Like William Shatner or astronaut Wally Funk said, she was hoping to see the curvature of the Earth, but they didn't go high enough, and she was disappointed. And then William Shatner said he's seen no evidence of the Earth being a globe, and he went up as well on that. And then we've got Neil deGrasse Tyson, who hates flat Earth, doing interviews saying that from the Richard Branson Virgin Galactic that went up to 300,000 foot, that he did the math and the calculations basically, and that you wouldn't see any curvature from that height if the Earth was a globe. So that's as high as we can kind of get to as civilians, if you buy that they went to that height, that is. But generally, we can send up a weather balloon to about 120,000 feet. We see a flat horizon, or we can go on a plane, which isn't enough to see any kind of Earth curvature or anything like that. So It's not possible, unfortunately. I mean, and look, no one's ever kept going south either. From the globe side, from the flat Earth side, no one that we can validate has just gone south and just kept going south. Because if you're on a globe, if you keep going south, you're going to go over Antarctica, and then eventually you're going to come back up around the other side of the globe and come back to where you started. And that would be a north-south circumnavigation, but no one's ever done that. Everyone just does east-west circumnavigations, yeah, which would work fine on a globe or on a flat surface. So that's another interesting piece of information. Anyway, I got to jump on mute for a bit. I'll be back soon.
Is there an ongoing conversation?
I'm a flat earther now, Boulder.
Oh, he convinced you?
No, I'm joking. No, it's hard to say. The information given is very hard because, if we just reject the model, that's fair, but we need to replace the model with something. And I find that, like, without doing that, it's just like going around in circles. But, that's what, what's the word? That's what, like, understanding is. It's observing and figuring things out. But by what we've seen so far, you would have to be basically throwing away 90% of all science. And, like, I would have to ask, like, do you guys believe that we've sent Cassini probes, the Voyager probe, or things like that? Like,
but does the flat Earth move?
I'm not sure. They don't have a model. The only thing they say is that they don't agree with the current model that, like, the globe is. I've seen multiple flat Earth models, but that's why it would have to be like some odd shape. I'm not sure. Yeah.
But shouldn't those people gather and, like, open up like a charity and build an organization and build a spacecraft and send it to space to take photos?
Hold on, fellas. Hold on. Can someone post for me the globe model in the side chat? I mean, you guys are not satisfied with a flat Earth model that nobody here has presented you with, so I'm wondering if anybody has a globe Earth model or a heliocentric model that they can show me.
I think what I'm thinking about now is how, like, if we had a theory of, like a theory of, like, the electron drop theory, for example, and they're like, well, electrons act like water, and we model this based on the data that we've found, and we then falsify this model against, another model. And
holy cow, dude!
All I've heard is
where is the globe Earth model in the side chat? I don't know what you're talking about other stuff for.
Yo,
I'm not a proponent of any model. Like, you see, like, I'm not a what's the word, like an authority or anything like that. So I don't actually sit with a gang saying, yeah, we defend this model. Like,
what model are you talking about? What is the globe Earth model? You were talking about a model earlier, weren't you? A current model?
The model being that, like, the understanding that the Earth spins at a certain rate is at
understanding. No, that's not an understanding. That's a claim. You understand that understandings are not claims, or claims are not understandings. So when you say that the Earth is spinning, I would like to see the evidence for that. Who has measured the Earth to be spinning?
Yeah, but bro,
there are experiments that prove that.
Yo, Roof, give me a sec. Yo, says who? Does Google Earth count?
Google Earth is a Webb Mercator projection wrapped around a pre-assumed sphere. That is not a model. So if you're going to appeal to that, and you're going to appeal to the geometry within that particular Webb Mercator, it's going to be a flat Earth. Do you want to use that as your globe proof, a flat Earth?
Okay, bro. Like, Aren't they using satellites?
No.
But
Why are
but
you
they
asking me questions? You're
they claim
asking me if you, dude, you think you know what they're using to get those particular images? You're gonna have to prove it.
okay, bro. Okay, so like I would go with the optic that you would. You have a hot mic, bro. Like there's leaking sound. Is your noise
Yeah,
suppression on?
I'm feeding my chickens right now, so just deal with it. I'm
Enjoy,
listening.
but enjoy. Is your noise suppression on though?
Just ask the question. Gee whiz.
Okay. So bro, so like they say it's true. So like I would assume someone would have to prove it.
Who's they?
Whoa. Oh, we can't hear you, bro. There's like
Who's
static
they?
sound.
Who's they? Who are they that you're talking about?
I mean, those organizations that take care of those things, like NASA,
Like what?
Google,
Okay.
Elon
Great.
Musk,
So
Jeff
NASA
Bezos.
and Google and Elon Musk say what?
I mean, they have the data, right? So, like, to say that
Do
they're
they have
lying,
the data? Let's see if the data matches up with reality. So instead of you just vaguely appealing to people that you ultimately don't know and you
it's not
actually don't know
people,
their
bro.
ultimate
It's
claim.
science, bro.
Okay, so if it's science, tell me the naturally observed phenomena and then the scientific experiment that was performed to validate the cause of the effect.
I mean, bro,
If you guys think that you can just, if you can,
they send
listen, if you guys think you're
satellites,
going to just walk in
like, bro,
here and make vague appeals to people that you don't know and science that you think exists but doesn't really, you're going to have a hard time. So unless you have evidence for the claims that you're making, it's not going to go well for you today.
Okay,
What do
so
you guys think
listen
about the
up, listen
Falca
up. I'm not
visual?
here to argue. I'm just here to propose to you something. So why don't, like, instead of saying they're lying, why don't, like,
Say,
flat
I
earthers?
didn't say anybody was lying, did I?
Well, you say that the satellites aren't there taking pictures, bro.
No, I need you to prove that they are. If you're going to make a claim, we're going to have to start with the basis of the claim, and then we're going to have to prove the claim empirically. Can you do that?
My goodness, bro. NASA can do it, bro. I'm pretty sure about that,
No,
bro.
I don't want you to. Okay, so NASA can do it. No problem. Let's start with NASA. What are they going to prove to me? What claim would you like for NASA to defend, or are you going to defend a claim on NASA's
No, bro.
behalf?
I'm
Which
I'm not
one?
a scientist. That's not what I'm saying.
Well, then
What
why
I'm
are you here? I mean, if you're going to tell me that all these things are true and you know it to be true and you're going to appeal to a scientific authority, in your mind, a scientific authority, but it's basically a government agency and say, they have all the proof. I don't know how to prove anything, but I promise you they do. You're wasting your time.
Alright, anyways, bro, like if you let me speak for more than 10 seconds, like I'll be able to tell you what I'm here telling you, you know?
Okay, if you make a claim, I'm going to have you prove it. So
It
make a
okay,
claim,
okay,
whatever you're
forget
going to
about the
do.
claim. I have a proposition. How about that? Like why
Good
don't
grief.
like I just read that like 10% of American think that the earth might be flat, 2% say it's flat. And then
Uh-huh.
there's many ideologies out there like teaching flat earth, you know? So like we have a considerable amount of people that believe there's a flat earth. Why don't they just like put up some money together and send satellites to take pictures?
Why would we need to do any of that? We have measurements of the earth that we're standing on that prove that it's flat. Why would you need to go to a place that you believe exists called outer space, but violates the law of nature? The second
Do
law of
you,
thermodynamics, quite specifically entropy. But anyways, why can't we just
bro,
measure the earth?
do you have
Isn't
proof
that
of the claim
easier?
you just made?
Bro. Why isn't it easier just to measure the earth and see if it's curving? What the hell would going up high do?
So do you have the proof of the claim you just made?
Yeah, obviously, everybody has this knowledge. Everybody has these measurements. The surveyors that measure the earth every day, They're measuring it flat. The
Okay,
people that
show me.
navigate the Earth, they're navigating it flat. Okay?
Show me the
Show you,
evidence.
no problem. If you're too lazy to go look up a manual, I will provide for you a picture from a surveying manual, and you tell me if this is curved or flat, and if they're measuring against a curved datum or a flat datum. All right, let's try this out. Let's go to the text. Okay, now you tell me, is this curved or flat? It's called planar surveying. That should be your clue. But you tell me, are they treating and measuring against a curved Earth or a flat Earth?
Okay, so bro, the title of this photo is reference level, and we can clearly see that the level is like not constant, right? So like, yeah, I would say curved
what is
at
the
this point.
reference? It says reference. What are they referencing
Like,
to get
I
that
guess a specific
contour?
level.
Yeah, so flat, level, horizontal, that's what they're measuring from. That's the reference.
So it would be the altitude, I guess.
Holy crap. What is the reference that they're using? Is it curved or is it flat and horizontal?
I mean, bro, like, there's no such thing as a perfect circle. Like, are you tripping right now?
Now you're talking about perfect circles, and we're not talking about circles. We're talking about lines that we're measuring the topography against. I'm just curious why you're freaking out and why you're interrupting me. We're not talking about circles today. I don't understand why you're doing this, and now you're talking through me. Yeah, bye. Okay, you don't get it. I understand you don't get it. It's too troubling for people, I guess. The dude that was asking about Foucault's pendulum, you're up next.
Thoughts on the Foucault pendulum or whatever that thing's fucking called.
Foucault's pendulum. Okay, thoughts on it.
Yeah.
It's a pendulum and someone swings it back and forth. What about it?
Well, according to them, they've been able to deduce that the Earth can move by that.
Okay, so you tell me how it works. You tell me how the Foucault's pendulum works and what it's supposed to be referencing and what it's supposed to be showing us.
Supposed to show that a flat plane is moving around a pendulum. That's what it's showing.
It's showing that a flat plane is moving around a pendulum?
Flat plane being its point where it's actually connected to the wall. So it's just a freaking normal pendulum, dude. There's nothing special about it. But what are your thoughts on it?
Special. It's actually motorized and magnetized. You have to know that part. It's magnetized and some of them are motorized. It's not just a normal pendulum. A normal pendulum would be just, basically a plumb bob, something on the end of a string without any kind of motorization or magnetization. That would be a true pendulum. Foucault's pendulum is different. So now I want you to tell me what it's supposed to prove and how.
You tell me. Why are they just doing it?
Oh, no, this is your example. You brought up Foucault's pendulum. I want to see if you know what it's for.
I want to ask you this. Are they just using it to just prop it up as like an exaggerated statement? Or are they just like, is there actually something about it? Because if the pendulum is doing this phenomenon, surely it should be based on the Earth moving.
You don't even know what it's doing. So far, you're telling me about a pendulum, and I want you to explain to me how it's doing what they claim it's doing. Do you have any idea, or did you just see it, read about it, they made a claim, you believed it, and now you're asking me about the claim that you now believe?
David, I want to see what your perspective on it is. I'm actually...
My perspective on the claim that you believe without even researching it? Okay, I'll tell you my perspective. My perspective is, dude, I'm giving you my perspective. Now you want to know. My perspective is that people should not read about things that they don't understand and don't even know what those things are, hopefully doing. They shouldn't just read things and then just go, oh, okay, well, apparently they're correct. That's my perspective.
That's fair. So, look, if you guys are to throw the baby out with the bathwater, you surely need to replace it. What would you replace it with?
Why do we have to replace something that's incorrect with some other kind of speculation? We only deal with what's empirical and what we can measure, okay? So
That's
if
what I
we can
want.
measure
Really.
to be flat, then we don't need to replace the globe paradigm and the model that you did not present with anything else. The Earth is measurably flat
I don't need
and
to present a
stationary.
model.
That's the end of the day.
I
Huh?
don't need to present a model because
Yeah, you don't have
science
one.
has a model. No, because
You
science
don't
has
have
a
a
model.
heliocentric. You don't have a heliocentric or a globe model.
Look, honestly, like when they sent out like Cassini, for example, they completely botched that up. It doesn't even follow like Newtonian dynamics. They had to
When they
make up a
sent
model
what?
just to send that out. So I'm not surprised if like the rest of our calculations are slightly off, like with gravity, with the spin of the Earth, like these kinds of things. Because if NASA had to create one just to send the Cassini out, who's to say that like when they were doing these original equations back in the 1800s, that they didn't make a mistake then too, and that
Okay,
like the
listen,
Earth could have been at a different measurement, not at the proposed
listen.
measurement that those guys did when they were going up the Alps and stuff like that.
Holy cow, bro, relax. I don't know why you're covering for your religious tenets that you're apparently not that attached to, because you told me you were down the middle here. You don't have a thought about it one way or the other. If the Earth is
Our Bible
measured to
says
be
that it's
flat,
flat. Our
if the Earth
Bible
is
says that it's
measured to
flat.
be flat, holy cow, dude! If the Earth is measured to be flat, then it's going to never be a ball. And any calculation made on top of an assumption that the Earth is a ball is going to be incorrect. And you can throw all of the other stuff in there that you want to. Okay? So if you want to put gravity in that category, fine. If you want to talk about Earth spin, all that's fine. Because at the end of the day, it has to be a ball for any of that stuff to be, well, let's say plausible, at least within that paradigm. So now that the Earth is measured flat, and it turns out that everybody always has treated the Earth as flat, stationary, and enclosed, why should we have ever considered that the Earth was a ball? Oh, because we were given that idea when we were children, and we never bothered to check.
Care about that idea, just prove that their model is incorrect, and then propose a model that works.
Okay,
That's all
so
that I'm asking.
no. Gosh dang it, dude. What model? I'm asking you.
A
You said that
fucking
their
model,
model's
dude.
incorrect. What you said their model's
A
incorrect. I
fucking
want you to.
model. Look,
Dude.
a fucking model. It doesn't need to be like perfect.
A
It just needs to
model.
show
Right.
representation.
A model. Great. Put a model of the globe in the side chat. We'll see if it holds any water.
You know what it looks like, man.
No. I want you to put it.
Basic model. The Earth spins at fucking 22,000 fucking
No.
something
I
miles per
want you to
hour.
put the
Fucking
model. I don't want you to
it's at
say
X
I know. You know
size.
what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. It's that idea that they gave me when I was a kid. You have to replace that idea that they didn't
Yeah, it's a
prove. You don't
fucking
have to.
it's a ball that's X amount of
Yeah,
size and has
I know.
9.8
Great.
gravity over the equator. That model,
No
brother.
problem.
Come on.
That model, no problem. Here you go. There's no curvature of the Earth to be measured. There you go. That model's debunked. Oh, it measures flat. Great. Now you have a
Okay.
flat.
Okay. Now I'll default to what I said earlier. Like, what if those guys who were doing those equations were just fucking completely outright wrong? Like, they were climbing up fucking
What
mountains.
equations?
They were doing like, well, in order to gain that, what they were doing was they were doing like, I think it's called like, I get the exact name for it, but it's a whole, you basically just climb up a mountain, you create a triangle, and by using Pythagorean theorem, you put a flag, you get a friend to put a flag a whole bunch away. You use telescopes to figure out that distance and use like a sextant kind of thing to figure out that distance. You make a triangle, and then you continue making triangles across the globe that connect to each other. And by using,
Let me ask you a question.
Pythagorean, they figure out the distance of certain things. So maybe they were wrong doing that
Oh
at the
my
start, but I
gosh.
could give you that, and that would throw off every single other equation that they've
Oh my
proposed. So
gosh, dude. I don't know why you're just incessantly talking. I don't know why you're doing this.
22,000 kilometer spin per second. You know what I'm saying? So if that
You're
could
wasting
be like,
everybody's time. I don't know why you're running your mouth. You think that you understand how anybody was measuring the Earth?
Get the exact name up. It's why they were so obsessed with fucking mountaineering in the 1800s.
Yeah, this is your wishful thinking. You think that you know how this is going. So let me ask you a question. If you're making triangles from an observation point in the air at an altitude, which by the way requires a flat Earth, that triangle, the baseline of that triangle, is it along the surface of the Earth?
An arbitrary point that they made, being the mountain.
Is the baseline of the triangle that you were referring to, you know, the triangles that they make, was that along the surface of the Earth?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So then the flat, straight baseline of the triangle that they're using to measure or calculate is the surface of the Earth. So the Earth is flat in the example that you just gave me?
Well, it would have a certain curve, and that's what they were trying to figure it out.
Wait a minute. You just told me that it was along the surface of the Earth, and this is a triangle, and so the baseline would have to be flat because there are no triangles that have curves in adjacent.
There are, yes. It's like if I put a
show me a triangle that has a curve adjacent.
I can tell you one right now. I'm literally looking at one. Right, if you grabbed an apple and had a sticker on it, and the sticker was a triangular sticker,
to just post it in the side chat. Why are you being such a hateful retard?
A literal apple that has a triangular sticker on it.
No, that's curved. You understand that the apple is curved?
I'm saying there was a certain curve from their measurements. Yeah, they
What is the definition of a triangle? What is the definition of a triangle?
3 equal parts of a distance.
No. Oh my gosh, dude. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. You don't know what the definition of a triangle is.
3 fucking same sides or 3 different sides that have A and B. Come on. Just
Incorrect. Incorrect. A triangle is a polygon with 3 sides with the internal angles of each 3 straight sides adding up to 180 degrees. That is what a triangle is. Okay, I don't know why you're talking through me right now. I actually know the definition of what a triangle is. So tell me, with 3 straight equal, or not equal sides, but 3 straight sides with internal angles equaling 180 degrees, can you show me a triangle that doesn't have an internal angle of 180 degrees? Does a triangle?
Obviously, there's not.
Obviously, there's not. So if they have a triangle that's not a triangle, is it still a triangle?
You're just being stupid at the moment, man. Come on.
No, I'm actually being quite specific, and I'm knocking down your point to saying they were using triangles with curved lines on them. Well, if one of those lines is curved, it's not a triangle because the internal angles add up to 180 degrees. So you don't have a triangle. Great, now you're talking through me again, even though I'm trying to point out to you the example that you used. If you have one curved line, it's no longer a triangle. Great, talk through me some more. That'll work.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that you picked up on the wrong thing. That's not what I was saying. I'm saying that the internal lines of the triangle are obviously still straight. They obviously do go 180 degrees, but for all intents
okay, well, show that to me. Show that to me.
A sticker on a fucking apple, right?
Dude, oh my gosh. You're already, oh my gosh. Is it a triangle if it's got any curve in it?
The shape is triangular. You can use Pythagorean
to be able to now we've got it. Now we've got it. Now it's triangular. So it sort of looks like a triangle, but it isn't really one. And for this method to work, we actually have to use a actual triangle. I know, and you're trying to engage with me, and you're bringing up points that defeat themselves. So we're not dealing with triangles. But if we assume, in the first instance, although we don't measure it, if we assume that we're on a spherical object like an apple, then all of a sudden we can curve the triangle. But the problem is that when they were actually doing these observations and measurements, they were using the surface of the Earth as a flat surface so that they could have a true triangle to get accurate measurements. And now you're saying that no, it was curved because we're already on a curved Earth that I assume. Don't beg the question. Measure what you measure with actual straight lines. That's why triangles are so useful, because they're always straight and they always have internal angles that add up to 180 degrees. And it makes things really nice and accurate for us. So we get good measurements.
You're annoying me, man, because I said that every single internal angle would have been at like 45 degrees or something. And you know exactly what I'm saying. You're just playing around.
Would have been. Okay, well, just show me the measurements then. Just show me.
Oh, come on, man.
Instead of you
All I'm
saying that
saying is the method that I
you
use.
mean
You're not even
you
giving
don't,
me time, bro. Come on, man.
you don't even want to prove your point? Is that about right? You don't want to actually give me the measurements that they made?
I told you I'm a fence sitter, and actually what I'm doing is I'm trying to get you to show me what you have. Because all you have is just other measurements that are just pointing off to other people's experiments.
So what
see some actual
Okay,
facts, man.
no worries. No worries. You want facts. The Earth is measurably flat. There is no curvature measured on the surface of the Earth at any distance that we can see. So if the surveyors are measuring it flat, and the navigators are measuring it flat, and the builders are measuring it flat, and you walk around with up and down and horizontal being the same for everyone everywhere, why should we assume we're on a ball when there's no curve?
It's not about the assumption. It's about what we actually can fucking measure.
Okay, so we measure a flat Earth. There you go.
Then okay. Where did they get this 8 inches per fucking mile from? Why, if it is so flat,
It's just a
then why are
concept.
they?
It's just a concept.
Sorry?
It's just a mathematical proposition for you to believe. You believed it. I don't know what to tell you.
So you're saying basically there's no verifiable way to say that there's an 8-inch curve per
Nope,
mile?
not one verifiable way. You cannot find 8 inches per mile squared anywhere.
Could it be that it actually is 8 inches, but like over the course of like 1,000 miles or something, that it's not actually like 8 linearly, like 8, 8, 8, 8, 8 every single mile. It could be like 8, 3, 2,
Holy
1.
shit. This is why I don't really want to have this conversation with you, because you didn't even pay attention to me correcting you. It is 8 inches per mile squared. Okay, there's an exponent in there because we're dealing with a curve, not a straight ramp slope, kind of like the side of a triangle. It is 8 inches per mile squared is the claim. And that claim is supposedly supposed to be accurate within 1% up to 1,000 miles. The table that they show is supposedly accurate. That round figure, 8 inches per mile squared, is supposed to be accurate up to 1,000 miles. But we actually don't need that. Everywhere that we look, we don't actually measure 8 inches per mile squared anywhere.
Okay. So do you just not care about the shape or something? Like,
no, I'm not. Of course I do. Why would I be in a flat Earth server if we weren't discussing the surface of the Earth? Now, the shape that you're talking about, I do not claim a shape. You understand that? No one here is claiming a shape except for you, but your shape has been debunked because there's no curvature on the surface of the Earth that we can measure.
I accept your claim that fucking the globe model has inconsistencies. But on the other hand, you guys have no models to propose.
There's no globe model.
And I know you don't care about that, but like,
There is
I
no
would
globe.
love to see a moon.
There is no globe model.
Yeah, can I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, good day. You said that sure the globe has inconsistencies, the globe model. Nobody's asking about a globe model. Okay, my bad. Let me rewind because I just stepped in here. Me personally, I'm not asking about a globe model or thinking about a globe model, any kind of model. Why? Because the measurement of the surface precedes that, supersedes all other things. So we're not talking about debunking a model per se. We don't have anything in our hands. All we're dealing with is the fact that people have said that the surface is curved, and it's clearly not. That's it. It's not that hard. It's not that. It's not that crazy. It's not. There's nothing to argue. That you say inconsistency in a model. I'm not even. Let's start with the fundamental thing that there has to be measurable curvature. If that's your stance, if there's no that, everything else is. So that's what. So that's where we're at. There's no measurable curve. There is no. There's inconsistency. No, there is no measurable curvature. There's a difference between something being inconsistent and something not existing at all. Well, I mean, I feel like I said that as clear as possible. Didn't even finish rolling up for the day. I don't expect for a reasonable person to give me pushback on that. Because I'm simply saying, look, if you want it, either there's curvature or there's not. That's it.
I'm gonna give you pushback. No, I'm joking. You are a reasonable man. Yeah. And again, like they're basically if and you know what? Let me rephrase it. If I was to say the model has inconsistencies, and I'm here saying that the model has curve, but you find there's no curve, it's as inconsistent as the most fucking inconsistent thing in the world, bro. It's like a block of shit. It's fucking completely inconsistent. It's just like so. At the end of it, yeah, you know, the model that they propose is obviously like abridged, edited, and completely almost fabricated. Yeah, okay. Well, then what does it look like now? That's the question. And if you don't want to answer that, fucking how would we go about deducing it? What I fire a rocket that's a
Oh,
literal
you were
like
asking
a
me.
lightning pod or something, and then it literally
You were
just
asking.
scans the
You were
Earth,
asking
or
us.
do I get on a hot air balloon and fly off to the south, do a north
You.
south?
You. Wait a minute. So wait a minute. Wait a minute. I assumed. I didn't think you were talking about us. That's why I was quiet. Because here's the thing. Uh, if there is let's say a family, you know, you have your family names and family things that, you know, and they propagate a lie and someone uncovers it. Say it's me. I'm not expecting a person to turn and go, so what does life mean now? That we found out that this family has been manipulating our entire town for all of our lives. What the fuck am I supposed to say to that? Why aren't you asking them? So if it's your desire to want to know what the shape is, why not go to the people
Simply answer
that
that.
gave you
Because
misinformation in the first place?
yeah,
Because I'm not
that's a
going to
fair
have it.
point.
All I have
That's a
is the
fair point.
fact that there's no measurable
That's a
curvature.
fair point. So who do I go to? Like I either go to them and they go like,
Why did you
overpointed
believe in it in the
it's
first
really
place?
this and it's that, and they'll just blast air up your ass. Or I go to
Well,
you guys
why'd you believe it? Why'd you believe it? The
you
answer,
got no evidence
whoever is
you got no evidence
responsible
to go
for
against
that
it.
belief, no, whoever is responsible for that belief and the answer to that question, that's who you should be talking to. Because we don't know shit about your
Yeah,
inquiries,
but
the
bro,
ones that.
I get that. I do get that. Thank you for saying that. But like then you've got this dilemma. You've either got people going, well, we're gonna go and ask NASA, and NASA will blow more smoke up their ass, or then we'll go, we'll ask the flat
I've
earthers,
never met
and the flat
anybody from
earthers seem
NASA.
to
I'm
not.
willing to bet, like a lot of my friends haven't either. I didn't mention NASA.
Yeah.
I said,
Well, whoever the
who is
authoritative
the
figure is,
person?
like people do.
For example, I had an English teacher. I had a few teachers, and to make sure I wasn't crazy, I just had a conversation with them, and I'm like, okay, so it is what it is. Then there's really nothing else for us to do because we're not. It's not like we're powerful or anything. Like it's. I think people think that there's some sort of glorious trophy at the end of finding out a truth. Sometimes there's nothing. So okay, I found out there's no, it measures flat. Okay, I went to my teachers like, what's this about?
Yeah.
Is the math? Is it
Uh,
the math? The math? And they go, well, yeah, like that's it. I'm not looking to strangers to. I'm not about to fight the world though, as one individual.
I see
It's
your
impossible.
perspective, man, and it's an honest perspective. But when you look at like people, they will do exactly what you said. You said you went and spoke to your teachers. So then people will look around and they'll go, "Oh well, Neil deGrasse Tyson is the best teacher in the world. Let's go and ask him." And then he'll go and say something, and then they'll get the, like who is the authority on the science side?
No, why
And
can't you go to Neil
whoever
deGrasse
they
Tyson?
go to,
Why couldn't you
he'll
go
laugh
to
at you and
why
he'll tell
couldn't
you,
you go
and
to Neil why couldn't you go to Neil deGrasse Tyson? I did. That's a
people
great
have,
place to go.
people
Okay,
have,
and
and he's done
but look,
his basic
if a liar
science.
is not going to indulge you in a conversation, all I would say is at the very least, don't come bugging me. You know what I mean? It's like because I
Yeah,
want the
fair
same
enough,
answers
but
that you.
but
I
bro,
want the same
look, man,
answers that you want. So I guess my overall point is
I
like
get, I
if
I fully
Neil
understand that.
deGrasse Tyson is the science communicator, educator, blah blah blah, and you go to ask him a question and he doesn't respond, guess what? As an individual, that person no longer has credibility with you. Does that matter or not matter?
So, like, yeah, it does matter because, like, how many of those fucking bastards do I have to go through before they'll give me an answer? And so I'll
No,
go
there's
through them all before they'll all literally say to me the same smoke up my ass, the same song and dance. And then the person goes, well, okay, let's ask the opposite side. Let's ask the people that are the flat earthers that claim that, the opposite. So we'll go and see them, and then they'll
no,
give
I
answers
don't
we
claim.
don't have anything.
I only have one opposite claim.
That
It's
they're
not.
wrong.
I
I get
mean,
that.
no, not that. No, because when you say they're wrong, that's mad ambiguous, dog. The only thing that I'm saying is they're saying there's curvature. If something's curved, it means it's not what? Not flat. If something's flat, it means it's not what? Not curved. Oh, that's the only contention. I don't know anything about anything else. I don't have an argument for anyone or an explanation for anyone. There is no opposing side to me. Unless a person is going to come to me and go, okay, I'm on the opposing side where I'm saying there's curvature. The only thing I say is, okay, present it. If they can't, we don't have any more of an argument. Like, that's where the conversation stops. So for me, that's where it stops. All the other extra stuff you're talking about, I don't know, take it up the street. And I would say that to anyone else because it's not
You guys will
reasonable
never
to
see any
actually.
progress in this.
No, I'm not looking for progress. I've already found out the truth for myself. But there is no reasonable reason for anyone to ask me anything because I don't have the answers. So it's unreasonable on people like you, your end, not me. I'm fine where I'm at. You're asking a person who will never give you the answers a fallacious question, in all honesty, that I already told you I can't answer. Nobody in here can answer it. Nobody can tell you anything about a lie someone else is propagating, other than they've uncovered the fact that it's a lie. Outside of that, what else do you expect them to do?
You see how this is a problem? Like,
No.
Let me suppose the problem that you're really struggling with is that if you don't have a globe anymore to believe in, you feel like you really want to know what the Earth is or what it looks like or its overall construction. You're very curious about that. You want to know. Listen, I get that. I think most everybody would like to know. But the problem is we don't have any way to do that. What we do have is the measurement of the surface that we dwell atop, which is flat. So if you're asking me what does the Earth look like, well, it looks the same to you as it does to everybody else. When you go outside, this is the Earth that we see. It just so happens to be flat.
Be held up like
Everything
that,
else,
like you do
I
me.
don't know.
But like, if you hold them close, because they don't. I don't know. I try to hold them. Oh, am I? Sorry, talking about my
Hot
cats. I'll go
No worries.
Well, that's all fair. And, this has been actually, it started off like a normal song and dance, but it's turned into quite a good conversation. But what I would like to end it with is basically help me with this one thing. I would like to figure out a way to run an experiment to actually prove its shape. Whether it be doing this or that with an air balloon or going straight up, there's a few ways to do it. I'm going to probably come back in about a month, but if you don't have an idea of what you think's a good proposal, I don't know, man. I'm just going to keep looking. But
when you say
instead of
shape,
like
Well,
saying it's like this,
I
should
grew
do
up.
something about it.
I grew up my whole life, loosely thinking the tools were at my disposal to experience the shape of the earth because it was a globe, right? Now, under this belief, the most state of the art, the most useful tools have been at my disposal to figure this out already, right? From the most powerful people. Because I'm only assuming the people that control the narrative are the most powerful, because otherwise it'd be washed out, right? I don't have a narrative that I can't. My radius only goes but so far. Two people like me enough to believe my shit, But what I'm saying is, like, when it comes to you thinking you're going to figure out the shape of the earth independent of what they've been lying for the last at least 60 years about.
You said the
Okay.
data's already there.
Okay. No. Fake data. So that's my thing. Like, you want to sit here and I don't know what's in your mind where you think that there's a way to. If I asked you to tell me the shape of a mountain, you couldn't tell me because the only answer you can come up with it's mountain shaped. Aren't you human shaped? Aren't cats cat shaped? Okay, the lake, whatever shape it is just whatever shape that lake is, right? I'm just talking about things that you can see in total. And then we just call it something and move on. A tree is the shape of a tree. We call it a tree. We don't say this tree must be a circle. This tree must be flat. This tree must be a square. This
We
tree.
we
No, we
we
can see it.
generalize the topic
The
and we
tree
say
is
that trees are
the tree is
cylindric.
the tree. So what I'm saying is, unless you can see the entire earth, even if you could, whatever shape it was, you would call it earth shaped. It's not. I mean, duh. You'd be like, oh, okay, it's earth shaped, and then that would be it. It's not even a big fucking deal. Like, people only want to know because we're saying that it's flat, and in their mind, they're like, okay, well, that's going against the shape that I believe because they're, putting forth another shape. Flat's not a shape, number one. And number two, again, it's not a big deal to identify a fucking shape. Or to say something's not the shape. Okay, this only has two sides, not a triangle. Very simple. Okay, there's no curvature, not a ball. Okay, what is it? I don't know. Earth shape, probably. Like, what's the big deal?
As other, like, it slots in other places, man. It might not be like, oh well, it's a square that means so much to me. It's more like, that would make a lot of other things like start, moving into perspective. But in terms of, like, I'll go for this soon. But all I'm saying is, it's really jarring when we've got the academic community, which apparently is the authority for fucking everything, who will tell us the same song and dance, the same fucking bullshit. And we obviously know that, like you said, we've got measurements that show that they're wrong. This inconsistency that I said earlier, that's like the biggest understatement of the year, bro. Of course, the inconsistency is massive. It's like, yeah, but that's what's proposed. And so, like, if the whole world has been running off this electricity, this assumption that it's like this, we can't just turn the power off and then, What are we going to do? We need to replace it with something.
No, there's nothing to replace because listen, the one thing I haven't told you is what it is in detail. Like
Yeah.
at the end of the day, if you knew enough, you would realize. No, my bad. That sounds kind of fucked up. This is what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is, I understand that there's no reason to change anything. They've been operating on the Earth being flat from the beginning. It's just it took us a long time to figure that out. That's it. It was always like that. They dressed it up, put a ball on top of it, and thought, yeah, well, see, look, the reason for this is this. Okay, and we believed it. Well, now that there's no reason, there's just no ball anymore. So it's not. But the practicality of everything is exactly the same. Because if you look into it, oh, okay, we were flying planes as if the Earth was flat.
Yeah.
We were
You're right.
measuring elevations, profiles, and things like that based on the Earth being flat. Like nothing changes because it was already used like that. You don't have to do shit.
It's not going to affect my job. It's not going to affect any of my daily life, like you said. Like, and it is a more of a tribalistic. Well, you said something that I don't believe in, so therefore I'm gonna. I know what you mean, but you know, I'm just saying, like, for most people or for everyone really, that hears this topic, they only have a few options, and you know, they're going to go to the people that will either blow smoke up their ass and they believe that, or they don't. And then it's going to be, well, now we're here stuck with our thumbs up our. And then you said that perfect thing earlier about the analogy of like if we were in a village and they were lying to us our entire life. Oh yeah, we figured out the lie is false. Now let's replace the lie with something else. That's what humans need. They need to know. So, you know, I'm happy you guys are fine with it. And it's, hey, I'll be honest, it doesn't affect me. Like I'm going to go to sleep and sleep like a log, and it doesn't actually matter to me because I don't care if it's a fucking cube or a globe. It doesn't make a difference. But my point is, to my basic life. But you know, the point is that people looking into this, it gives them an existential crisis almost. And yeah, it's not helping by being, well, we don't know either. When you guys are the people that have claimed it, what are people supposed to do? Now,
I think
independent of your research, they don't have the tools to do so. So they look to
maybe
the groups like
maybe
you.
you're under a misapprehension about me. I do not speak for anyone else in this room.
And yes,
Do not.
I
do not.
apologize for
I do
using that
not.
language.
Hold on. I didn't get to the point of why I'm saying what I'm saying. How could you cut me off at the beginning of my statement?
I'm psychic. I don't know. I can actually understand where you're going. I'm sorry for
Where am I
like
going?
making it
Where
out
am I
like I'm
going? In
having a
one
go at
sentence, so
you.
I can
But
just give me one sentence of what my point was, and then I'll shut down and let you continue. Because there's no point in me
I'm
wasting words, right?
I'm more or
What was
less
my point?
going with this because I shouldn't be talking to like people like this because at the end of the day, like none of you actually represent the community. You are the community. And so it's there is no representative at this point. And so I can understand that I shouldn't be like talking to you, Elijah, because Elijah, you're an honest guy and we're just having a chat. But like and
But that's not
you
where
don't
I
have
was going. I
anything that
was
you
trying to
wanna.
tell you something, and you straight sidelined me. That's not where I was going. So I want you to know that it might not just be my view, but it is my view. I don't respect people's cognitive skills,
Yeah, me too.
and
I agree.
I did care, but now I don't. So when you say, "What are these people who don't have the tools and this, that, and the third?" To me, they're just people that don't want the tools.
Yeah,
Whether
they just
that's
don't know what
true,
to do.
whether that's true or not, like I've said enough. For example, I've said enough to you for you to be curious enough to ask me about one thing that would give you the tool. But it seems like you're okay with what I've said. You don't even need a tool because you haven't asked for one, so I'm not going to give you one, right? But
Well, what would you say then?
majority of the people that I've come across kind of do what you do, kind of like fight against the fact that there is a tool to figure it out. And it's like, I don't care about
What, you
that
mean my
person.
ruler? You mean my ruler?
No, I just want you to know from a mentality standpoint,
Ah, yes.
I'm trying to paint the picture of the mind of someone who's saying, well, I don't have the tools. We just have this science or that science. They don't give a fuck about me saying, well, first of all, do you know what logical fallacies are? First of all, do you know that flat's not a shape? First of all, do you know the difference between a measurement and a calculation? Like, if they're not trying to hear any of that, I can't help them. And because I've hurt myself trying to care about people who don't want the help I can give, I am now at a point I don't care about them. Not that I couldn't care about them, I just already know that they don't care. Because if you're fighting me on truth, I can feel it. And it's like, oh, okay, well then, cool, no problem.
Aja,
That's what's
thanks for
up, brother
caring
Angel,
enough
brother.
to have a chat with me about this, man. You're a nice guy.
Yeah, you're all right too.
Flat Earth game, bro. What's up? What's up?
What is good?
Yeah, Rusa. The thing is, for as many conversations as we've had, we have found out that people actually don't really want the truth. And I know that sounds weird, but most people don't. Because, like you said, people have to have some kind of replacement for their previous belief. And if their previous belief gets shattered, they need something to replace it with. Well, if I can't give them something because I don't have that knowledge and I'm not going to make something up, then what am I supposed to do? Okay, they don't want the truth. They want to stay in the bias that they had before because it's more comfortable, it's very familiar, and if there's nothing to replace it, they just keep it. Okay, well then I guess you just have a bias towards believing things, even if they're not true. You have a bias towards that. So I'm not going to waste my time. Beanie Weenies, welcome back.
Hello, it's been a while. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's been a minute. So, did you go out and research? Did you do anything with the information that you've been given, or did you find some stuff to challenge us with? What'd you do?
No.
Okay.
I took astronomy, so guess that's something.
Okay. You took astronomy. When did you take astronomy? How many years?
For semester. No, for semester 2.
Oh, first semester astronomy. Okay.
Astronomy class. The last semester I also took astronomy, man. I haven't still gotten results. I took it like I took the exam a month ago, man.
And they still don't have your test results?
Yep, they're gatekeeping. You know what they do? They purposefully actually gatekeep the results. They get the results, they do them, they calculate the class average, they write the whole email like, oh, you did this question was good, this question was bad. They write it, and they keep it for a week, and they don't let you see your results. And you know how we know? We know because they accidentally released the email, and they were like, oh, sorry, the email was for next week. Piss off, give me my results, man.
Yeah. Well, that's a bummer. Have classes started again? Is
Yes.
the news okay? Rodri, welcome. It's the second time I've seen you in here. Haven't heard you speak. Maybe you're just listening.
Oh shoot.
Proud gay femboy. Hello.
What happened?
Great username, man.
Just saying hello. Making contact.
All right.
Oh yeah, they're going back to the moon. Artemis
there
2,
was
I
some
think.
kind of debate here.
Sorry, Beanie Weenies was talking over you. What did you say?
No, I said I thought there would be some kind of debate over here. Like there are a lot of people today, so
There typically is. Like right about now, Beanie Weenies is going to tell me about Artemis and them going back to the moon. So we may disagree about that. We'll see.
Yes.
the moon, the goddamn artifact on the sky.
So Beanie Weenies, can you tell me?
Yeah.
Is the moon an object, a spherical object, roughly 250,000 miles away from a spherical Earth? And if it is, could you give me the Earth curve measurements so we can make sure that all the math lines up?
No, I cannot.
Okay. Does anybody have Earth curve measurements?
Apparently not.
So if the idea of the moon being a certain distance away from the spherical Earth is based on the size of that sphere and apparently some relationship between the gravity on both of those bodies, and the Earth is not a sphere, do you think anybody's going to be going to the moon 250,000 miles away?
Ooh. Sorry, what was your question?
The entire idea of going to the moon is based on all of these geometries, right?
yeah.
And
Yeah.
gravitational forces being constant and accurate. So
Yeah,
if the basis for all of that doesn't exist, meaning the Earth's not a ball, are they really going to the moon?
Scared me.
Where do you think they're going? They're just gonna go up, fly around, and come back.
Oh, just your papa.
Hey,
That's not an answer to the
Kings.
question. I'll give you another opportunity to hear the question and answer it in a sequitur fashion. Can you ask your question again?
Yeah, so if the distance and the geometry and the gravitational quote unquote forces are all predicated on the Earth being a sphere, and that sphere doesn't exist, are they going to be going to the moon?
Oh, probably not.
Okay.
Where do you think they're gonna go? Because obviously the rocket's gonna go up. It's like, what do you think? They're just gonna fly around?
Well, I mean, on the 4th of July, I'll shoot rockets up in the air in my backyard. No one's going anywhere. You know what I mean?
I mean, the rockets are going somewhere.
Yeah, the rockets are going somewhere, but
Yeah.
doesn't mean there's anybody on the rocket. Doesn't mean that any of that idea is necessarily true. If something goes up in the sky, whatever happens after that, it's not going to be a moon mission 250,000 miles away in an ever expanding vacuum.
Oh wait, I had something. I wanted to. It was like, oh yeah, you know how Chris Hadfield? You probably think he's a sham, but you know Chris Hadfield.
Oh, remind me who Chris Hatfield is.
He was a astronomer? No, he was an astronaut. He went up to the ISS and he was basically like probably the most famous person to go up to the ISS because he had this whole series of videos of like, oh, I do this and I do this, and he just shows people like what being in the ISS is
Okay,
like.
okay, yeah. Chris Hatfield. Yeah.
So he has one bit of him like making a sandwich, and he has honey, and like the air bubble's like always in the middle because obviously there's no like gravity to tell. There's no gravity to tell the bubble like where to go, so it just stays in the middle.
Okay, so you saw a
So that's like
video. You saw some kind of substance that looked like honey to you on TV, and they told you why there was a bubble in the middle,
okay.
and you believed it,
Yeah.
No, wait,
right?
wait.
You
Yeah,
believed
but it
it.
was
Let me
cool.
see.
Yeah, it was.
Wait, let me see. Let me see if I could do something with this. Where was this bubble? Huh?
This is the video of him making like a sandwich. I think he uses peanut butter or something. He says they use pita bread and not sandwich bread because the crumbs would get everywhere.
But what's the point?
What's the point? Oh, the point is that like it's like an explanation for the gravity. It's like it's an effect of the lack of gravity.
How did they? It sounds like affirming the consequence. Like how do they know that?
Where is this happening at again?
The
I mean,
ISS.
before that, I mean that's the same claim as I throw something up, it comes down, must be gravity. It's not. I mean, it's like me saying I went right, then I went left. And then insert name. It's just that part is obvious, but what about the gravity bit? Like, what do you mean? Throw
Oh
something
yeah, no,
up,
it's
goes
like
down, gravity. Okay,
it's like
so you
something
have
that
a
would.
bubble. You make a sandwich, there's a bubble. Okay, but you're talking about a bubble. Okay, so you're saying it's on the ISS. So something about fluid dynamics is affected on the ISS. Is that what you're saying the video is showing?
Basically, my point is that like.
No, listen.
Okay.
Look, before you
Yeah.
get to your point,
Yeah.
I'm asking you a question about the video that I haven't seen. To be fair, the bubble. It's on the ISS. Are they saying that the reason that this is happening is because fluid dynamics are affected on the ISS differently than it is on the Earth? Is that the whole purpose of them showing that?
Basically, like.
Yes, no. I have a follow up. Yes, no.
Let me listen to him again because I don't think he doesn't say fluid dynamics. He just says like, oh, there's no gravity to tell it where to go.
Oh, okay. So so there's no so basically the liquid is acting differently because in the ISS there's no force. It's basically what I'm asking you. You're saying yes, right?
Okay.
You're saying yes?
Yes. Yeah, he says
Okay.
because there's no gravity to make them fall up. Yeah. So he's
Okay. So then how do the semicircular canals in the human's ear on the ISS function at that same moment then? You know what vertigo is?
vertigo, decently, like kind of. It's like this, like you spin, you get like extremely sick.
Do you know why?
I assume it's something to do with the liquid in your ears.
Exactly, because it sloshes around, and that system in your ear lets you know if you're upright or if you're not.
Okay.
And if we're going to say that gravity is the reason that water is horizontal, so obviously assuming that wherever you're standing, you have the force of gravity acting on this vestibular system in your ear, and that's why we function on the ISS. If liquids are affected in the way that they're trying to portray, then the vestibular system can't be engaged like it would be on the Earth. Obviously.
It's not. It's good. Not. It's got to be like not free floating liquid. Like the sloshing around just has to be an analogy.
No, it doesn't have to slosh around. The point is the liquid is horizontal when you're horizontal. So if there's no force or frame of reference, you are dizzy and quickly dead. That's why people take medicine when their system is fucked up. They can't walk, do anything correctly. So again, if it's not properly engaged, because it's not just from the beginning horizontal with respect to the Earth, and you're above the Earth in the ISS, and they're saying, hey, look, see, this liquid is like this bubble is like this, because the lack of gravity, well, then your vestibular system would be fucked then. There's no question about that. But also, there's no such thing as the vacuum of space. So that's another thing. You can't have an ISS orbiting around a globe that there is no measurement for. I'm sure that's what the other guys want me to say. I know that's what you were coming in to say, right, Reg?
Well, in orbital mechanics, the further objects away from each other there are, the lesser the effects are. So you'd have to say that the mass would have to be larger for its effects to extend far beyond. And they do. That's the problem. But that's not reality.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mass is out of date.
Right, but the ISS is too, because it's all fake.
I'm just trying to engage with the point that clearly he's not going to want to ignore the fact that they're supposedly demonstrating something. It's sort of like, remember back in the days when Nathan used to, say, be careful about, who you claim is making or affirming the consequence, because if you only give the first portion, you could be making a statement that is true or could be true, and it's not that they're committing the fallacy because they're not putting the other end to it. So it was a nifty way when we were talking about the Coriolis effect. And it's simply, if the statement is that the Earth turns underneath the gyro 15 degrees an hour, then I guess it should be doing that for everything else. And my simple statement is, look, if you're saying that due to the lack of gravity, the lack of effect is causing this bubble to do whatever, I'm saying, hey, that should affect your vestibular system too. That's all I'm saying. I don't even understand what an argument to that would be. It seems like a very sound, reasonable thing to say.
Yeah, it should, because they claim is that gravity is what keeps your equilibrium. So if gravity is not in effect anymore on the ISS, yeah, you could possibly die.
All I'm saying is, I think it's ridiculous to go, hey, look at this liquid, and just take for granted the liquid inside a person's body. It's so retarded. It's actually pretty dumb when you think about it.
Oh, yeah, hold on. Doesn't the liquid does they don't hide that the liquid does change, like their head puffs up, their legs get skinny.
No, I know that's what they say, but the bottom line is your functionality as a moving human being would not be possible. You ever
I
try
mean,
to? You ever try to? Hold on. You ever try
they
to
probably could,
play?
yeah.
You ever try to play a game inverted?
Inverted.
So
No.
you know some people like to fly like to play video games where you're flying a helicopter. They when they turn left, they like to turn left instead of turning left. The helicopter actually goes right. You pull down and it goes up. They'd rather it just go down if you pull down. Well, that and you know that confusion that you have. That's just flipping two axes. You have zero axes frame of reference anywhere with no gravity. It, what are you gonna grab, bro? What are you gonna you? How you
Is that
not gonna?
because of the liquid?
No, it's because of the system in your ear. The liquid, the system in your ear responds to the liquid.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're standing upright on the earth, it, you have a sense of balance because the system is engaged. The liquid is horizontal. So if you remove that frame of reference, you don't have a frame of reference in 3D space with your own body. Quite obviously.
This this part doesn't make
If you see somebody sustain a serious injury to the side of their head, and you
okay.
know they can't stop walking in circles, like that's very minor in comparison to having no reference at all. There's no reason to think your way out of this. It's just it's quite a ridiculous claim.
All right, I get what you're saying.
I mean, an example of that is when you see fighters fight, and usually when they get hit in the ear and their system get out of whack, they get knocked down and then they get back up and they don't know where they is and they can't they fall back down, but they constantly still trying to get up. Well, usually you train to basically if you can't get up, to stay down. Some fighters just get up anyway and they just on so they say it's on instinct, but you will hear their announcer saying, well, his equilibrium is off. You don't even know that he don't even know that he's standing right now. That's literally your body out of system, out of whack. And pretty much
That's just
all of the blood is going everywhere.
and that's a very like in reality, that's actually a very gruesome situation to be in. But in pretend land, when we're imagining space, a fighter getting knocked on his ass is a very minor blunt force trauma to the supposed fact that the entire system wouldn't be engaged. Hello. Nobody thought about that? No. I was the first person that started saying that. Ask Crack Villain, he was there. Because I was like, what's up with this dude? What's that dude that supposedly didn't go. He didn't land on the moon with them. He just orbited it.
Buzz Aldrin?
They got that dumbass picture. No, that Chris something. Let me just look it up.
Okay, I am going to. One, I'm gonna go because I'm gonna have dinner. Number two, I'm gonna look into because I don't know. There's something about like zero gravity versus having part of your head destroyed. That's like different. Like I don't think zero gravity would make the same effect as having.
That's what I said. I said having your head go through trauma is a very minimal. It doesn't. There's no comparison between that and the system not being able to be engaged at all. Because supposedly on Earth, gravity is the foundational piece to balance. Why do you think they call it the center of gravity? Hello. Again, so if there is no that at all, that's quite unfathomably worse than someone getting punched in the side of the head.
Yeah, it's a
So
minor.
of course, it's different. What I'm saying is, in this other scenario, that's just beyond unreasonable. To think people are just up there fixing stuff and showing you sandwiches and shit. Like, meanwhile, the liquid in their body. Let's not talk about that. Come on, just don't. Whatever. I mean, you could look it up and try to fight your way out of it. I don't know. It just doesn't make no. It's dumb.
Yeah,
all these movies about space, like the space, like Star Wars and shit, where you have two opposing sides facing off horizontally as they're fighting, flying in all different directions, up and down, with obviously a horizontal base reference. Because then the movie wouldn't make sense, would it? It'd be just a whole bunch of shit going around. No, that's not how it looks. It looks, they're trying to mimic reality. That's not how. But again, if you don't have, quote unquote, a center of gravity, a frame of reference for your semicircular canals to be engaged and give you a sense of up, down, left, right, horizontal, diagonal, then what the hell are we talking about? Make it make sense. Am I being unreasonable?
Not entirely.
Do you understand it now, or
Do I understand it now slightly more? Yeah, more. I understand it more.
So I think Michael Collins, right?
Okay.
Michael Collins was an American astronaut who flew the Apollo 11 command module Columbia around the moon in 1969, while his crewmates Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin made the first crew landing on the surface. This dude was in a spacesuit above the moon. Mind you, it took 3 days to get there. So you could probably, trick your mind into thinking, well, there is still some sort of gravity at play. Seeing is that, assuming the Earth is a sphere, the ISS is falling around the sphere due to gravity. So, of course, there's some kind of effect, right? You could play mental gymnastics with your mind that way. But now let's talk about the people who journeyed away from that entirely, and they're just 3 days in between space and the Earth, and space and the Earth and then the moon, and then they get to the moon, and this dude orbits the moon. That's supposedly falling around the Earth too, but let's face it. Like, don't they say the gravity is exponentially less? That's why you can jump up and do this, that, and that. Whatever the math is, the bottom line is, as humans, there's no way for your system that has to be engaged to there's no way to train for that. There's no way to build up. It's not like you're building a muscle for something that won't exist anymore. It's not like you're building it for resistance. It's supposed to be engaged. There's this fundamental force that's engaging it here on Earth. On the moon, it's not going to be like that. And so, how the fuck are you going to maintain everything in your body that requires balance? How is that supposed to be maintained?
I don't know, bro. I need to go.
No, I'm not. I thought you were going or leaving already. I was
Oh,
just.
Bumble class. I thought you were talking to me. Oh, goodbye.
I'm talking to the room. So have a good one. Like this is all going beyond the fact that the Earth is measured flat. So it's like all of these conversations are kind of like after that fact. But it's like even then, the space story is the most ridiculous story I ever heard. We're going to the moon. With what vestibular system?
And wouldn't even the spacesuits be useless as well? Because that
Yeah.
wouldn't count if your body is already seeking equilibrium that it doesn't have to seek anymore, lack of gravity. There's no reason to wear the spacesuit that's supposed to be weighing you down to the moon. It wouldn't matter anyway.
Well, I mean, the spacesuit doesn't really just respond to the fact that I think your body would explode. They say there's 14.7 whatever they pressurize the suit.
Yeah, they say they pressurize the suit, weighted, but it's supposed to be a counter to the lack of the gravity force, or pseudo force, that's on the moon. So, but if there's no gravity force on the moon, what is it countering? That's pretty much the same as your body. Right? If your body is developing on Earth as a resistance against gravity, once that gravity is no longer there, what is your body resistant to? It would lack the balance that it needs for you to function. So I don't see how a weighted spacesuit with pressure would basically counter that at all.
I see what you're saying. Like spacesuit has nothing to do with the fact that you wouldn't have any balance. Like you don't have a frame of reference. We're not even talking like you don't have the mentality. The function that we don't think about, just like us just blinking. The thing that allows us to be upright again. If that's not even there, like your brain can't try to process trying to balance. You don't even know what balance is. The fundamental nature of balance in your life has now disappeared. It's no meaning anymore to your body and to your mind. Like you can't even, you wouldn't be, oh my God, I'm off balance. I can't even try to. What are you going to try to do? You don't have a frame of reference to what back to self correct to do anything. I mean, this includes like your eyeballs. Your eyeballs play a role in that too. Right? You think when you fall, you can see. Anyway.
Yeah, I think that's why that came out there because was he trying to make the point is you see bubbles with the honey because due to the lack of gravity force on the ISS.
I'm not even sure. I, I I didn't watch the video. I just figured whatever it was, if it had to do with the force in liquid, then we can't forget about the liquid in your ear. I didn't even care to ask about the details well like that.
Right, because it should all apply the same. It should affect the liquids inside of your body. Your body is also that liquid. So I see what you're saying. That you have no reference frame to basically balance. There is no sense of balance whatsoever.
Good talk, guys.
Hello. Hi, Yasmin.
How are you?
Well, I'm doing well. It's a weekend. It's a nice Sunday afternoon.
Hello, hello. Why is everybody mics off?
They're waiting patiently for someone like yourself to talk.
Yes?
Isn't that nice of them?
Is this advanced English? Girl channel? It's my first time.
Let's have a look at what the title of the room says. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Mm, I'm
I
a bit
don't think that's
illiterate.
advanced English.
What?
I'm not thinking that's advanced English.
No, just your accent giving me advanced English.
My accent giving you advanced English.
It's
I think maybe you should be going back
14,000.
to
It's
intermediate.
this channel is active from. You all have been on call for 114 hours.
Not all of us, no.
Only you?
No, I have not been awake for 114 hours.
Okay. So why is everybody mics off?
So they can hear you, because it's
Yeah, we're
absolute
here
chaos.
listening. We were just waiting for you to arrive, and we're all listening now.
Thanks for waiting for me. Now we
Yeah.
should start with our class. Why? Anybody's thought on why Earth is flat?
On why it's flat? Well, that's how it's measured. Why it was made that way, that's another question altogether. But we do know that it is
No,
flat because you measure it
for
that way.
who measured it?
Yeah,
Guys
it
with
was
lasers.
already like that when I got here, so I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Like, I was born on the cliff. I was. I'm sorry. Like, why do you believe people still believe on flat Earth? Isn't it disproven again and again?
Well, if it's been disproven, show us how it was disproven. That means you'd have to prove that you live on a sphere.
Yeah, like in videos I like watched, like it, like not a video, like it was real or short, and that flat earther was disproven by, like they were trying to prove that Earth was flat, and they were like it was a laser, some curvature and something. I believe if you're aware of it, like
So
this.
lasers and curvature and something. So I've already told you that we measure it flat with lasers, and now you're telling me lasers and curvature and something.
I'm not an native English speaker to.
That's all right.
Like make you understand. Yeah. No, you're bearing with me. You're letting me speak. That's a lot.
Practice is good.
Mhm.
So yeah, so if you're claiming that the flat Earth has been debunked, that means you'd have to put forward proof of measured drop over distance where they actually measure said curvature rate.
What's the point even if like it is flat, then what?
What's the point?
Mhm.
So people like you can understand.
Mhm.
So people like you will go, hang on a minute, no it's not. And then I'll say, You go and test it for yourself.
Have you tested it?
I've tested light readings and measurements from energy levels and distances from the sun. I'd like to do a laser test. I've currently purchased myself a camera, which I've got to get converted to infrared so I can do long-range observations. And I can post all those images up in the chat for people like yourself.
Okay. What about all the NASA picture and like a moon? If Earth was flat, shouldn't moon also be flat and sun?
Earth is not
What's the
a
moon?
planet. Yeah, Earth is not a planet or a moon.
I was just wondering, what's the moon got to do with the ground? Like, you look up to see the
I'm
moon, it's
learning
up
a
in
lot
the
from you.
sky. Hmm.
Like obviously you sound like a grown up, and I'm a high school student, 16. I wouldn't be all knowing.
So what happens when you're at school? They present you with ideas that they just expect you to swallow wholly without any question. Where the entertainment really steps up is when you do question things. How did you get to that conclusion? They tell you you live on a ball, a sphere with a very specific radius. Okay, how did they get that? When was it measured? And they'll give you some story which can never be proven. And in that story, you'll probably find there's a whole pile of assumptions that were made in the first place.
And somebody said Earth is not a planet. Then what is it? What it is?
What was that, sorry?
Someone other than you said
That
Earth
was
is not a
me.
planet.
Yeah, so when
Yeah.
most people think about flat Earth, they think about replacing the globe Earth with a flat planet. And that's not what we're claiming. That's like putting a flat Earth inside the globe Earth cosmology. It's not compatible. We're not claiming that the Earth is a flat disk or a flat planet.
Like then what's the theory?
That the surface of the Earth doesn't have any curvature. It doesn't have any drop over distance, and that most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water. Right? Most of the known area of the Earth, they say 70% of the globe is covered in water. And if the water's not curving, then that would mean that it is a flat surface. It would not be possible to have so much flat water on a globe. It would be impossible. So, flat's not a shape, as you're aware. Yeah, flat's not a shape. So when we say flat Earth, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're claiming that the Earth doesn't have any curvature when we go out and empirically test the surface of the Earth.
Curvature, like a round circle. Yeah.
Yeah, like due to gravity on the globe, everything would be getting pulled towards the center of the globe. And that means that the water would be curving. Like if you see the picture of the Earth from NASA from space, you see the oceans and you see the curving water. Now we can calculate how much curvature there should be over a certain distance. And then we can go and test for the
And
curvature that would have to be there if the Earth were a globe.
so it will be also disproving the orbit rotation around the sun.
Yeah, it would be disproving every single claim that requires the Earth to be a sphere.
If it's not a sphere, wouldn't anybody be like at the edge? I mean, would be falling from the Earth?
No, we don't think it's an object in space.
Then what it is? What is it?
Well, I like to think of it like the foundation or the flat or the floor that we live on in the system that we live in. We don't claim that Earth is an object in a big giant space vacuum, like the globe is claimed to be.
If we
Bro,
disapprove this, like everything in reality, we are disproving, like rejecting everything.
Well, no, you will be experiencing the Earth exactly like you already experienced the Earth, flat and stationary. Nothing would change.
It's also stationary.
Yeah.
I'm
You
learning
know how
everything in reverse. Mm.
well, you know how you experience the Earth as stationary.
Mm.
Yeah, it is actually stationary, just as you experience. Water requires a container. If you want to have a body of water, it needs to have a container. And then the surface of the water is flat, just like we experience.
So how young are these theories? Like the Earth's history is about like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years ago. Like even Newton goes, I believe, 1,000, like no 800,
Well,
8 centuries ago.
every single ancient culture knew the Earth was flat and contained and stationary. It's in very recent history, through philosophical grounds, they said the Earth's a globe. Not through empirical evidence, not through measurements, but through philosophical reasoning. People like Pythagoras, for example, accredited with suggesting that the Earth's a globe. 200, 300, I think it was more like maybe 500 BC, they say Pythagoras existed. And then we've got more recent people like Eratosthenes. However, most people were still flat earthers then. This was just an idea. For another 1,000 years, people were flat earthers. And then it wasn't until much more recently in history, Copernicus, people like that, right? They started pushing the Jesuits, the Roman Catholic Church. They started pushing the heliocentric model, the globe Earth version.
So like why every single government and people in power are making this agenda. Earth is
No, it's not an
sphere.
agenda. It's not an agenda. Most people believe that the Earth's a globe.
Like 99.999, like
Yeah,
I
they
believe.
just genuinely believe it's a globe.
Like everybody can even like everybody in this room can they tell me when or how, in what age, and why did they question, how they come to believe it was flat?
No, we can't trust what we're told about history, but we can look up what the claim is. So the claim is Pythagoras was the first person to suggest that the Earth could be a globe, and he worshipped spheres, and he was a cult leader, and he thought the universe was a musical instrument, and he thought that all sorts of crazy things, right? Once you look into Pythagoras, and they kind of worship spheres. His cult, they worshipped spheres, and he said the Earth must be a sphere because spheres are the
hi,
perfect
hi.
shape.
Hello.
Oh, hi. Sorry, Matrix, I didn't mean to cut in.
No, mate, it's all good. I just sit back and have a listen.
Who are we talking to, by the way? Was that George or Hadikazmi? Who was
That one,
that?
Hadi.
Who
No,
were we just...
somebody else joined and said
Oh,
something.
okay. How do I pronounce your name?
Talking to me?
Yeah,
Hadi Kazmi.
Hadikazmi. Cool.
Mm.
Okay,
There
so
was somebody else that was starting a question. I think it's
yeah,
Hikaru.
does anyone have any questions?
I'm taking a 5-minute break and I'll be going.
Okay.
I have a question. Hello. Yeah,
Hello.
regarding philosophy, and I was studying philosophy a bit at university, but I was thinking that they're basically chewing their own souls like for 200 years, and the world is changing. Like right now, we have a lot of different stuff. We have internet, we have AI, we have different things that are not related to Aristotle and Platon and all this very old thoughts. So there is a big gap between their way of thinking and the current reality. So I was thinking they basically they are trying to chew their own thoughts for very long time, and they're mostly dead for like 200 years, like the main philosophers. So the question is, do we really need to how should we interpret their thoughts in our current state of reality? Should we think about them as metaphorical way of thinking or any kind of other ways? I don't know. So their reality has changed for significantly. The philosophical.
I think the first thing to do is to check if they even said anything that they're claimed with saying, and if there's even evidence that they existed. For example, Eratosthenes or Pythagoras, there's nothing written down, really, especially from Eratosthenes. There's zero documents that he's written down that he even existed, as we're told. And it's a very similar story with Pythagoras. After researching it, seems like quite a lot of these mythical figures, like from the ancient Greeks, seem to be fabricated. And it seems to be a common trait, and something that the ancient Greeks liked to do was to create these mystic figures. And then for some reason in the education system now, people kind of get taught that Pythagoras did this and said that, and he was like a man of mathematics and logic and science and blah blah blah, when that's absolutely not the case, and that's not even the case among mainstream mathematical historians. They say that we have no idea if he even existed, and that everything that we get taught about him at school is absolute nonsense. So I think that it's crazy that people get taught such misinformation in the education system.
So what do you think? What is who's the main philosopher for like a couple hundred years that we should taught in university, and we should know about? We should like everybody should know what they were thinking of and their works.
Oh, I have
Who
no
is
idea.
the most?
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm not sure. It's not, something that I've put a lot of thought into, who and how the education system should work.
Whose thoughts do you like what is the really good philosophers that you think is really should like have more influence? And
Yeah, I'm more into empiricism myself. I'm more into actually just testable, repeatable kind of things, not really, putting my faith in the words of people in power or anything like that. Or I'm more about testing what's being claimed, or having people show me the tests of what they're claiming, because we're talking about this topic specifically, right? So when it comes to this topic, there's a bunch of claims that are on the table that need to be empirically validated, And then when we go and test them in reality, it doesn't match. It doesn't match up.
So you're about this like scientific approach. I bet that Newton was the pretty influential one, and I think for their time, like the time he lives, he did really great stuff. And I think probably for me it's really good example how the philosopher should act. So he was not only, like as I said, chewing his thoughts for a while, that he was inventing something, he was doing experiments. So he was basically inventing the scientific approach. So yeah, I think you mentioned Copernic sometimes, so I think it's also another example of this like scientific school.
Yes and no. I would disagree that it's scientific. I would say it's pseudoscience, and for the, not in total, but when we're talking about gravity, for example, mass attracting mass, or astronomy, I would say that's not really science. The gravity, that's more pseudoscience.
The gravity? Why do you think gravity does not exist?
Well, firstly, Newton's been replaced 115 years ago by Einstein with the current theory of gravity. And Newton himself said that he doesn't want gravity attributed to him, and that nobody in their right mind should believe what he's telling them about gravity, what he's suggesting about gravity. So there are quotes from him saying that in letters. And yeah, there's not. I mean, if something's claimed to be a scientific fact, then it needs to have gone through the scientific method and validated. And something that is claimed to be science that hasn't gone through that rigorous scientific method is literally by definition pseudoscience. A collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly being regarded as based on the scientific method. That's the definition of pseudoscience.
But the gravity is scientific. You can use a Hadron Collider to push some particles one into each other and see the forces, measure their how they collide, and see that.
Oh yeah, good luck getting direct access to go and check that claim. I mean, you're just gonna have to have faith, aren't you, in what they're telling you that they're doing. I'm talking about gravity, like Newton. We were talking about Newton saying that mass attracts mass, and that's a force that will be pulling things towards the Earth.
What's wrong about that?
Well, it doesn't happen. There's no scientific validation of it being true, and also it requires yeah. We can agree on gravity in the terms of things like little g, for example, like things fall towards the Earth at roughly an agreed upon average of 9.81 meters per second squared as an effect that we can observe. But to claim the cause of the effect, if you're saying that the Earth's a sphere and everything's being drawn towards the center of the sphere, then we got a problem. Because when we test the surface of the sphere that's supposed to be part of the cause of this effect that we're seeing, it's not there. There's no sphere. There's no curvature to the surface of the Earth. Let me give you an example. If everything's being pulled towards the center of the Earth, the water should be curving over distance, and we can calculate exactly how much it should be curving over a certain amount of distance, and then test for that curvature. And when we test for that curvature, the curvature's not there. And it's not off by a little bit, it's just not there at all. For example, if there should be 300 foot of curvature over a certain distance, there's 0 foot of curvature over that distance, which would be about 35 kilometers distance for that amount of curvature.
Mm, I'm not fully getting the examples, but I have a question. Like, if you see the ship in the water, like, and the ship is going far away, so if we have some curvature of the Earth, the ship will disappear, and that's exactly what we see. Like the ship will disappear after some time. After when
Yeah,
we
that's a very common claim that gets made, and I can see why. Maybe back in the olden days, before we had technology or very good understanding of optics, perspective, atmospheric effects, and amazing zoom cameras and that kind of thing, why they would have thought that could be what they're seeing. But I mean, I lived on the coast my whole life, in Australia, and I lived right where there's a giant hub for cruise ships and also a lot of fishing boats going out of the river. And I would be sitting there fishing or surfing and watching the boats going out. And what happens most of the time is the boat gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And then eventually you can't see the boat anymore, either because of the weather not permitting you to see the boat as it goes away from you, the visibility, or if you have better visibility, the boat will just get smaller and smaller and smaller, and then you can't see it anymore. But what we can actually do is zoom back in and bring the whole boat back to view. Now, most of the time, it's not disappearing bottom up. It's just getting smaller in angular size. And once something gets below 0.02 degrees, the human eye can't resolve it anymore. So you can still see the horizon, but it looks like the boat's gone. But we can zoom back in and we can see that boat again. Now, sometimes it looks like the boat's disappearing from the bottom up. But when that happens, we have different conditions present, such as ocean swells. If we have ocean swells, which are waves out in the ocean, right, they can block the bottom of something. Because as the boat moves away, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, but you still have those ocean swells in the foreground, which are going to block something in the background or the bottom of it. And then sometimes we can have miraging effects, like inferior mirages, super common, and lighter versions of inferior mirages, which is called sinking or sinking refraction. So that can be explained. That can explain why sometimes they look like they're disappearing bottom up, but most of the time that doesn't happen. And I'll post a couple of examples in the side chat of us zooming in on giant
okay,
boats.
so it's just our we cannot see it by eyes. But how do you explain that the stars and the different stars, we can see different stars from different hemispheres, like from different places in the Earth? How can you explain that from different sides of the Earth we can see different star structures? Should it be the good indicator that
This is what happens quite often. We like to talk about the surface of the Earth, and then the globe earther will generally try to divert the conversation to talking about something that we can see up in the sky, where we have to make a bunch of assumptions and speculations with what we're looking at. Now, I don't know if you were happy with my response with the boat thing, or if you conceded on that point.
I can agree that by the human eye, it's really hard to distinguish whether the boat is getting smaller or it's just going above the horizon, like we cannot see it. It's really hard to make an experiment just by human eye.
Yeah, but we have amazing technology now. That's why I posted an image at 21 after the hour, and you can zoom in, right? So when it's zoomed out, you can't see the boat at all. And then when he zooms in, you can see the whole boat, and it's a giant boat. We've got a lot of examples of that.
It's like Discord is. I mean, it's my first time. Is this a safe place to say about theories and everything? Would we get like tracked by the government or something like that shit?
I don't know, man.
I
Should be
just
fine. You should be fine.
okay.
Yeah, so I'll answer your question quickly about the stars. We don't make specific claims about things we can't empirically test. I would say that no one knows exactly how the sky works, what the medium, the stars are in, what a star is in general. We get taught a story about it when we're growing up, that you're looking at suns that are, millions and millions of light years away. But we can't confirm that. So I would say that you can't see the same stars everywhere on Earth because you have a limited field of view. And we have perspective, we have linear perspective, and when you're too far away from something, it's going to converge. It's going to converge into the horizon. So you're not able to see it if you get past a certain distance. I could give you examples, smaller scale examples, analogies.
Yeah, I just opened your link. So I'd explain this as a bending light, not the floating boat. Do you have another explanation?
I didn't post anything that required to be opened. I posted a GIF. I posted a GIF at 21 minutes after the hour.
Maybe put another one.
You might have clicked on something that somebody else posted, perhaps.
Yeah, probably.
Can you see what I posted?
Yeah, I can see it now. So basically the same thing. The boat is far away.
Yep.
And what is the argument why it is like what it explains like that?
Well, you were saying that boats disappear when they go out into the ocean. If you're standing at the beach and you watch a boat, it's going to disappear from the bottom up, and that's evidence that it's going over the curvature of the Earth. But we have a lot of examples where we can easily debunk that. Firstly, because we can zoom the boat back to view most of the time. And if it does look like it's disappearing bottom up, there's very good reasons why that might be happening, which could be a miraging effect or simply ocean swells blocking the bottom of the boat. And we can also calculate the distance, because on a globe, the boat should be disappearing from the bottom up at a certain distance. The horizon should be at a certain distance. And we can see way, way, way beyond that. There's no evidence that a boat disappears behind the horizon at a certain distance because the Earth's a globe. There just isn't any evidence of that. The boats over the horizon argument, it's one of the easy ones to debunk. So that's been thoroughly debunked. I mean, the globe's been thoroughly debunked in it's so yeah, do you have any other questions?
I'm just curious. I'm looking into the image you sent. I wonder if we measure the distance.
Yeah, let's show one where we can actually test the distance. It's a good idea. Yeah, I've got a very clear one. Okay, so this is a video, hour-and-a-half long video, but I've taken some clips out of the video just so I can present it quickly here. I can send you the full video afterward. Okay, so I'm just uploading a a video right now. So in this one, we have something that's at a known distance. Okay, we have a windmill farm. Okay, so here's a diagram of the windmill farm. So he sets his camera up. Okay, so this guy's called Dr. John D. And he originally was trying to debunk the flat Earth, and he became a flat earther during that process. He's a PhD in optics, very smart guy. And he makes some really very detailed videos of his observations and laser tests and things like that. So this is an observation over the ocean testing for the Earth curvature in the United Kingdom. And he's looking out at that windmill farm. You can see in the diagram, it's called Rampion Windmill Farm. And we have a series of windmills that range from 8 to 11 miles, which is the furthest one's 18 kilometers. Do you prefer kilometers or miles?
Kilometers is better.
Okay, so I'm going to show you the mathematics or the results. Hold on, I'll give you the metric system version of that. So, do you know what an Earth curvature calculator is?
I can imagine, but I don't know what exactly it measures here, but
yeah, so I'll go over that really quickly. So this is just a screenshot from an Earth curvature calculator. So you can go on Google.
Do we have the distances? Like the actual distances?
Yeah, we have the actual distances. So you can see the diagram there, and then you can double check the distances on Google Maps, for example. You can use the distance marcation tool. I've got screenshots of all of that as well if you want to see it. Okay, so he sets the camera up just at the edge of the ocean, and it's 1 meter above the surface of the water. And when he zooms in, you can see 6 windmill towers. The closest one's 8 miles away. That's the one on the left, and then the one on the right is 11.2 miles away, which is 18 kilometers. Sorry, I'm used to explaining it not in the metric system. But you can see it in the diagram there.
Yeah, but on the image with the windmills you shared, aren't they should be the same height if the Earth is flat?
Yeah, all of the windmills are the same height, but they look different heights because of perspective. Because we have many kilometers.
The curvature, right? So if
no, the curvature. No, it's not because of that. So you know how things appear like they're smaller in the distance because of perspective. Yeah?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so what should be a result of Earth curvature would be the horizon, and then things being hidden behind the horizon. So the bottom of the windmill, let's focus on just one of the windmills. Windmill number 6, the one on the right. Have a look at the last image that I put in the side chat. Can you see it?
Yep.
It's the Earth curvature. Okay, so we've got the distance to the object. The object is the windmill. The distance is 18 kilometers. Then we put in the eye height level, or the eyesight level, and that's 1.07 meters. Then the calculator will calculate the distance to the horizon on a globe Earth based off the radius value of the globe. That distance would be 3.69 miles away. The horizon is the maximum distance that you should be able to see the water. Okay, the horizon is defined as where the sky and the ground appear to meet, and it's the horizon line, right? You know what that is. On a globe, it would be a direct byproduct of the curvature of the Earth. The distance to that horizon would be 3.69 miles. And then the windmill tower should be obstructed by 16 meters. The bottom 16 meters of the windmill tower should be hidden behind the horizon, behind the curvature of the Earth. and physically blocked. So we
Can I
shouldn't
ask
be
you a
able to.
question regarding this that gives you sense? So, just going back to the argument you said that it's because of the perspective, but the big perspective works the way that the bottom should also be smaller. So, what I see on the image is that the bottom of the windmill is on the same height for every windmill, and they all the same height, but the top of the windmill is going smaller and smaller and smaller. But the bottom of the windmill are on the same height, right? So
No, actually, no. You see. No, that's not true. Let me post some perspective diagrams. Just a moment.
I can just make a screenshot of your GIF.
Don't worry, I've got screenshots for you already for that exact thing. Okay, let's go over some perspective diagrams.
So the bottom is the same height, but the top is different.
Yeah, just a second. I'm just going to post a screenshot of the windmills. Okay, see how they look like they're going up? Do you understand how perspective works? Have a look at the diagrams. So with perspective, it looks like the ground is ramping upward and the sky is ramping downward, and they're converging into what's called a vanishing point. Okay, you can see that in the diagrams above that Matrix has posted. So we see the same thing in this image. Okay, so the tops are going to look like they're going down, and the bottoms are going to look like they're going up.
Which video is this was taken from?
Post it for you. Second. So you agree that things will look smaller as they move further away. So each windmill looks smaller only because of perspective. But this is the thing. You shouldn't be able to see the bottom of the windmills touching the water. They should be hidden behind the curvature of the earth. That's the argument.
Not at this distance. Like
Yes,
what
yes,
we
at
want
this
to
distance.
measure. We want to measure that the height, like the bottom stays the same, but the height is going lower when the distance increase, right? Like the
The
bottom is
height
the
doesn't
same.
change. They're all the same height. Okay? They're all the same height, but the ones that are further away look smaller because of perspective. Now, this is the argument. The curvature of the earth should be blocking the bottom of the windmills, but it's not because there's no curvature of the earth.
It is blocking, but
16
it's very, very insignificant. We cannot see it. We cannot measure it from these images.
Yeah, we can measure it, and there's absolutely none blocking it because we can see the water going beyond. Okay, so here's a close-up photograph of the windmills.
Yeah, the horizon is in orders of magnitude further away than it should be.
Exactly. So have a look at this. Here's a close-up of the windmills. When it's low tide, we can see the black part at the bottom of the windmills where the salt water has stripped off the yellow paint. As you can see in the image just above that, we can see the black part of the bottom of the windmills. Now, the windmill on the right should be obstructed behind 16 meters of curvature. 16 meters is how many? What is that in foot? That is 52 foot. Okay, that's like a 5-story building. If you picture how tall a 5-story building is, pretty big. Okay, so you shouldn't be able to see the bottom 16 meters of that windmill, number 6 on the right-hand side, and each of the ones going to the left should also be hidden as well by a different amount because they're closer, but it's still a large amount.
So what is the
we
distance
can
between these windmills? Like
8 miles is the windmill number 1, and then 11.2 miles is windmill number 6, and each one in between it is a little bit further away. Now here's a GIF. Here's a GIF. Take a look at it. It shows exactly how much would be hidden on a globe for every single one of the windmills individually. So we have 24.9 feet hidden on number 1, 28.3 on number 2, 32.8 feet should be hidden on number 3, 37.6 feet on number 4 should be hidden, 48.3 on number 4, 53 feet should be hidden on number 5, and 58 on number 6. So that's between a 3-story and a 5-story building worth of obstruction. Now, the horizon on a globe should be at a certain distance, and that's what this observation is mainly about. On a globe, if you have a 1 meter high observer, the horizon should be at 3.4 kilometers. It must be at 3.4 kilometers. The physical, geometric horizon of the Earth must be at that distance. It's what all of the curvature calculators are going to tell you as well. Right? It says it in the screenshot of the Earth curvature calculator there as well. Now, if you have a look at this diagram that I just posted now, it says it's showing you what a horizon would be if the Earth were a globe. So a man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. The physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and the sky can be observed to meet. And there's a picture there as well showing you what it looks like. And what you'll notice is that you do not see any more water beyond the horizon. Now, because we have the windmills as distance markation, we know that that horizon isn't where it would have to be on a globe. In fact, we can see the water going straight past 3.4 kilometers and then going past 18 kilometers. And then we can even see it going past the boat in the distance that's over 20 kilometers away. 28 kilometers away, I think. So there's no sign of any Earth curvature. There's hundreds of feet of Earth curvature missing. And that's the case every single time we go out and do long distance observations. There's never any curvature detected, and there's no evidence that there is any curvature in the first place.
Okay, can we switch from the windmill to Polaris and the stars? Like,
yeah. Okay, what's Polaris? What's Polaris?
I mean the North Star.
Yeah, what is it? I see. It's a little light. Yeah. So what's okay? So where is it? Is it in a vacuum of space or what? Is it in a space vacuum? What's the distance? What's it made out of? How do we know what it is? I just see a little light in the sky.
No, it's always in one spot when you travel. You know, when you travel on a ship.
Yeah, I know what it is. Yeah, it's the North Star.
So why it's always indicating the north?
I don't know how the sky works. Yeah, we can't check exactly how the sky works, but it's it only moves a little bit. It doesn't move much at all. It takes like a little bit of a movement. And there's 3 stars called Polaris as well. But you can only see one of them.
What's that other 2? I don't know. I'm really
I don't know. They're just other stars called Polaris. Yeah. It's like Polaris A, B, and C or something like that.
Do you have an explanation why in one part of the world it's above certain degree this star and exactly the same star is have different degrees? It's basically a similar example to the windmills. but across the globe. Why from one part of the globe this very high
because of
windmill
perspective.
is?
So when let's say you're standing. Let me give you a smaller scale analogy. Let's say you're standing on a football field and there's a street light. Okay, and then it's directly above your head, and then as you're moving away from it, it's going to look like it gets a lower degree in above you as you move away from it until you get to a
Okay.
certain distance
Okay.
when it's going to be at 0 degrees.
Yeah, but why it disappears at some part of the world? It is not because
we
of
can't
perspective.
see. Yeah, well, it's because of the atmosphere. So you can't see stars when they're 1 to 5
No,
degrees
I'm
above
talking
the
about the
horizon.
clear weather, like the
In
one.
the clearest weather possible, when you're looking through the atmosphere vertically, you can only see a maximum distance of 300 miles or 400 kilometers.
You can
That
see
never
the star,
happens,
right?
but you can't
but
see
only
it.
in
You
one
can't
part of the
see
world.
it. You can't see it once it gets below a certain degree. Because you can't see stars when they get to a certain degree. So when it's at 2 degrees or something like that, you can't see it anymore because it's blocked by the density of the atmosphere.
Why is it blocking some part of the world constantly?
Because it's further away than that point of convergence. Just like with a street light. Just say you had a street that was 1,000 miles long and it had the street lights going down the street as far as you could see, and they're all the same height. If you're standing at one end of the street, you can see a street light above your head. As you move further away from it, it's going to get lower and lower and lower. And then at a certain distance, it's going to converge with the horizon, and you're not going to be able to see it anymore. You'll have a different street light above your head. Now, let's say you go 1,000 miles away to the other end of the street. You'll have entirely different streetlights above your head. You won't be able to see the streetlight at the other end because it's too far away from you. It's outside of your field of view.
So your point is that it is changing, but I mean the height of the Polaris, but it is changing. At some point, it becomes very close to the horizon, right? And at this point, we cannot see it. Why?
Yeah, it's not changing. It's just your perspective that's changing. You're changing your position. Due to perspective, it looks like it's getting lower. But
why it's changing? If
not.
the Earth is flat, it should not be changing. It should be at the one point. It's
Yeah,
very
you
far
understand
away.
how perspective works, right?
Yeah, I'm computer vision engineer. I understand how perspective works. It's the
okay, so
I
you understand that things converge into a vanishing point.
Yeah.
Yeah, you understand how the atmosphere is. You understand how the atmosphere is not perfectly transparent. It's actually semi-transparent.
I don't know what this means. Like, what is semi-transparent?
You know what Okay, so it's not completely clear.
Yeah, but how this affects the star visibility?
Well, you can't. So when you're looking horizontally through the air, you have a limitation to how far you can see. For example, if you go on the internet right now and you say, "What's the average visibility rating in my area?" and it will say 20 kilometers or something like that. And that's because of the air not being completely clear. It has dust and pollution and gas particles and water molecules and all sorts of things, fog and mist, all sorts of different things that can affect the visibility through the air. So you can't see things at a long distance when you're looking at a low angle. That's why when they do celestial navigation and things like that, they don't use the readings below 20 degrees because it's inaccurate, and most often you can't see stars on the horizon. Okay, once you get down to a certain degree, the atmosphere is too thick and you can't see the stars anymore.
So you're saying that you cannot see stars at some point in the Earth, or you cannot see the stars sometimes when the atmosphere is bad?
No. The atmosphere is always the atmosphere, so you're never going to be able to see forever through the air. So you can see a maximum distance. If you have the clearest air that you could possibly get, then it's 300 miles is the maximum distance that you can see.
Yeah, but the star is much far away, and I can see it.
No, not when it's at a low angle in your field of view. Not when you're looking through the density of the atmosphere. You don't see stars on the horizon. You can go on Google right now and say, why don't you see stars on the horizon? It's going to say because of the atmosphere is blocking the stars because
I'm
it's
not
opaque.
saying about horizon. I see it on one part of the Earth in one position and in another part of the Earth in another position. How do you explain that? Why it's changing?
It's
Is
not
star-
Oh my gosh.
changing. Yeah, dude. It's only appearing to change because of your perspective and where you're looking at it from.
Why? Like the distance to this is very big. It should not change when I'm moving like a couple hundreds kilometers, a couple thousand
Yes, it would.
kilometers. It's
Yeah,
couple
they claim it
light
changes 1
years away.
degree.
It couple light
Dude,
years
they
away.
claim it changes approximately 1 degree every 69 miles.
How is possible? Like I'm
That's the
looking
claim.
from
That's what
one
happens.
position, then I
That's
move
approximately.
like 1,000 kilometers, which is insignificant compared to the distance to the star. The distance to the star is
Okay, before we move on, friend, it's really important that you understand this. The claim about the distance to the star in the outer space heliocentric globe paradigm does not apply in this situation. You cannot assume that that star is the distance that they're claiming it to be. So you can't use that as your point of evidence. You can't say, oh, it's millions of light years away. You don't know that. All you know is it's above your head with an angular relationship to where you are in the earth itself. That's what you know. Distances, those claims, they must be proven. And for those to be accurate, the earth must be a globe. The earth is not a globe because there is no curvature, so the distance claim now is no good.
So let's assume the Earth is flat, and this star is above us. We don't know the distance. Still, why it's changing? Is it because the distance to the star is less than 1,000 kilometers? Like,
what do you mean changing? What do you mean changing?
So the experiment is pretty simple. I'm looking towards the star from one position, and from other position, like let's say 5,000 kilometers, and I see that the star is in a different position to the horizon.
Yeah, obviously, because
Why?
of
Why is
course,
that?
because you and the other observer 5,000 kilometers farther away from you in whatever direction is going to have a different angular relationship to the star because they're in a different place. This is self-answerable. This is easy to figure out.
No. How our positions to relates to the star? So you are saying that the star is like 1,000 kilometers away from
No,
us?
I'm not saying that. We're talking about angles. Angular relationship to the star, 1 degree per 60 nautical miles or 69 statute miles. That is the change of rate depending on your location and your viewing angle to the star. So if you're 60 miles away, it's going to be 1 degree lower or higher or whatever.
So you're saying if I change like 5,000 kilometers, my angular degree to the star will change significantly,
Yes,
so I can
because
see it?
no, according to a very predictable rate, at least the one that we've established, is 60 nautical miles per degree. So if you divide 5,000 kilometers or whatever it is, and then divide that by 60, okay, you're going to get the amount of degrees that that angular relationship has changed. We're not talking about distance.
In any direction. So if I move in any direction, it will change the same way. I just trying to understand your like the what you're saying. If I am moving towards any direction from what I'm looking at right now, it will be like you actually can predict where the North Star will be, right?
No, it's not a matter of predicting. The North Star ultimately does not move. So if you were to go to the GP of Polaris, let's say, you can actually get to the GP, you would be at 0 degrees because Polaris would be directly above you. When you go to, then when you move south, because Polaris does not move, so it's an easy one to use. So if we go, I don't know, 4,000 miles south, essentially it would be at 0 degrees. It would be at or near the horizon, and that would be 0 degrees. That's how it works.
You can see some examples in the side chat there with the streetlights.
Okay, I am looking at it. It's like a couple 100 meters. It's hard to measure, but okay. What is the point?
It's showing how perspective works and how the lights are all the same height, but they look like they convert. Let's say you were standing a few hundred meters away at the other end of the street, and you look directly above you, and you can see a streetlight right above your head. You can call it Polaris if you want. Now you come back to where this photo's being taken, and as you come back, it's going to be lower and lower and lower in the sky, until eventually you get back to this point, and it's converged with the horizon. Now add a thick atmosphere in and a larger distance, and you're not going to be able to see it anymore. It's still there, but you can't see it anymore.
But how the North Star can appear right in the back of me? Like here, I can see in front of me. Imagine the far light is a North Star. How it can be that in another position on the Earth, it can be on the opposite position, like related to me?
Isn't. Well, you could
It
be
can't.
standing. You
It
could be
never
standing
is.
at the. Yeah, just say this street. Okay, say this street was a couple of 100 meters until the street light that we call Polaris, and then you can go another couple of 100 meters. Okay, so you could be standing the other direction, or you could be standing at this vantage point, and it's going to be at the center for this example. You're still going to see the same thing in relation to perspective. It's going to look like it's converged at the horizon for the person standing at this vantage point and also the person standing at the opposite vantage point.
Is he talking about like two people facing each other, both having the same elevation angle to Polaris?
Sure.
Both on the opposite side of the circle altitude. Is that what he means? Is that what you mean, bro?
George?
Say again.
Relate what you're talking to the streetlight picture. Okay,
Yeah,
just pretend that the furthest streetlight that we can see here is Polaris.
Okay.
Okay, so
Okay.
what's the issue?
In another part of the world, it will be in an opposite direction. Like
No, it's always going to be at the north. It's always going to be at the north
yeah,
pole.
but the north is changing according to where you are. Like if you
No. If you imagine it's a giant circle, say you've got the observer looking at the street light, right? Right. Now you could consider that distance between the observer and the street light a radius, right? Where the street light pole touches the ground. I draw a straight line from the observer's feet to the bottom of the light's pole, right? And then that's a radius value of a circle, right? Now draw a circle around the pole. Now you can have someone on the opposite side of that circle looking at you, right? And they have an equal distance to the bottom of the pole, right?
I think you should draw with it. It's kind of hard to get.
Well,
So
think about this. Think about this. Polaris will have a ground position. So
Mhm.
directly under Polaris should have a ground position. So whether you're looking at Polaris from America or you're looking at Polaris from France, you're still going to be looking towards the same direction. It's going to have the same ground position. You're going to be looking at the same direction as the other person.
Yeah, but why it's changing on the surface of the sky? Like it's
The
not
same
on the
way.
yeah.
Well, it's only changing if you move. Okay, so as if you're close, if you're standing underneath it, it's going to be at 90 degrees above your head. As you move further away, once you get approximately, say, 70 miles away from it, it's going to be 1 degree lower. And then you go another 70 miles, it's going to be approximately 1 degree lower again until you get all the way, a certain distance. And then it's going to be at a certain degree just based on how far away you are from it. It's just the way our perspective works. Okay, so me and you could both be standing at the ground position, the alleged ground position where Polaris is, and we could both be looking at it directly above our head. Now, you walk away backwards towards Europe, and I walk away backwards towards America. We're both going to see it get lower and lower and lower in our field of view as we get further away from it. We're still going to be looking in the same direction, but we're going to see its apparent position in the sky changing based off how far away we are. Once you get to approximately where the equator is, you're not going to be able to see it anymore because it's going to be so low, and you're going to be looking through the thickness of the atmosphere, and you're not going to be able to see it anymore. Same with the example with the streetlights here. Let's say this street was 2,000 miles long. Okay, you can only see the stars converging at a couple of 100 meters or a kilometer or a bit longer than that. I'm not sure of the exact distance. But whatever that distance is, obviously you wouldn't be able to see a star that's 500 miles away. I mean, a streetlight that's 500 miles away in this example. It's beyond your field of view, and it would also be blocked by the thickness of the air. Because the light from the streetlight has to push through all of that air, and it's going to be absorbed by the medium.
Okay, can I switch the argument a bit? I'm really impressed on your the scientific arguments that you're proposing, and just wondering, for example, if I'm on Japan and the other side of the world, like USA, Brazil, why in one side it's the day, in another side it's the night? How do you explain that? How it's corresponds to your theory? Like how it explains the actual flat Earth? Like that's 2 points in the Earth at the same time, but in one place it's the day, in another day, in a place it's the night. How it's possible? Any thoughts?
Sorry, was there a question? I didn't hear it.
The question is, why is
Shit, I'm sorry.
Yeah, there are two places in the Earth where in one place it's a night, another place is a day. How it's possible?
Well, in one place the sun is out, in the other place the sun is not out. Pretty simple.
Yeah, but what is the sun out? The sun is not out when the Earth is flat. Shouldn't be the
Well,
sun
the
both
sun
out
is
on the same places?
the sun is not above the horizon, right? At that place.
So the Japan and the USA are on the opposite sides of the flatness of the surface of the Earth.
I didn't say they were on the opposite sides. They are obviously far away from each other. And whatever the sun is, and however far away it is, or whatever, it is illuminating that portion of the Earth, while in another location it is not being illuminated. That's how it works.
I didn't get that. So there's the flat Earth, and there's two places. Like let's imagine USA and Japan, right? They're on the same surface, right? They should see the same day or the same night, but they see the difference.
Why would they?
Why would they? What?
Why would two places on the Earth have the same day and the same night if they're two different places? Obviously, the sun moves, right?
Because we're on a flat Earth. That's
Yeah, I know. Do you have an imagination or some kind of idea in your head about where the sun is in relationship to the Earth on the flat Earth? Do you have some kind of picture in your head?
Yes, I have.
Well, why are you using the picture in your head when we didn't give that to you? Are you confusing yourself with your own image?
I didn't get this. So what is your explanation of why there's two places on the Earth?
Dude, I already told you. Why are you asking me again? Japan is over there. I'm here, right? The sun is above me. It's not above them. So I have light. They don't.
But
Pretty
you're on
simple.
the same surface. You're on the flat. You're
Yeah, we're on the same.
Can you imagine?
So
Can you
okay,
imagine
I'll tell you this.
Stop. Listen.
I want you to tell me in your flat Earth model. Apparently, you have your own flat Earth model that you have created. I don't know why you did that, but I want you to tell me how high above the flat Earth in distance the sun is.
Very far away. Like
how far? How many miles?
Like 8 minutes away from 8-minute light minutes away from me. Like
This is on your flat Earth model. This is on a flat Earth model.
Yeah. It's about
so the sun is 93 million miles above the flat Earth. Why would you think that?
I just imagined that. That's what Google said me.
No, Google sent that to you about the globe Earth. The globe Earth has a sun.
Okay, so in a flat Earth, we have different distances.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I didn't claim the distance. No. This is your example. So you're telling me about your flat Earth model. I don't know why you created this model, but I want you to tell me about it. Tell me how high above the flat Earth the sun is in distance, like miles or kilometers.
Since it's my model, I would say 2 million kilometers above.
2 million kilometers. Okay, great. And how are you going to prove this?
I'm not going to prove this. It's my model. That's how it works. The question
No, you don't just circular reasoning, bro. You can't just affirm that this is. So if you created this, I want you to verify in your model this is how far away it is, so we can check against reality and see if that's correct.
The reality is that I see in one position in Japan, I see I see the sun, and in USA I don't see the sun. This is the
Okay, great.
reality. Why
So
is
this is the
that?
reality. Well, it's because the sun is above Japan and it's not above the United States. How hard is this to figure out?
So the sun is circling on the around this flat
No,
surface, right?
I don't know if it's a circle or not, but it moves. Okay,
So
the
the
sun
sun
moves.
is circles around the
I
flat
didn't.
of the
You are
surface,
saying
right?
it. That's your claim. So you're saying that the sun is circling around the flat Earth. Okay. So what's the problem?
No, it's not a problem. That's I'm
Okay.
trying to explain. That's that two places on the earth where I can see and I cannot see the sun. And
How far does the sunlight reach? How far does the sunlight reach on your model?
what do you mean, like sunlight reach?
How far? So you know how you turn on a light bulb and it can light up an area for quite a distance, right? But eventually, even getting far enough away from a light bulb, you won't be able to see that light anymore. So I want you to tell me, how far does the light reach on your model?
Infinite. You can do you
It's
have
infinite.
a laser? Do you have a laser? Can you use
It's
a
infinite.
laser? The laser can
Is the
point.
sun a laser now?
Can you point the laser somewhere you can see it? I don't think
Yes.
so.
Yes.
Then you don't have powerful enough laser. If you have powerful enough laser, you can even point to the moon.
Okay, prove that to me.
How can I prove it to you? Let's go to.
I'll tell you how you prove it. Go to the moon and shine your laser and tell me if it reaches.
You very high think of me, so I can go to the moon and shine to you. I would love to do this.
I have to pay for you to go to the moon to dude, you're just making a baseless assertion. It's a fallacy. You're just claiming something without any evidence. How about this? Can you shine a laser across the surface of the Earth for an infinite distance and see it wherever you want to see it? Can you do that?
I can use a laser to point to the ship, for example, but this doesn't matter. Like,
why doesn't it matter?
Can you just explain me why in one
On a
part
second.
of the Earth?
No, I'm done with your game. Your game sucks. I don't like can you explain, because you don't even understand how daylight works. So here's what you're going to do for me. You're going to show me who measured the curvature of the Earth, and then we can stop talking about all these other ancillary non-point points about stars and moons and everything when we're talking about the surface of the Earth. So who has curvature measurements of the Earth, and how do we verify them?
I don't know. I don't measure the curvature. That's
who
that's
has?
not my job. I don't know.
Who has?
I'm just simply looking that in one place of the Earth I see day, and then at the same time in the Earth I see night.
And
that's what I am examining.
What would that tell us about whether or not the Earth is curving?
That's not telling you anything. That's just a thing that I'm trying to explain. I don't know how to explain this. So I would like you to explain me why in one place of the Earth that's night and another place of the Earth is day.
Okay.
I don't
How about
get
this? Did I make a claim about whether or not I knew exactly how that all works, other than the fact that when it's daytime, the sun is out, and when it's nighttime, the sun is not out? Did I make any other claims beyond that? Was I able to tell you how it works?
Okay, that's the good point. So the sun is out, we see the sun, but where is the starting point of the sun? If the
I have no idea. I have no idea. Meanwhile, the Earth is still measurably flat.
So imagine like how flat, like the on the surface, like the book surface, the table surface.
According to the way that they measure it, it is a completely horizontal ocean datum point, meaning it is perfectly flat and everything is measured according to that flat datum, meaning horizontal, straight, level.
How the sun can circle around it then?
Did I make any claims about how I know whether or not the sun circles around this particular? Are you thinking of a disk now? Do you think the Earth is a disk?
You just said that it's just circling. That's because, like.
No, I didn't say that.
You
I did not
said
say that.
the sun raises and we see the light. The sun goes down, we don't see the light. I'm just trying to explain that.
Is that a circle, or is that just a straight line from horizon to horizon, or is it an arc? It's more of an arc. So we have an arc between the horizon and the horizon, and there's no circle involved.
That's pretty complicated.
No, it's not really complicated at all. Isn't that what you observe?
I observe, like, let's say I'm talking to Zoom into Discord to my friend. One friend is in Japan or USA. In Japan, another friend in the USA. They have different time zones.
George.
Yeah.
So the sun's not 93 million miles away. Okay, don't try to put the flat Earth inside the globe model distances and outer space. So
How
this
far
is
is that?
completely a different system. We don't know the exact distance.
Okay.
But if you have a light, okay, the light can't push forever through a medium. If you go just 200 meters deep into the ocean, it's pitch black. Even if it's midday and you have nice clear water, if you go 200 meters deep into the ocean, you can't see any light. You can't see the sun. It's completely black. That's because
in
the light...
in a glass too. Imagine like kilometer of glass too. You cannot see. It's just because there's material.
And the air is also similar to that. So light cannot push forever through the air as well.
No, air and the water is different in terms of.
So in the air, in the water, it's 200 meters. It's not very far. It's a different distance in the air. It's much further, but it still attenuates. It's called light attenuation. It happens. It's something that happens because as the light moves through the medium, it becomes scattered, it becomes absorbed. So if the sun was much smaller than what we're told and much more localized, not giving you a specific distance when I say local, that's a subjective term and we don't really know exactly what the sun is or where the sun is. But when the sun's above someone in Australia, the light from the sun is not able to push all the way through all of that air to reach certain parts of the Earth. And we also have the inverse square law of light, which means every time you double the distance, it gets 4 times dimmer. You've probably heard of the inverse square law. There's a diagram in the side chat at 5 minutes after the hour. I can also give you citations for light attenuation and the inverse square law, if you want.
George, I can appreciate that you want to know how the sun works on a flat Earth. Hey, guess what? Me too. But it doesn't change the fact that the Earth is measurably flat. So it doesn't really matter what the sun or the stars or anything else is doing, because the Earth is what it is and it is what it is measured to be. Does that make sense?
How can you verify your measurements according to the sun?
No worries. No worries. Oh, according to the sun? Oh, well, you can take an elevation angle to it. And that also measures the Earth flat. That's where you get your longitude. That's what longitude is. Did you know that? It's angles to the sun on the flat surface. No, I just told you that. DJ just told you that. Why are you disrespecting us at this point, dude? We already told you we don't know the distance to the sun, but the Earth is measured flat.
Would you agree that if you measure a surface flat continuously in all different parts of the surface and there's no curvature to be found, whatever's happening above that surface is not going to change the fact that the surface is not curving?
Yeah, I would agree to that.
Yeah, so that's the case here. So that's the main argument. I mean, that's the one thing that we have access to that anyone can go and test. So repeatability as well. I think that's important. And we have many thousands of tests that have been done now, and not one of them shows any Earth curvature whatsoever. And we can't find a single test that shows that there is such a thing as the curvature of the Earth. It only seems to exist as a theoretical mathematical concept, not reality.
Yeah, but your model should be good enough to explain why that's different
What model?
time zones.
What? Sorry.
Yeah, the sun
sorry.
moves. The sun moves.
Yeah, the sun moves, and that's how it's given to us as time zones. Is the angular relationship of the sun above a flat plane? That's how it's measured. That's where you get your time zones from.
But if it moves and the Earth is flat,
we're not presenting a model. Our intention, things that happen. Hi, bro. Hey, it's inconsequential. All right, we're pointing.
You're cutting out a little bit,
Does
T-Dub.
Sorry, man. Hang on. Is this any better?
We'll see.
Give it a try.
Right, we're just pointing out to you that the surface does not conform to that of a sphere. Right? So your model is out. We're not presenting to you a replacement model.
I'm not talking about the Earth sphere. I'm talking exactly that the Earth is flat.
You are.
I'm talking that the flat, but if the Earth is flat, then the sun should at some point.
No, the sun should not do anything.
It should cross.
That's where we stop, bro.
The surface, right?
No,
George,
we're demonstrating to you. We're demonstrating to you that the surface of the is planar. We can demonstrate that to you. It's not up for contention, right? We don't have to worry about the sun.
Sorry, man. Yeah, we don't have to worry about the sun. We don't have to worry about the concept that you have created for the flat Earth, whether or not that's any good. You're telling us about consequences or things about the flat Earth that you've constructed and the way it should work. And I don't know why you're doing that to yourself. It's like you're confusing yourself because you're saying, in the way that I imagine the flat Earth to be, the sun would have to do this thing. And you're supposing that with no evidence. So I don't know why you would create your own flat Earth when all we know is that the Earth itself is measurably flat, and ultimately what the sun and the stars and all the things in the sky are doing are totally independent of that. I don't know how they work. I don't know how the heavens are constructed. I don't ultimately know what consequences we should expect are. I just know what we have. When it's daylight, the sun is out. When it's nighttime, it's not there. That's the observation. I am not supposing a cause. If you want to suppose a cause and then test your cause or the relationship between the things on the earth or the flat earth itself and the things in the sky, that's up to you.
Oh, let's say I heard your measurements. Let's say I very agree to that. It's kind of it's a really good argument. Let's imagine that the Earth is flat, and I can kind of believe in that according to your measurements. The problem is that I try to understand how the sun is moving in this.
That's great.
Yeah. So if I assume that the Earth is flat, but how can I explain that there are there are two places in the Earth. When in one place that's the night, in other places a day.
Yeah, the sun.
That should
The
be
sun
some
moves.
point. Yeah.
Listen,
the sun moves.
Listen,
I understand.
Yeah, the sun moves.
The problem
okay,
is
so when the sun's above a certain portion of the Earth, it's light there, and the light's not able to light up the whole Earth at once. It's very simple. When it's midday,
yeah. Okay.
When it's midday, the sun's going to be above you approximately, and it's going to be dark somewhere else. The light can't push forever through the air. It's very simple. The sun moves just like we see.
Okay, so it means that at some point it should cross the surface of the Earth, right? It should just strict into
You see
surface.
the sun move across the sky every single day.
Yes, exactly. And
There you go.
So at some point it should just go through the surface of the Earth, right? The Earth is flat. So
No. It's
Why?
always
You
above.
saying-
It's always above the surface of the Earth. It's
how
always
then
above
it
it.
circles? How then it circles? It is circles around the. What is the circle
It's
like?
not going. It's not going under. It's not going under
Why is that?
because the surface is flat, right? And everybody sees the sun every day, meaning that the sun is always above the flat surface.
But
It looks like it's like the other argument before when we were explaining how perspective works.
So
Okay, as things go away from you, they converge with the horizon due to perspective. Clouds do that. Planes do that. Hallways do that. The sun does that. The moon does that. The stars do that. Perspective is always there.
Let's go back to the Earth is flat. Okay, no arguments to that. That's our assumption, my assumption, your belief, not a problem. In Japan, USA, different times of the day. So in the middle should be somewhere where the sun hits the surface, right?
No, it's not actually going down. It is just appearing to converge due to the way our perspective works, like the streetlights. So look at the street. Imagine the streetlights that I showed you before, and just change the streetlights to the sun moving away in that path.
Okay, in the Earth, in the surface of the Earth, are we live on only the upper surface or both of them?
Yeah. So think of this is how I like to think about it. Okay, think of the surface of the Earth kind of like a floor or a foundation.
Okay.
All right. Think of the known area of the Earth like a big lake where you have continents like islands sticking out of the water, but all of the water is connected and it's all flat across the surface like a big lake, just like a lake. And you've got different continents. And then the sun would be taking a particular path. This is just what we see visually. Okay, there could be a lot more to it than we understand, but we see the sun moving across the sky. It looks like it's rising in the east and setting in the west, right? Just as if a plane went over the top of you from east to west, it would look like it's doing the same thing. It is appearing to go up in a big giant arc over the top of your head, and it's going to do the same thing as it goes away from you. Even though the plane is staying at the same altitude, it appears to be converging as it goes away from you.
You know about angular distance, angular distance and angular size change, right? So the distance between two objects will appear to decrease, get smaller, the further away from those two objects you are, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Right. That's what we're talking about.
Oh, here we go. I have an example.
Going down.
At some point, we should switch the size, switch the surface. Like I'm just trying to imagine.
Here, George.
Yeah,
George,
yeah.
just quickly, just have a look in the side chat. I just want to show you just like a little example. Okay, so this person has a glowing ball, and then they put a string horizontally across their kitchen top. Okay, and in the video, he's sliding the sun across the straight line horizontally. Now, what he does then is he puts the camera down on the ground. Down on the bench. Okay, and from the perspective of the camera, this is what it looks like the sun's doing as he moves it along the line. Now it looks like the line's going down, and it looks like the sun, or this little ball, is going down. It's not. It's the exact horizontal line, but it looks like it's going down because of the terrestrial view that he's got now. He's on the territory, He's on the bench top, the way that we would have our perspective being on the Earth. So even though the sun is moving across a straight path, a horizontal path, it looks like it's going down. This is just to give you an idea of how to think about it in relation to how our perspective works.
Yeah, it's not actually going down.
Like this light, this glowing light, it's not going to hit the kitchen bench.
Yeah, at
It's
some
not going to
point
go under.
you don't see it, right? So
Yeah.
it means that it's very far away.
Just like the Polaris example again, or like a plane. You don't see the plane forever either. It's going to converge with the horizon because we have a limited field of view. We actually see in a big circle. So if picture this just as an analogy. If you go out into the ocean on a canoe and you can see nothing around you except for water. If you look forward, you can see the horizon at a certain distance away. And if you look to the right, you'll see this horizon at the same distance away. Okay,
Yeah,
so just say you look all the way around you, you have a big circle of vision. Now, if you have a plane that's coming from one point, it's going to look like it comes up from that horizon. It's going to go up in a big giant arc over the top of your head, and it's going to go away from you in the opposite direction, and it's going to look like it converges with that horizon again. That horizon isn't that far away. It might be 10 miles away or something like that. On a globe, it would have to be 3 miles away.
Yeah, I can agree to that. So let's imagine the USA and Japan across this line, right? So at some point, the USA is seeing the sun and the Japan is not. And in another point, the Japan is seeing the daylight and USA is not. How is possible?
Okay, let me try this. Okay, let's use your model, George. So we have an observation on your model where one place it's light and one place it's dark, and they're really far away. So let's talk about it for a sec. Is it possible that your sun isn't bright enough to spread its light through the air, especially when the angle of incidence to the sun is essentially horizontal? So that means that the angle to the sun is so slight, it's very close to 0 degrees, and you have to look through hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of miles of air to see it. Are you aware that the attenuation of light in air
have you observed the sunset?
Excuse me, I'm almost done, George.
Go ahead,
I don't know
go
what you're
ahead.
George.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So if in the air the attenuation of light, meaning that you cannot see it anymore, is 300 miles, do you think that your sunlight is going to reach anywhere past 300 miles?
Yeah, so in the sunset, the sun is kind of far away and you barely see it. It's kind of red. It's not like you see it in the daylight, right?
Right.
So you still see it, but it's kind of red. It's dusk.
It's kind of red. Yeah. And then
but
it
you
seems
still see
it appears to get lower. It appears to get lower and lower and lower until none of the sunlight can be seen. Isn't that right?
Yeah, but at some point you can see the half of the circle,
Yes.
right?
Great. That's great. So you see half of it, right? So you see half of it, but eventually it's going to be so low in your field of view, meaning angular relationship between you and the earth and the sun, that the sunlight is now no longer going to be making it through the very dense air on the surface of the earth between you and the sun. Right?
Yeah, the density of the air should just change the visibility of the circle.
Yeah, meaning you can't see it. Altogether, you cannot see it. You cannot see that light.
You can see that light, it's just dusker.
So now it's just dusker, but you just a second ago told me that you can't see it.
What do you mean? Like, you put at the sunset, you can see the part of the circle, right?
Eventually, it all goes away.
Why is it red? George, why is it red? Why does the sun turn red?
Yeah, it turns red exactly because of the atmosphere.
Right.
The,
Right. So the amount of air that you're looking through.
Yeah. But why we see only the part of the circle?
So eventually there'll be too much air for any other light to pass through and reach your eye.
No.
Quite often, look, this is your argument. You're saying how come it looks like it disappears bottom up. So this is the same as the boats over the horizon thing that we went over first, but now with the sun. Okay, and I've posted some footage in the side chat that shows what happens when you zoom right in on it. Okay, we see a lot of anomalies when the sun is close to the horizon because we have a lot of potential atmospheric effects that can take place.
It doesn't look to
now
me
most of the time well, this is the sun. Most of the time, if it looks like it's cleanly disappearing bottom up, it's because it's actually being physically obstructed by a local horizon such as mountains or elevated terrain or ocean swells, which are extremely common in the ocean. Okay? When we have a nice clear day where there's not waves and we zoom right in on a sunset, it looks like it kind of squishes into the horizon, like you can see in these diagrams that I've posted in the side chat, or these videos that I've posted in the side chat. And if you have a look, what? Sorry, no, it looks like a circle. But once it gets really, really low to the horizon, does that look like a circle to you? No, what you're seeing is skewed by the air, the atmo. It's skewing. It's skewing what you're seeing.
Where is it hiding? Like, shouldn't be like this.
It's not hiding. You can't resolve it. You can't resolve it due to the way your perspective works and due to the way the atmo works.
It's an
similar
oval,
to
right? It's not a circle. It's just
no. It's just appearing to you as an oval because we have atmospheric effects taking place. The lower it gets to the horizon, the more drastic these atmospheric effects are. Just like you can see in this image, it doesn't look like it's setting behind the horizon. It looks like it's moving away and getting smaller. The portion that you can see is getting smaller. The reason you can't see the full spectrum is because it can't, the blue spectrum, right? It can't push forever through the medium. It's already being blocked. You can just see more of the red spectrum of light at this point because it can travel further than the blue spectrum, the cooler spectrums.
That explains the color, but it not explain the shape. The shape.
Okay, bro, you're going to have to stop, okay? You're dragging us on a red herring fallacy from hell through this. If I imagine the earth to be flat, and if I imagine my sun to be all these things, it should do this. I don't care about what your imaginations say. Why don't we go with the observations that we actually have and see what kind of conclusions we can come to? So, if the earth is measurably flat, can it be a ball?
Ball?
A ball, a sphere, globe.
It can be a globe, sphere, anywhere. It's what is the point? It can
a flat, measurably flat Earth be a globe, a sphere?
No, I think it's a flat.
No.
Like what?
Okay, so it's flat.
It's
So
flat,
we have.
exactly. But the problem is, I'm just trying to fit my observation into the flat understanding of the surface.
Well, don't do that. Don't do that. That's a bad idea. Don't try to shoehorn your own imaginations into what we observe. Just test and measure what we have. So we have a flat Earth. And by the way, nobody in here is making any claims about ultimately how the sky works, or why it's doing what it's doing, or what the mechanisms are, or why we experience what we
I'm
experience. No one's
curious.
making it.
I'm
I know
trying to
you're
understand that.
curious. I know you're curious, and so am I. Don't get me wrong.
Well, we're all
I'm just as
curious.
curious as you are about what's going on with the sky, because it's very mysterious, and it's amazing actually. But we have no way to really know what's going on up there. Why? Because we don't have access to any of that stuff, so we can't test anything.
Yeah, so we can just call my let's just take this GIF of the sunset, right? So we can call my friend, like let's say we imagine this in the we observe this in USA. We can call my friend in the
George, I'm
just give me
not
a
trying to cut you
simple
off. I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm
argument.
not trying to cut you off, but I have to. I'll tell you why. Because we are not going to do these musings with you anymore. Yeah, your friend in Japan, and it's light over there, and they see different stars. I get it. That's fine. But you trying to figure this out with us here is not going to work today, because we've already told you about several contributing factors as to why you can observe what you can observe from our vantage point on Earth, and it seems like you don't accept them. So if you don't accept them,
Which one?
and you
Which
just
one
want
are you
to,
talking about? Which one? Can you name? Which
well,
I
it's
can accept?
just perspective alone, that things descend according to your perspective view. If they get
I
farther away
accept
from you,
that.
or you,
I already said that. I accept that perspective
okay,
argument.
great. And so, and the angular relationship of the object that you're looking at and its ability to illuminate where you are could be blocked out, right? I mean, that sunlight could be blocked out for a myriad of reasons. So we already have plausible explanations,
So I'm
although
trying
we
to
can't
understand
test
what is the
ultimately.
reason. When I see this exactly the same sunset in USA, and I call my
I'm
friend
gonna
in Japan, and
I'm
he
gonna
sees
give
the
him one last
sunlight.
chance. So one last chance. One last chance,
Shh.
George. The sun, right? When the sun's above someone in Japan, the person in the USA is too far away for that sun to light up that part of the earth. That's the answer.
Okay. I don't want to like.
George, are you asking about the geometry? Like, are we talking like Blake curves not bending and trying to figure out terrestrial distances by using the relative angles? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what your
He's
question
just
is.
trying to work out why it can be light in Japan and dark in America at the same time.
Yeah, if I see the in Japan, imagine in USA or in Japan, I see this sunset. Why in another part of the world like USA, it's the sunlight? That's the question.
All we can tell you is that the light isn't reaching
Just
that
told
area.
you, bro. Just told you that.
Okay.
What was my explanation just then?
You said that you both said that it's just circling around.
No, we did not say
No,
that.
And I cannot
That's not what I said.
understand that.
Dude, okay, I'll say it one last time. Okay? When the sun's above someone in Japan, someone in America is too far away for that sunlight to reach them. It's not going to light up the entire Earth at the same time because of the inverse square law of light and light attenuation. That's the answer. Maybe
So
you
it means
need
it's
to go and
just
read
right.
up. Read up.
So yeah, I understand that. So it means like it's really the distance between the sun and the earth is really compared that to the distance between the earth and between the Japan and USA, right? It's relatively same in your opinion.
Yeah.
I didn't get that.
Yeah. I think he's saying like the height, whatever height the sun is, when it's above someone in America is the same height as when it's above someone that's in Japan.
Well,
Yep.
yeah, unless you account for the terrain, which could be higher or lower according to sea level, right? So that might be a difference, but nonetheless, too far away for the light to reach. That's the main point here. Main point, light too far away to reach.
Visible light, right? We're just talking about the spectrum that our eyes can see.
Josh, shut the
'Cause there's
hell up.
Yeah, Josh, that's what we're
What?
talking about. That's what we're talking
Okay,
about.
I was just trying to clarify here because we could get into like radio.
So the sun is pretty big, right?
I don't know how big
Like-
it is. What's
No
the sun
idea.
in general? Yeah, like what even is it? We can't test what that is. There's a lot of unknowns when it comes to the sky.
So what you're
Lot of-
saying is just circling around the Earth with a distance comparable to the distance between the Japan and the USA, something like couple thousand meters. So it means that the sun is around couple thousand meters above us.
No. It doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that it's around a couple of thousand meters. I don't know how you came up with that distance. What did you do to come up with that distance?
So you said that it is when we in Japan and USA, the sun is traveling from one side to another, and it means that it's changing the view that we can measure it.
Yeah, but you're
Right?
thinking of the sun as like a little physical fiery ball that's floating above the surface of the earth. We're
Yeah,
not
yeah.
necessarily claiming that. We don't know what the sun is. We don't know exactly how it works. The sun that we see up in the sky is very much an apparent light in the sky. Everyone sees it in a unique position due to their own personal field of view, their perspective. And it does a lot of crazy stuff. It does a lot of weird things. Sometimes it looks like it's embedded within the clouds, and you can see clouds in front of it and clouds behind it, even though it's not actually physically where you're looking at it, right? It's not embedded in the clouds, but it appears to be from where you're standing. Someone else might be able to see the same sun that you can see, right? But where they are, there's no clouds. So you're both looking at the sun. You're looking at the sun embedded in the clouds. They're looking at a sun where there's no clouds in the sky, and they don't see any clouds around the sun at all. It's a lot of mysteries to how the sun works, the way our perspective works, and how reflected light works, how the medium works, what medium is the sun in, and what else is beyond our comprehension about the sky. It makes it a big mystery that we're not going to be able to validate. It's just going to require speculation and things like that. And we can just measure the surface of the Earth and know whatever's happening in the sky is happening above a flat surface.
Okay. I'm kinda bored, but I really like the arguments, and especially yours. It's really interesting. So, yeah, thanks for the discussion.
Thanks for the chat. Hopefully, we'll see you again sometime. Think of some more questions, look into it a bit more, and come back sometime, and we'll have another conversation
why did
about
you
it.
guys mute Josh?
Sure.
Yeah.
Cat lady, if you're not speaking, can you mute your mic, please?
Who?
Cat.
Why did you guys mute Josh? Because he's saying he just asked a question.
He was complicating. Look, it took us a long time to get to a really basic point with the guy, and then what Josh was saying was adding extra confusion to it when he'd finally started to get what we were talking about. That's the only reason. He's not muted anymore.
You could just tell him.
Yeah. Plus, you don't need to worry about why
Yeah.
someone else is muted.
No, like it
Appreciate
happened
the
to me in
candor.
another channel. I was super respectful, and then when I wasn't there, they just muted me. I guess for just disagreeing.
Yeah, it's not for disagreeing.
Don't
That's
like
not the
stuff like
reason. He didn't get muted for disagreeing. I don't even know
Either
if you muted him, but
Elio-
look, it doesn't really.
I did.
Don't worry about it. It's all good.
Yeah, Elio, just so you know, concern trolling, we don't really appreciate in here, which means if you're concerned as to why somebody has been censured, right, or any action has been taken against them, a ban, a mute, or whatever, we don't need to have you asking us questions about why we do things. We have our reasons. we're going to do what we're going to do.
Yeah, I was gonna say you got to go to the server mods if you have concerns with that. Don't engage directly.
Elio, I was wondering, could you please DM me the full picture of your profile picture?
Help!
Oh, what? What? Hello?
I think T-Dub likes your profile picture and was wondering if you could DM him the full version of that picture.
Who? I don't know who's speaking.
T-Dub. T-Dub.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. Why?
I don't know. That's what he was asking.
Yeah, me. I was just wondering, could you post it or DM it to me? Your profile picture. I really like it. I'd love to see the full version of it.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I don't really want to do that. Just a picture from the internet.
Okay, all right. I'll snap it and Google search it. Cheers, man.
Okay, guys. So you said a few times that you think that these professors and stuff like that, they are just repeating what they heard, right? But do you also believe that there is a conspiracy about this?
What's the conspiracy?
To hide
who is
flat
conspiring?
Earth, or
Who is conspiring to hide the Earth?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I think most people just believe that the Earth's a globe because that information was handed to them from a young age, and they probably never tested it or questioned it. They just assume that it's been done long ago.
Okay.
We also have to remember something, just one thing in what you said. No one is hiding the earth. You have access to it all day, every day.
Okay. But then, so you don't believe that all governments know that the earth is flat? Or that there's something beyond the ice wall, or regardless if there is an ice wall or not, or something like that, and they all keep some kinds of
No, and
secrets, or
the government's a big giant organization, right? That has a whole bunch of individual people that have specific jobs, and it's compartmentalized, meaning that
some
you have
departments.
Yeah, like the one department doesn't know what the other department's doing. They might be in the next room, but they don't know what each other's doing. They have non-disclosure agreements and things like that. I think that most of the people, I mean, if not all of the people that work for the government, genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe. Maybe there are some people that are also flat earthers that work for the government. Maybe there are some people high up in the government that know that the Earth's flat and they're deceiving, but I mean, try to find their name and prove that they're doing it. That's going to be a hard list to come up with. And then maybe the government isn't necessarily the top of the food chain when it comes to control and power. Maybe the government is more like a kind of like a mafia that's in charge of a particular part of the Earth, and that there are more powerful things at play. I'm not sure. It's all speculation.
I saw a video where some guy is filming his station as minus 40 degrees in Alaska. No, I mean in Antarctica, because he's doing some work there, whatever. So, and it's like freezing cold. It looks like some type of building that has these like huge pillars under it on top of snow. So there is like some type of, I don't know, research something building, right? But
there's bases.
There's
research bases in Antarctica.
Okay, so I don't think there is. So because these people who went and did this experiment, these flat earthers, and they didn't expect there to be a 24-hour sun, but there was one. At least that's what they're saying.
Yep.
And it looks pretty convincing because they have been flat earthers for a long time, and they were like very vocal about it. So either there is this like island or something which is like frosty and people call it Antarctica or something, but this, so there couldn't be like this ice wall around Earth because then there wouldn't be 24-hour sun there if it was true that genuinely these guys went there and they experienced that. So if they experienced it for real, then there couldn't be a ice wall around Earth. So then there must be like some island somewhere, or maybe like these explorers, like that guy that was filming that he's stationed there. Maybe
Yeah, I'm not
like
claiming
he
that
doesn't
there's
know where
an
he is,
ice
or like
wall.
his bosses just know that it's fake, know that it's not Antarctica, and they just build this thing in Alaska or somewhere. Like, what's the
No,
explanation for that?
No, okay, as far as we know, they went to a icy section of land in the south, and they said they observed what appeared to be a sun in the sky for 24 hours. And one of them claimed that there's a big ice wall that surrounds the Earth. Okay, we're not claiming that. That guy is a dumbass stoner called Jaren who has been saying crazy things for years. I mean, he's like more of a YouTuber that does videos about debunking NASA. So you're never going to find any flat earther in 24/7, or most of the time, you're not going to find anyone that claims an ice wall surrounding the Earth. There's no empirical evidence that there's an ice wall surrounding the Earth. There's an ice wall that is the coastline of Antarctica. There's a lot of mysteries when it comes to what Antarctica is. Maybe it's just a continent. Who knows? We can't check. So
Did you say that they've been to the south?
Where's the south? I mean, that's anywhere away from north would be south, and if you go directly away from north, I mean, I could go south right now, but I'd just be walking a few meters. What do you mean, the far south? Like the maximum distance south? No, no one's ever just kept going south.
I didn't like when you responded. You said that they went south and they
Yeah, they went.
experienced a 24-hour sun.
Yeah, so this is how Austin Whitsitt, one of the flat earthers that went there, this is what he describes happened. He went to Chile. They jumped on a plane. They landed at a section of ice that he was told was called Antarctica. And then they saw what looked like a 24-hour light in the sky, the sun, and then they came back. And he said, it doesn't prove that the Earth's a globe because we can measure the Earth as flat. So whatever's happening in the sky is happening above a flat surface. Now, the sun is a big mystery. The sky is a big mystery, how the sky works. There could be a lot of things that are beyond our comprehension in how we view what's happening in the sky. So,
but
yeah, it doesn't work on that map that you're thinking of in your head, which is an AE map, and as it's a globe projection with a big ice wall that surrounds the Earth.
Okay,
right. That's not what we're claiming.
Yeah, it's not just about Antarctica or about the ice wall. I think that if the Earth was flat, there wouldn't be a 24-hour sun anywhere.
Oh man. Okay, so why? Have you created your own flat Earth model too?
So where can there be 24-hour sun on Earth?
Well, apparently in the extreme north and the extreme south.
You know, this is ironic because one of your most renowned astrophysicists and TV science communicators, on social media as well, Neil deGrasse Tyson, said, "The universe is under no obligation to explain itself to you." So it seems like a bit of a double standard where flat earthers get burdened with having to explain all these things, right? But when it's on the globe side and something pops up that's not very, not well explained, right, as far as how we understand physics and everything goes, they just get to say something like that and then everything's all good, right?
So they were there in December 2024. They were there during winter, and they experienced 24-hour sun.
Bro. Why are you talking about the sun?
I think it's pretty evident
Who
why.
who cares why? Who cares about the sun? We're talking about the Earth.
Yeah, but it
Why are
needs
we
to make
supposed to
sense.
explain to you? Why does it not make sense to you? Tell me why it doesn't make sense.
I just told you.
What? No, you didn't. You just said it doesn't make sense. I want to know why it doesn't make sense. So the Earth is measured flat, and the sun is above it, and apparently in the
Well,
north and in the south,
what it could
there is
be,
a 24-hour sun, depending on the time of the year. That's what we have as an observation for. What part doesn't make sense to you?
what it could be is that these measurements that they're telling us that the curvature starts after 4 miles. I think these measurements are false.
Why aren't you answering my question? I asked you a very direct question and you totally ignored me. Why are you being rude to me at this point?
Okay, I see where this is going. You're trying to find a mute here.
No, I'm trying to get you to stay on the same point and answer a question about what you said doesn't make sense. Why doesn't it make sense to you?
I just told you because they've been there and they experienced 24-hour sun.
Yes, okay, so they experienced a sun above the Earth's surface for 24 hours. What part doesn't make sense to you?
Because the sun has to be in a different place. Couldn't be 24-hour sun in one place.
Whoa. There it is. Why
Has
does
to
it
be
have
dark.
to be? Why does it have to be?
Because sometimes it's dark in some place. Sometimes it's night.
Yeah, was it dark at certain places on the Earth during the time they saw the sun above the horizon?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So there were dark places on the Earth that day and every other day.
But not there. So how is that possible?
So because the sun is above the frickin' horizon, you've answered your own question. How is it daylight where they're at, where the sun is up for 24 hours? Oh, you shit. You think it's because the sun might be out?
Yeah, but where on flat Earth is it sun all the time?
During
In
certain
December.
parts of the year, the extreme north or the extreme south? How are you not getting this?
In the summer, maybe at north. In the summer, but not in the winter.
Yeah,
right.
In the winter,
Then-
it's dark for 20. So when it's doing its thing, where Antarctica is, okay, in the north, our friend Drace in Iceland, he doesn't get any sun. He doesn't even see the sun. It's dark for 24 hours a day at that time of year for him, and he's in the north. 6 months later, it's going to be light 24 hours a day for him, and it's going to be dark 24 hours a day in Antarctica.
In what season?
In
The
winter,
summer
it's
for
going to
both
be,
of them.
yeah. So summer light for 24 hours, winter dark for 24 hours. At the
Okay,
opposite
but they were
times
there
of
in
each other.
December. They were there in
And then
December.
sometimes the sun will peek its little head up for a couple of hours and then go back.
Yeah, so at the same
You're
time,
confused. Hold on, I gotta clarify. He keeps saying December. You're confused. In December, it's summertime in the South. Were you aware of that?
What do you mean by that?
I mean, it's summer in the what they call the South or the Southern Hemisphere. It's summertime between what is it, T-Dub? Between basically October and March, right? Summertime in the
Yeah,
south.
but if
Yep,
the sun
correct.
is rotating,
Yep. It's my
the
summer
sun is
right at this very moment. It's summer. It's hot.
That's fair though. He maybe doesn't know that when it's winter, let's say in America, it's also summer in South America.
I know. That's why I'm just trying to help him out with that. He may not be
okay,
aware.
that makes sense. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But still, the
When
sun
it's
is
winter in Europe, it's summer in Australia. You get
okay.
it?
That makes sense. That makes sense. But the sun is moving.
Yes, it is.
So
yeah,
if they are in the south,
You are correct. There you go, sir. Listen, just appraise this moment. You said the sun is moving, and you are correct. That
okay.
only that debunks the globe idea. Just that.
this is like final experiment stuff,
So
dude.
if
This
it's
was a
moving,
year.
why is it not?
Yeah, homie, listen. This
How
is like a
come it's
year
24
ago.
hours
Yeah,
sunny?
dude, this was a year ago. You should have figured this stuff out prior to that. Over a year ago, a young Earth creationist took a bunch of YouTube celebrities to Antarctica to conduct a final experiment. A year later, they still can't figure out what they saw, what it meant, and what they're supposed to do with it. I mean, this is like bizarro land at this point. If you're going to conduct an experiment, you should have your hypothesis, your prediction, your null hypothesis already set. It shouldn't take you a year later. You're trying to figure out, does the sun even set on a flat Earth? If it does, what would cause a sunset on a flat Earth? What
But I
variables are
wasn't
being
interested in this
manipulated?
subject back then so much.
Yeah, and you don't know this, but the first location they were at, the sun did go behind a mountain. They had to change locations that they only brought a few people to. And one of them started screaming about the guns. I mean, you should
Guns?
probably look. Yeah, like he just like walked out of his tent with just basically a shirt, a small jacket on, no headgear, and just started yelling about guns. Like it was the most bizarre thing I
Can you
really
post
have
a
ever
link
witnessed.
for that? I want to see that.
Yeah, the final experiment. Just go check it out.
I looked it up on YouTube, but I can't find the 24-hour stream. It's just some clips of
Oh,
it.
there wasn't one. That's the thing too. They said they were going to do a 24-hour stream, and it was like, I guess it was kind of like condensed or something. They showed like maybe like 3.5 hours of 24 hours. Dude, this whole
And you
thing.
said that the sun did go over the mountain, or
Yeah, the first location they are at this Glacier National Park. They had all the cameras set up. They said this will prove something, which they don't even tell you what it's supposed to prove, that the sun will be above the horizon the full 24 hours. And it didn't. It went behind this mountain. So I guess they drove over to some other location with like 3 people or 4 people. One dude went cuckoo and started yelling about guns. Another guy went down on his hands and knees and started eating snow. Some other dude was hitting a vape and talking about, I can see my breath. Like the whole thing is just chock full of just like eyebrow raising, cringe worthy stuff from the very beginning. From the first day when they landed in Chile, like it was goofy then too. Like they decided to like do a power pout session in their hotel room and play with Star Wars toys. Like the first couple of days, they wouldn't leave their hotel rooms because they wanted to follow the flat earthers around town, and they said, "Well, no, you can't do that. You signed a contract that you wouldn't act cringe and weird around the flat earthers." So really, why not just, instead of like asking these questions, just say, what do you think should have happened? On a flat earth, does the sun set or it wouldn't set on the flat earth?
it would go away or start becoming dark,
How does that happen?
just like it happens anywhere.
Okay, so everywhere it happens exactly the same.
No, but it becomes dark.
It gets dark.
Yeah.
Okay, so when the sun moves away from you, it gets dark. And you call that what?
Night.
Night, yeah. And if your sun is in your area, what do you call that?
Day.
There you go.
Exactly. Yeah, but what we're saying, Crit, is that if the Earth was flat, there will be no 24-hour sun. Is that what you're saying, sir? That the sun would you wouldn't observe that phenomena. The 24-hour sun
In
will
Antarctica,
not have.
maybe it would be in North Pole, but in the North Pole it couldn't be because they went there during December. And
The last guy said that
You mentioned a claim that there is a phenomena being observed of the 24-hour sun, and you're saying, therefore, the shape of the Earth cannot be this, and it has to be that.
the last guy was saying the opposite. There has to be a 24-hour sun on flat Earth. Make up your minds, guys.
That's it's a year out. It's over a year out, and they still haven't figured out what it's supposed to mean. Like the biggest thing they walked away from that was somehow Nathan or something. Like Nathan didn't get an invite, but he got an invite. But he didn't get an invite, but he was scared to get an invite. Like the whole thing is just the only thing I got, my personal takeaway is that, say, Flat Earth has 99 problems. One problem we don't have is a young Earth creationist, megachurch super pastor, doing some cringe YouTube experiment for some purpose that he still is yet to disclose. That's all. That's your side. That's the globe side, and you can have it. You can take all of it. Take all the young Earth creationists, megachurch super pastors, and keep them.
Hey, just quickly, Elio?
Yeah.
Have a look at what I posted in the side chat. This is not flat Earth, right? This is not how it works, and this is not what we claimed, and that is not a flat Earth map. Someone's got some feedback.
do you have something that shows what you believe instead, or close to it?
No, there is no such thing as a perfect map.
Can you just draw something?
Okay, so this
or explain it?
No. Okay, so this is going to be disappointing for you, but just quickly, the guy that went to Antarctica, the stoner that I was talking about, the dumbass one, called Jaren. Okay, this is what he thought the flat Earth model is, and this is why he said that you can't have a 24-hour sun in the south, because this is the flat Earth model, and it doesn't work on the flat Earth model. Okay, so it shut down this model that he was claiming, that he thought the flat Earth model was. We don't claim that. And if you're asking for us to give you a map of the Earth, it doesn't exist because it's impossible for us to create a map of the Earth. Now, maybe if you were able to hook us up with maybe $50 billion and a fleet of jets and ships and a whole bunch of time, then we could probably go out and make some kind of map. But in existence, all maps are wrong. All we have is these sky coordinate systems that are projected into maps, and they all have distortions. And if you go to YouTube right now and type in why all maps are wrong, they'll explain to you that all maps are wrong. And there is no map where someone's gone out and actually mapped the entirety of this Earth that we live on and provided us with a perfect map. Okay, we just have coordinate systems, we have projections, and that kind of thing. We can't give you a map, and we're not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth. So if we don't know the entirety of this place, and we're not claiming a shape, it's not fair for you to ask us for a map. We can test small sections of the Earth, and there's no curvature.
Okay, but yesterday, didn't you say that the sun is closer to the south during winter and closer to the north during summer? So
No.
You do believe in what
it
you're
depends
posting
on
here.
it. Okay, yeah, it can be summer and winter at the same time for different places. No, I don't believe in what I posted here is a stretched out globe. Okay, this is what would happen if you stretched out a globe. It made it flat. This is called the azimuthal equidistant projection. It has a variable scale, and if you want to understand it, you will need to learn how variable scales work. You would need to understand how map projections work and where they originated from. How did they come up with longitude and latitude originally? And you'll find that it was by observing the sky, the motion of the stars, and the sun, not by measuring the Earth.
Okay, so you don't have some kind of
A map.
idea about how the sun might be moving?
Nobody has any idea what the sun is. Some people have a belief system because they were told what the sun is, and they're able to regurgitate the information that they were told, in which they have no empirical evidence for whatsoever. But nobody knows and nobody can check what the sun is and how the sky operates. It was always going to involve a whole bunch of speculation and guesswork and unknowns, essentially.
Well, then how do you know that it's getting closer to the North Pole or the center when it's what?
Because we observe it
Summer?
to be. Yeah, so we observe it so I'm in Poland right now, and when it's summer here, the sun is taking a path over the top of my head and is very high in the sky. Right now it's winter, and the sun isn't high in the sky anymore. The sun is very low in the sky. When I say low in the sky, it's not going over the top of my head, and it's freezing cold here. It's like negative 17 degrees. But at the same time in Australia, at midday, the sun's going straight over the top of people's heads like T-dubs in Australia. It's summer for him, but it's winter for me because the path. Well, just let me finish. What's that? Say that. Go ahead.
Is it hotter in the winter in Australia than it is in the summer?
No. So when it's summer for me, the sun's taking a path that's much further away from Australia. So it's taking a path that's closer to me. So it's summer for me because the sun's close to me. The sun doesn't take a path that's close to Australia, so it's going to be much colder in Australia. So when it's cold in Australia, it's hot in Europe. When it's hot in Europe, it's cold in Australia. Every 6 months it changes.
Okay, so right now it's cold in Europe. Shouldn't it be hot in Australia?
It is hot in Australia now. It's summer in Australia,
Okay.
and it's winter here.
Okay, so when it's summer for us,
Yep.
I mean, when it's summer for us, is it colder for them?
Yeah, it's winter for them. Yep.
Colder than now in Australia?
Yeah, it gets cold. Yep. We even have snow.
So
in
it's
some
colder
places.
now. It's colder now in Australia than it was 6 months ago in Australia?
Right now it's hot in Australia because the sun is taking a particular path that aligns with it being much closer to Australia as it passes over the top.
Okay, but
And
I
right-
asked you if it's hotter than it was 6 months ago in Australia.
Yeah, it's summer. 6 months ago it was winter.
Do we have someone here who lives in Australia?
I lived in Australia. I lived in Australia my whole life. Now I'm in Poland.
What are you confused about?
So you're saying that in January, it's
I think he's getting it.
hotter. It's hotter in
Yeah.
Australia in January
Yeah,
than
it's
it is in
their summertime.
August.
Yep, it's their summer. It's our winter right now. It's brutal. It's 0 outside, and that's just
Okay.
normal temperature. And I would just call it brutal only because normal people wouldn't just go around walking around in this shit like we do. But I
Okay,
just got
what
back
ab-
from being out all day.
What about what Africa and what Asia and these things look like? What about the map of these things? Do they look like that? Do you believe in that also? Or?
I'd say they roughly look like what we're shown on the maps in regards to the shape of the continent, because that can be locally validated. Like the shape of Australia, for example. You know, roughly, yeah. I mean, we could say that it probably looks pretty much like what we're looking at on the map.
I've driven the shape of Florida. It's pretty much like that.
Yeah, man, I don't know.
Gulf of Mexico, Gulf of America to the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah, I've
and
driven
Miami
around.
all the way up to Jacksonville.
I've driven around the island of Puerto Rico, and yeah, it feels kind of like the shape that they put on the map. It feels pretty similar, though.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's similar to what I'm driving, what I can see on a map.
Yeah.
I can't tell you it's exact, but it's close enough for me. I don't get lost.
It wouldn't be exact as the terrain, because when I try to navigate inside my house, I don't use the map.
Can you? Oh, okay. Sorry, that was a question.
No,
Yeah, you're right.
go ahead. You go ahead.
Okay. The person I was talking with, and you said that in Antarctica they went over, the sun went over some mountain or something. Do you have a video of that, or can you post it? I'm still not convinced by that. Like, to me, that's like a big problem.
So imagine you go to Antarctica. There's many mountains, many plateaus, many flatlands, many valleys. It's like a desert, frozen desert in many areas. And there's mountains, and you go camping, right? And there's a mountain next to you. And when the sun is doing a circle across the sky, then there's a time during the day that the sun is behind that mountain. That's what he meant. So to see the 24-hour sun, if that mountain is blocking the path of the sun, you didn't see the 24-hour sun. That's why people went to a different location to be able to not be blocked by the mountain and see the full circuit
Okay, so
of
that
the sun.
sounds like they moved how much? They moved like 20 miles or something. 40 miles maybe.
I mean, I don't know how much, but
That's not a big deal. If they
it's not a
stood
big
there
deal.
24 hours. 24 hours.
Yeah, but the
right?
big deal is that you're not comprehending that the sun moving what it does and people from the ground observing it, that doesn't determine the shape of the ground you're standing on. When you're observing the phenomena of the sun doing whatever it does, either it sets, either it does a circle above your head, it doesn't determine the shape of the ground you're standing on. You get that?
Well, maybe, but I just don't see an explanation.
Maybe. Okay, you say maybe. What is the possibility? What is the maybe that seeing the sun doing a circle above your head determines the shape of the ground you're standing on? What is that maybe? You're saying maybe. Go ahead, explain the maybe.
Well, me, I'm interested in what's the explanation.
What's the explanation of the sun? The explanation that we get is that we observe the sun doing what it does, but you cannot go to the sun or to the regions of the heavens above to determine the cause of the effect, the mechanism of the effects of the phenomena that we observe. You cannot go there and check it. You can only observe it.
Okay, so if you live in, let's say, New York right now.
Yes, I live
right now it's
near New
sunny.
York.
Right now it's sunny, and then it's night,
Right
and
now
then it's
it's
sunny
dark.
again. So the sun is moving.
It's nighttime
okay,
right now.
it's dark, whatever. Doesn't matter. So then it's sunny again, and so the sun is moving. You can see the sun moving. Okay.
Yes, the sun is moving,
so
correct,
what
and the
place
ground is
on
not.
Earth? What place on Earth in December can the sun be there 24 hours? The only conclusion is that maybe this guy was paid and that thing was faked. Are we going with that or not? Just be honest.
The only conclusion is what? That the thing was fake? Why would that be the only
Fake, yeah.
conclusion?
Because there's no place on Earth where
What-
this can be the case.
What if you can come to a more comprehensive conclusion that
Let's start
circuit of the sun? Okay, so the ground that you're standing on is measured and utilized as a motionless horizontal flat frame of reference, right? That's the Earth. That's the Earth, right? You use the Earth, you navigate across the Earth, you build on the Earth, right? You travel across it, and you utilize it to within certain foundations, which includes that the Earth is not curving and not spinning. That's how you operate in reality. Then we look up, we see the sun, and the sun does what it does, and it's not going to change the way you operate when you travel across the Earth or when you measure it. It's not going to change that. It's not gonna change. You're trying to come to a conclusion. You're saying the sun is doing what it does, therefore it should be doing something else if the Earth was a certain shape. That doesn't follow logically. Your logic is not sound to come to that type of conclusion.
Okay, so let's say the Earth is flat, okay?
There's a flaw in your logic. Do you comprehend that?
Okay, but let's resolve it. Let's say the Earth is flat. Where on Earth can we experience 24-hour sun in December?
Antarctica.
You go to Antarctica? Actually, no. In December, that will be. Oh yeah, in Antarctica. Yeah, go ahead.
So Antarctica is far away from. Where is Antarctica, by the way?
A region
Is
of
it
the
in the
world, a
center or-
landmass, a place that you can navigate to. You can fly to. Yeah, it's a
Where
it's a
is it? Where
landmass
is it? Is it in
on
the
the
center?
Earth.
Is it on North
No,
Pole?
it's not
or...
in the center. No, that's the south. Not
Okay,
the
so
North
south
Pole.
meaning
That's
you go.
and that's
South meaning you go from. Let's say you're in Europe, you have to go towards Australia and then far away. Even
Antarctica
further
could
away
be
than
your
Australia, right?
center. If you want to reference Antarctica as your center, you could do that if you wanted to. It could be your preference. You could draw a map where Antarctica, your little igloo is the center of the world. And you could navigate around that center, right, DJ? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's asking,
Okay.
what is this? Is
So-
Antarctica the
let's say-
center?
So
Center
you-
of what? Of Antarctica? Yeah, Antarctica is the center of Antarctica. Yes.
No, the center
So you
of
only
this,
you
of
only
this
know you
Earth
only
that
know where
has
Antarctica
a dome.
is. You only know where Antarctica is because of the coordinate system that you're using as a reference to get to it.
No, not really. I'm imagining a flat
yeah.
Earth here that has a dome over it. Okay.
We're not claiming that though.
But you said it has like a compressor of air or something.
We have air, yeah.
As a
So there's some type of containment, but I don't know,
container.
like
so,
how.
so
yeah,
is it in the middle of this container or at the edges?
It's on the it's on the ground level. That's where it is.
Yeah,
Ground
where's the
level.
edges of the container?
Between the oceans. That's where Antarctica is.
That's bad fate.
It's
Bad
within
fate.
the ocean
Everyone knows it.
on the ground level.
No,
Bad fate.
we're not claiming that there's a dome, right? You've got a container as some kind of dome that comes down and touches with the earth. Nobody in here claimed that.
He's brother. The question that you're asking is that, do you guys have like a God's eye view and you can pinpoint the exact location of this position of the world, Antarctica? I mean, we nobody's looking from
Nobody
the
has
outside
that.
perspective to be able to say, yeah, Antarctica is at this corner of the whole of the creation.
In other words, Antarctica, I mean, I'm sorry, and good evening to everyone. It's South America, South Africa, Australia, you name it. Basically,
Okay,
it's
so if
everywhere.
you go to these places, if you go to Australia, and then say you go even further than Australia, right? Let's say you live in Europe, then you go towards Australia, and then you keep going, go even further away from
You
Australia.
go to New Zealand.
I guess then you hit Antarctica at some point. Okay,
No,
in
you
this
hit New
place
Zealand first.
when you arrive there, do you experience
Have you
24 hours
ever
sun
fly?
in that place?
Have you ever fly from Europe to Australia?
Okay, just stop going away from the subject.
Have you ever traveled from Europe to Australia? Yes or no?
Just answer my question.
Have you ever traveled from Europe? Have you ever traveled from Europe to Australia? Yes or no?
He
No way.
hasn't. Just so you don't. You haven't, right? Have you?
No way.
No, he hasn't.
So
I'll
how
answer
can
his
you
question.
so how can you say that you're gonna see Antarctica? Well, I mean the
Because
edge of the
you said that Antarctica is in South Africa and Australia and South America and so on.
Antarctica is in South
No.
Africa. Who said that?
Nobody
I
said
did,
that.
I did, I
This
did,
guy.
I did.
Antarctica
So,
is
remember.
in South Africa.
no. I said what I mean to say is below South Africa at the same time, right? I'm gonna just
Below,
Everyone knows what you're talking about, but they
below,
act like
bro.
they don't
Like,
understand.
let's use the
But
correct terms. You're saying
I'm waiting for
Antarctica
you
is
to
below
decide. I'm waiting.
a place.
I'm
Antarctica
waiting
is
for you.
below.
Yeah,
Bro,
bro.
can you
Just
stop? Can you stop? I'm asking the other guy.
Stop. Like trolling the discussion with these words. Okay. Stop doing
No,
that.
this
We
is the
all know
English
what we
channel.
are
If you're gonna
talking
speak
about.
English,
Everyone
just
knows.
try to, because when I hear words, those words have
Okay,
meanings
I am
for
right
me.
about what I'm
So
saying.
when you say
I'm convinced now
when you say
because
a
if you
word,
had, we know what we're talking about.
hello,
If you had,
hello, can you shut up? Damn. You guys gonna say something, mean it, please. Use the correct words, please, because you're getting me confused and getting the other guy confused.
Yeah.
Antarctica is in South Africa, below it. Like, what does that even mean?
so if you had a response, you would respond by now. You don't have
No.
one.
You
That's
guys
why.
are okay. So there's some English issues that are making what you're saying
exactly.
confusing. That's
So,
all. Look, this
Yeah,
is.
we all know what
Hold
he
on a
means by
second, bro.
down.
Okay,
I don't
so
know.
if you're asking where Antarctica is, I'm going to ask you what is Antarctica. I haven't been there
But
and
my
checked.
question is,
I haven't checked. Well, hold on. Just let me finish, bro. Okay, so none of us have been to Antarctica and checked exactly what Antarctica is, what size it is, what it is, whether it's a continent, whether it's something more than that. We don't know that.
Yeah, my question is, where can people experience 24-hour sun in December?
You can go to the station that they went to. I forget the name of it, but you can go to that place.
McMurdo, I think.
Yeah, you can go to that place that they went to, and
But where?
you can see a 24-hour sun there.
But where can this place be if it's ice?
On the ground.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
there's
just stop trolling with these words. Just stop doing that. I'm not
So-
interested in your
Listen,
trolling.
listen, man, DJ, 1 second. You know Antarctica,
bored.
where you can observe the sun, the South Pole, the geographical South Pole, is located on a plateau called the Great Southern Antarctic Plateau, and it's over 1,000 miles in diameter. That is one of the flattest regions of the world.
How do you know this?
The 24-hour sun is happening above a flat land called the Southern Antarctic Plateau.
How do you
Great
know
Plateau. Do you get that?
Can you hear me? How do you know this?
Because that's the name of the Great Antarctic Plateau. Look it up and look the
Okay, and where
diameter
is
of
it?
it.
Where is it? Like if
In
I'm
the
in Europe right now, where do I have to go?
which is a map location on a map, geographical South Pole, and from there is observations of the 24-hour sun at that
And where
location.
where
You
is the
ask
South
about
Pole?
such location, and I'm telling you, on such location where you can observe the 24-hour sun, that location has been measured to be a flatland, a plateau, a mesa of over 1,000 kilometers in diameter. That's a bleak flat land. So if you're trying to ask where in the flat earth is this observable, there you go. I just gave you the answer.
You said in the South Pole. So where is this South Pole? How do I get to it?
the geographical South Pole, which is a base. It's a research base, and on the map, it's called the geographical South Pole. That's where the base is
Can you
located.
show the map where this
Yeah,
geographical
look it up.
South
Don't
Pole
you
is?
have internet, dude? The words that I'm saying, search it. Do your own research. Learn.
Yeah, and it's going to look different on all sorts of different maps depending on which projection that you look it up on. You're gonna find it's at a certain coordinate, okay, and then you can look up that coordinate on a different coordinate projection map, and it's going to look different on all of them because it's just a projection. You don't know exactly where it is. You just have to get there by following a coordinate system that's based off the way that the sky works.
He's asking where. I told him where, and he's still wondering where. Where can you see the 24-hour sun? Go to the geographical south.
Yeah, but that's the globe explanation. What's your explanation?
Globe explanation. Where does the globe comes in that?
No, just pull out paint and imagine a flat land, a flat earth, okay? And just point, on average, right? Where you think that this place, this ice plate could be where they experience 24-hour sun in December?
Listen to the place that is measured. He's asking, give me a map and point on the map. You can just pick any map of your choice and you go to the geographical south that is in most maps, and there is a location that you're asking for.
Yeah,
Is this complicated?
You don't believe in this map.
Dude, what do maps have to do with anything?
Because he said map.
No, you're the one asking for a position, and I'm giving you a position. You're the one that think that the terrain is the map.
Wow.
Yeah, the terrain is not the map. You need to learn more about how maps work, what maps are. You're mistaking the terrain for the map. Where do you think where do you think it is? Do you think it's a continent at the bottom of a globe?
He's still ignoring.
This block.
What was that?
Sorry, brother. I just joined the chat. I'm assuming that you guys were debating over whether or not flat Earth is real.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, not obviously, but I do believe the Earth is round.
Ooh.
Round and flat are not mutually exclusive. You can have flat round tables. Coins are round and can be flat on the floor. CDs, you can
I
place a
definitely
CD.
don't think the Earth is even a coin shape. I don't think that either.
Me neither. Yeah, he said round, but I
So
don't
I
think
guess
so.
I guess we never landed on the moon then.
No.
We never did. You,
never
I,
did,
and
dude.
anyone in here, no, we haven't. No.
I guess the United States,
no,
NASA never landed on the moon.
Correct.
And what?
You're correct.
What information do you have to back that thesis up?
No
The
proof
lack
they
of
landed on
evidence.
the moon.
Yeah, the lack of evidence that they did.
But the moon is there. You see the moon in the sky, right?
Oh wow! So I see the moon, therefore I landed on it. That makes a lot of sense.
I see the sun, therefore we landed on the sun, right?
Yeah, I see the sun too. No, that's way farther away. You can tell by looking at it.
I see the sun, therefore we landed on the sun. Is that the logic?
So then
Does
why
that
do you
follow?
think? So then explain tides and gravitational pull of the moon and
There
why
is no
it's there.
gravitational pull of the moon. Otherwise,
Okay,
on
then
full moons
then
over
what
my
about
house,
tides?
when it's directly over my house, I would weigh less, wouldn't I? When it's a full moon and it's directly over my house, wouldn't I weigh less?
Yeah, you're made out of salty water.
Why wouldn't I weigh less? How come I don't? How come I weigh more? Then
After
my
dinner.
doctor says I should lose 350 pounds. And then I tell him, oh, well,
Maybe
I'll
the
think
dinner you
about that.
had an effect though at night because you have dinner
Okay,
at night.
well, I've not obviously. God damn, I gotta stop using that word. My entire life, I have been raised and taught that the world is a
That's because
sphere.
the people that taught you, they also believe it though. They haven't checked or verified that it is. They just were told as well, and they believe in that, but they haven't verified. Just like yourself.
Flat Earth discussion is something that I haven't even
And we
ever
went
dipped my toe in, which is why I'm here. So I guess
and we
I
went
would
and
like
checked.
to understand why you guys believe the
So we're
Earth is
telling you
flat.
right now, we went and checked, and the Earth is flat, not curving.
How did you go and check besides like stepping outside and seeing that the ground is flat? I mean,
Oh,
Things
you
things
just
should
said
be
it.
hidden. Yeah, things should be.
Measuring.
so
Things
what do
should
I do?
become.
Just fall off the edge of the Earth? Is that how that
No,
works? Or
bro. No, hold on. First things first. We don't claim the Earth is a flat planet. We don't claim the Earth is a flat disk floating around in space. No, you can't fall off it. And how did we check? Things should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth if the Earth's a globe. And it's not. And there's no evidence that the Earth is a globe when we go out and test over long distances. And just quickly, in the side chat, because I did pull this up for you, just about the tides. Okay, so this is oceanservice.noaa.gov. Are tides higher when the moon is directly overhead? High tides do not coincide with the location of the moon.
I don't understand how. So you're saying it's not a disk. You're saying that we're not just floating around in space with just a disk, and that you can fall off the edge of it. You're
No,
simply
you can't fall off the edge. Yeah.
so then what? Where's the beginning and where's the end? If the Earth is just
We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth or the size of the Earth.
Will be the creator, will be the beginning and the end.
why doesn't the sun set in Antarctica?
Because Antarctica is flat.
You mean the terrain of Antarctica is flat?
Yeah, Antarctica has a bunch of plateaus, and the biggest ones is the Great
Okay.
Antarctic Plateau, and it's over 1,000 miles in 1,000 kilometers in diameter of a flat land.
Okay, well then can you explain to me why we have time zones?
That's political decisions. In China has one time zone. It's as big as the
Well,
United States.
I could have sworn the last chat that I was on, dude said it was 3 p.m. and dark outside. I mean 3 a.m. and dark outside, and over here it's 5:41 and the sun's.
You're confused. You're confusing that the number on the clock means that it has to be
No
daylight or nighttime.
number on
Whoa,
the clock.
slow down,
Just
Skipper.
the day and
Slow
night,
down,
dude.
Chief. Hey, Chief, slow down.
Yeah, you're gish galloping, jumping from place to place, and not reaching a logical conclusion about anything. So you won't be able to comprehend much if you don't actually stick to something. So you're just jumping around.
I'm just trying to okay. So give me your explanation of what you think about the Earth in general, with your beliefs of the Earth.
It's beautiful.
Oh,
it's a pretty place.
Not a belief, because you can experience it too. It's flat, stationary, and we breathe air pressure. So that's obviously correct, right? You see it as flat too. If you say you see it as a ball, then you might have a little problem, dude.
And contrary to popular belief, your senses actually help you operate in reality very well. They work good. for you to be able to operate in reality. Not like the like the globe nonsense that they basically telling you that your senses don't work in
But
reality.
what if I was brain damaged? It was blind. Then what? What? I want an
Oh,
explanation.
brain damage, blind. You still have your vestibular system. You still can keep your balance, or you don't have that anymore.
No, I have my balance. I have my balance.
You have your balance, but you're still
You
blind.
need platters
Okay.
for that. You need platters for that.
You need flat water for your vestibular system, yeah, because it's a liquid in your ears, and it stays horizontal. And when you tilt off the horizontal, you know you're tilted. And if you were spinning, you'll be able to tilt too.
So you're just
Anyways,
saying that the terrain of Earth is flat. Is that what you're
Yeah,
stating?
yeah.
Or you're
It's a
Earth is flat.
orientation.
Yep, it's all flat. Yep, except for mountains, they go up a little bit. Valleys go down a little bit, etc. But yeah, basically 70% of the Earth is water. So 70% of the Earth is completely flat, unless it's super windy somewhere on the
But it's
water.
not just flat as the flat. Listen, you have flat screen TV, right? You have a flat screen TV in your house.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and the screen, it's vertical. It's going with the wall, right? Vertical.
Yep. Left to right.
And it also horizontal at the same time, right? Because
I mean,
have
yeah,
to
up and
place it.
down, and left to right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So flat will be perpendicular to that vertical. So flat is a orientation. So when you see water, you see when we navigate across, we do go up and down in elevation depending on let's say the water, how high or how low the water
So
is,
why
or
do you
how
think?
high the
Why
hill
do you
is.
guys think the moon and the sun is there? Why are they there? Why are the stars there too?
Oh, that's one of the wonders of and biggest questions of humanity. Why? Why
That's a
is the sun
philosophical,
there?
theological.
Why is there anything at all? Yeah, everybody asks that. You, me, everyone.
Why are we here? What's the purpose of life?
I mean,
Why is water
the moon sphere, Jupiter sphere, Mars sphere, Saturn sphere with rings around it.
Are they?
No. Who told you that?
I don't know.
Yeah,
The moon.
but listen, buddy. Look at that logic, though. I
Hey.
mean, even though we can.
I mean, technically, when I look at the moon, all I see
Brody,
Gemsy,
420.
Gemsy, hold on, Gemsy.
Go ahead.
He's already losing his mind. He just got done telling us that the moon told him that Saturn has rings and it's a sphere. So he's all confused. He thinks the moon tells him things now. Can't
Okay,
let him
listen,
skip
buddy.
on
You
that.
cannot be you're not able to tell the shape of the luminaries because you cannot go behind them, to the side of them. You could be looking at a circle and you're thinking, oh, that circle is a sphere. It could be concave, but to your optics, to your eyes, from the angle that you're looking from on the ground towards that position, you cannot attribute a shape though. You can attribute an aspect, like the circle of the sun. We look at the sun, you can put a filter, and we see a circle, but you cannot tell if it's a sphere.
After doing some research, just in let's see Venus for example. We all know that from research that planets orbit, right? So they're turning.
We observe that.
So if we're able
planets,
to take. Hang on, let me finish what I'm saying. Respectfully. If I'm able to, I see what you're saying though. I do. Like genuinely, I see that if I look at the moon, all I see is a sphere. I mean, all I see is a circle.
Yes, now you gotta make the separation that the ground that you're standing on is nothing like those things that you're observing above you. Like the earth that you're standing, we see trees, you're not a tree. We see girls, you don't sound like a girl, right? We see birds flying above, you're not a bird. We see the luminaries, we see Venus, the sun, the moon. You are not a sun, or a moon, or a star, and the earth either.
But we have telescope photos of these planets orbiting with different photos every single time.
Yes, we do.
It goes around, and then once it comes back
birds.
around again, you start to see the same photos again and again with the same like Mars, you can see the same, and the moon, you can see the same craters it's always been. As it rotates, you see the same craters as it's always been. Then it rotates some more
Yeah,
as it
that's
keeps
fine.
rotating.
Observable phenomena.
He
We
thinks
we
he
see the
thinks you're
phenomena.
Do you
And
see
then
the
the
back of the
backside you
moon, dude?
can't see is there, and then it comes back around again. Now you can see it. Then the
Dude,
side you
dude,
could
you
see
think
you can't see
you think
anymore.
you see around the moon? You think you see around the moon?
No, you always see the same face of the moon, though. Always the same face. I mean, there's some days that you cannot see any face of the moon. So not always. You don't see it always.
So you guys mean to tell me that you don't believe in anything about any of the planets being spherical or any of the NASA data that we have collected over the years?
We
None of it.
observe the phenomena. You gotta make a separation between the phenomena that you and I can observe. Everybody, right? We can look with our eyes. We can also pull out the telescopes, the binoculars, or infrared imagery, or thermal
Right. Well, the
radio surveys. Listen,
telescope should tell you
we
right
can
then and there.
detect the we can detect the luminaries with many opticals and many other equipments, right? We can all look at them. But then you gotta separate from the cartoons that you have in your mind, and you think the phenomena that you see with your eyes is the cartoons, the Jupiter and the sun and the Earth being a sphere going around the sun, the solar system.
Have you
The
seen
cartoons that you
phase-
have in your head about Venus and the Earth being a planet going around the sun, that is not the phenomena that we observe from reality.
And one observation, somebody already posted a video on the wall, right? If you are willing to watch the video for, I don't know, 2 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, right? Then come back and tell me what is the shape of the moon, right? Because you cannot
if
tell
I've
that.
looked through my
Give
telescope.
me 1 second. Give me 1 second, all right? Because you cannot say that it's a ball or a sphere or concave,
I
right?
certainly can.
No, you can't.
I certainly can. I have seen all
Listen,
faces of
Brody,
the moon.
look at
No,
the
you
video that I
haven't.
just posted.
Okay, I haven't looked through the telescope at the
Brody,
moon.
this is very simple, Brody. Even
That's
Glovers
correct.
agree with this. Brody, look at this video that I posted for you. You probably haven't considered this. Just look at the short video. It's a short video, though.
He thinks he looked at the moon at the back side of it.
Yeah, well, let's try to bring him back to the ground, because he's like
Okay,
going
so
out there.
not the moon, because the moon it's going to have the same face. But Venus?
No, exactly, Brody. Not the moon. The ground below your feet. I'm trying to bring you back to the ground. Listen, Brody, you just said it. Good. This is the first step. Not the moon. Now look down. The ground. We can measure that. We can touch it. We can test it. We can, inspect it, experience it.
I'm gonna give it to you. It feels kind of flat underneath my feet right now. I'm looking at this floor and it's pretty fucking flat. It is.
There you go. Welcome. You know, Brody, your flatness on that floor, even if you where are you, like near the sea, or are you up in the mountains? Where are you
Oh,
at?
right at the coastline, dude.
So I'm a little higher than you. That even though that's a Snoop Dogg fallacy. Anyways.
Hell yeah.
I'm probably higher than you in many senses, but
No,
I mean, in
not in the
altitude.
marijuana sense. No, not
Okay.
at all.
Anyways, in the altitude sense, I'm higher than you,
Gotcha.
but my flat floor, my level, the level of my floor, either my basement, my first floor, or my second floor, or even my attic, though all of those levels are parallel to your level, even if you are 1,000 or 2,000 or 6,000 miles away from me. They're parallel. There's no curvature between you and I.
Okay.
It's pretty simple, though. This is very as basic as it gets.
So you're like what, Tennessee and the mountains or something?
I'm in the eastern United States. Okay. East.
Oh, that's
so listen.
Really hard to wrap my head around, man.
So listen, the water level that was used to establish a level in the foundations of my structure, they use a water level, and they establish that water level that is parallel to the level of the ocean. and then your building was constructed doing a similar thing, if not the same one, using a water level to establish a level that is parallel to mine's, and there is no curvature between you and I, no curvature ever measured by any human being. Whatever people claim, like you're saying, oh, look at the moon, is optics, is basically pre-assumptions and flawed conclusions that are coming from a flawed logic. You're saying, oh, I see the sun is a circle, therefore the earth is a sphere, because all we see of the sun, though, is a circle of the sun that is called. It's a circle of light. That's what we see.
Hey, I just joined. Have you seen the final experiment?
Yes.
So
I haven't. What is it?
Oh, it's where they demonstrated that the sun never set in Antarctica.
What does
like
that
it was
mean now?
supposed to.
What does that now mean?
It means that the sun can't be just traveling around a giant disk, and that's why the time zone.
Oh yeah, that's why nobody ever said there was a giant disc.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, no,
that's
I
good.
agree. It's not a giant disc. Yeah, we agree.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
not a giant disc.
That's been debunked. That's not a giant disc.
Where is the edge of the world at?
I don't know.
Have you been there though?
Why are you asking
There
me?
is no end. You can you can fly
No,
all the way around the entire
Professor
planet.
No, you
Drug
can't.
Nerd.
No, you can't. Yeah,
Hey,
you can
hey,
fly
nerd.
around my backyard.
Nerd, you have an issue though. You probably looked on the internet and you saw some image, and you think that the Earth is that cartoon there. The Earth is not a cartoon though.
Oh, that was drawn by Globers to make you think that we think that way. That's all. That was to trick you guys. They fooled you.
Oh, well, that's not
You're the
what
one who
I
said
said.
disc. Yeah, you're the one who said disc, dude.
Actually, the disc that I
Drug
got was
Nerd, can you make it to
was-
this to this page? Do you
The disc
acknowledge
that
that the Earth is not a cartoon? Do you
the disc that I
acknowledge
was
that?
the disc that I was looking at was from I mean I
Can you
didn't see
post
an
it?
image. I just read a
Can you post it?
description. I read a description from you want me to post the description that I got?
Whatever you got, because you're talking about these discs. Even though nobody's claiming that, and you're saying that doesn't make any sense because the sun, it doesn't make any sense because it's complete nonsense, something of the imagination, and you're trying to put that on us. Why are you doing that though?
Okay, I will read it. I will send it to you. Give me one
So
second.
what about the people that take airplanes all the way across the ocean and then come on the other side of Alaska and then
Airplanes
go
are
all the way across the United?
Listen,
They
the
don't.
people
They stop in airports and get fuel
Yeah.
again.
Yeah, exactly. Airplanes go from airport to airport and were designed by the engineers that build it to work safely and practically in reality. So you and I and our families and the pilots and the pilot's family and their engineers' families can get in the airplane and make it safely from point A to point B, right? Do you agree? Does that make sense or no?
Well, everybody's trying to get everywhere safely, but that doesn't mean you
So
can't
when the
fly
engineer-
around the world.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
it
when the
does.
engineer
That means you
decided-
can't just fly anywhere you want. It does mean
Listen,
that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. When the engineer decided to build the aircraft and make it practical, guess what he had to take into account to make it work in reality? The Earth as a flat, motionless plane.
How do you explain satellites and
Hello. Wait. Hold that question. Let me. The other guy that was asking about airplanes. The other guy, what's your name? Brody. The engineer that built the aircraft never took into account a globe or spinning or curvature of the Earth to build the aircraft and make it practical in reality. You get that? Does that answer your airplane question? That
I
doesn't
posted the
demonstrate a globe?
airplane documents where it says Earth is flat and stationary from NASA, but these guys are just not reading that stuff. They gave that up.
So how is it possible that I can travel by plane from the US to Africa, and I can travel from Africa to Russia?
I'll tell
and I
you,
can travel
because the
from Russia-
engineer that built the
and
aircraft.
I can travel from Russia to the US, and it's all.
I'll tell you why. Professor, give me 1 second, bro. I'll let you. I same answer though. It is possible because the people that build the aircraft build it to work on a flat, motionless plane. That's why it's possible.
No. You don't understand my
What do you mean
question.
no? What do you mean no?
No, you don't understand my question. Is what I'm saying. How come if I'm moving east, if I start in the U.S. and I'm moving east, and I move
Did you
east,
just say no to me telling you that the engineers build the aircraft to work on a flat,
No.
motionless plane?
I said no to you. Not
Are you denying
answered-
or acknowledging that or ignoring it?
You
Which
didn't
one?
answer my question. You didn't answer my question. Is why.
Okay,
I said no.
are you acknowledging that the aircrafts are built
it's a
for a
circle.
flat, motionless plane?
I disagree. All right, so
He disagrees.
why?
You think this is you think this is an agree and disagree genera? This that I mentioned
I
to you?
agree the Earth is flat relative to the size of a human being. Absolutely, it is very flat. But like it, it's kind of like, if the size of the Earth, if you scale out and you were gigantic, the size of the planet,
So
then
it's so flat for everyone that
it would
it
look
makes it a
round.
globe.
Who measured that? Who measured that? How'd we get that size?
So my question was, how come I'm able to take a plane from the United States to Africa?
Because the engineers build it to work in reality. Flat,
No, you're
motionless.
still not understanding my question. Yeah, this is my question. I'm
Are
only
there
moving.
people on the International Space Station, or is that
One
a
sec,
fraud
guys.
too?
Just
I'm
let him
only
get it out.
moving-
Let him finish it. Let him
I'm only
complete his
moving
question.
in one cardinal direction. I'm only moving east. How come I'm able to get from the U.S. and I can literally hold a compass and the whole time look at the compass and I'm moving east? How come I'm able to get from the U.S. to Africa by moving east? I'm able to get from Africa to Russia by moving east. Then I'm able to get from Russia to the United States by moving east. The whole time moving
So you
east.
just
Why
go
is
east.
that
You just
possible?
go east. You just go east then.
Yeah. Why is that possible?
What he's saying is, if
Are
you
you
continue
sure?
to go east, you will eventually end up
It's a
right back at
circle.
the United States again.
Oh,
It's a
so
circle.
like,
It's a
all right,
circle.
so yeah, it's like if I take my dog for a walk around the block, eventually I'm going to come back to my house, right? Same thing.
But but if you do that, you're changing directions. You would be
Yeah, you're changing
Yeah,
directions.
yeah.
You're
East,
you're
east and
flying.
west are circles
You're
around the
flying,
north.
you're
East the
flying
whole
and
time.
you're
East
landing
and
at an
west.
airport.
East.
Yeah, you're landing at an airport, fueling up, taking off again, getting a new set of directions to follow. Then you're going to follow that flight corridor till they tell you to
But
turn, and then
while
you're
on
going
the
to land at
plane,
another airport. What?
but while
Tell me
traveling,
how it works.
It's not a straight line. It's not a straight line, bro. I'm answering your question. It's a circle. You've gone in a circle, essentially. Though there may be some deviations, depending on directions given from
a
ground.
circle would require turning.
Hypothetical though. In his hypothetical, if I'm
It does turn, even on your globe, bro.
It
If you were
doesn't.
to
If
start
you
from,
take the flight
it
and the entire
does.
time you're holding while the planes are moving, you are looking at the compass. You
You'll
are
have
moving
to
in
bank.
one direction.
Yes, if you're going east, you'll have to bank left.
No, you don't. You simply don't.
Yes, you do. East and west are circles around a central north pole.
Okay, so you're just
That's how
denying
it works
reality,
on
then.
your globe. That's how it works on the
denying
globe,
reality.
and that's how it would work on a flat Earth, bro.
Plane flying
You
west.
don't even understand your own model that you're appealing to. East and west are circles around a pole.
Of a plane flying west, and you can watch it go tip. It tips gradually, tips to make its bank. I'll post it here so he can whine about that one next. Here it comes.
This is another funny one that from Africa to Russia, it goes east. I mean, that's a new one. I never traveled that way, but anyways, that's a funny one to travel that way from Africa to Russia, going to the east.
There you go, following the sun.
How do you explain that every single country
No,
in the
you have
world,
to explain what I put on the screen.
every country in the world all agrees that the Earth is a globe, and all of
That's a
the science
lie.
works?
That's a lie. You're lying there.
You're lying.
Countries don't
What
have.
country?
Countries don't have. Listen, countries don't have mouth or vocal cords to say things.
So the
People.
military
You're talking
of
about people, right? People.
No, I'm talking about like when they're planning military strategy things and like
Oh, the
where
military
they're
uses
gonna
a
travel.
flat Earth. The military definitely flat Earth.
Yeah, they use the ground, and that's how they get around. Planes fly from the ground and
So they
land on
don't
the
use
ground.
global positioning
Ships.
systems. They don't use global positioning systems at all in any
No,
military.
they use
you
ground
think that the
positioning
cartoons?
systems.
Yeah. Go ahead, my bad, Professor.
They use ground positioning systems, not global.
Were you in the military?
What does that have to do with anything?
Because I strongly disagree with that. As someone
Well,
who
go ahead and disagree all you want.
as
You
all you
can't
someone
want,
who's
debunk
bro.
us. You can't
who's
debunk
seen
us.
I've seen global positioning systems in submarines. I don't
Listen,
understand
Triangle.
how.
So you've seen a radio on a panel before? You've seen a radio on a panel? That's neato.
He thinks that the cartoon he sees as a presentation of the greatness of the military. He thinks that that cartoon is actually the operations of the military.
What would it take to prove to you that the Earth is round? Is there anything?
Yeah, measure it to
round?
be curving.
Measure it to be a disc. Is it
Spherical.
a disc? Round?
What
Like a
would it
round
take
disc?
for you to understand that the world is spherical?
Oh,
Measure
it will
it to
have
be
to
curving.
have curving, a drop over a distance. It will be a specific rate of a drop
There's
over a
plenty
distance.
drops over distances and mountains and valleys, but once
Yeah,
you
didn't they?
scale it,
Over the ocean.
scale
Over
it
the
bigger than a
ocean.
human
Over the
being.
ocean. Over the ocean.
Didn't they demonstrate that at the salt flats?
No,
They did.
They didn't. Yeah, they did. They
I'm pretty
demonstrated
sure
how
they did.
flat it is. Yep, how flat it is.
Listen, when you look at all the observation on all the measurements, laser tests, none of them will give you the globe for exact measurements. You will never get the 8 inches per mile square anywhere you look at,
So-
observe, or test.
Is
My country-
so assuming it
my-
is
my
big
You will
lie
never
that the
find
Earth
the
is
globe
round.
anywhere across the surface of the Earth. You will never be able to measure for the globe that you think you live on.
my country, it's 600 kilometers, right? From south to north. I already did it. It's a straight line. There is no curvature whatsoever. And it's full of the coast at the same time. So if the earth is flat, is a globe like you claim it, right? My coast should bend over to a certain degree, right? And it doesn't. The same way as my country, that is 600 kilometers wide. Just
Okay,
to let you know.
I have a question. Are there people on the International Space Station?
No.
No. There is nobody in the International Space Station.
Nope.
Sending pictures literally every minute of every day.
Nope.
Right. So those people employed that are on
No, they're
paper and
not.
employed,
No, they're
where are
not.
they? Where are they at? And why are their families missing them? And
Whose
did they just
family?
vanish
Let me
from the
talk
earth?
to their family.
Okay, this makes total sense on why the Earth is flat.
This is what I'm telling you, man. There's no point.
From
There's
the
literally no point.
International Space Station, what you see is a flat Earth, right?
No, you don't see a flat Earth because you're looking out a window as you watch it spin over day and night.
No, you don't.
Birdie,
yes, you do.
When they did the final experiment, Birdie, they took like one of the most popular flat earthers to Antarctica and showed them that, and they like said they didn't believe it anymore or whatever. And now they're get paid shills. Like everyone who says the Earth is flat is round paid shills.
Drug nerd, you know
All of them.
Antarctica. You know Antarctica is one of the flattest regions of the world.
Literally, everyone. Like I don't.
Literally,
it's so funny.
literally,
It's
figuratively.
so funny that you really think that.
Objectively,
not even hundreds of people.
Hey, bro.
We're
Hey,
at
bro,
the
there was
point
another
where
one.
hundreds
There was another
of
guy with him.
thousands.
Why are you?
Hey, what about the
why are
other
you
guy?
spiraling out, dude? What is wrong with
Hey,
you?
drug nerd. Drug nerd. What about the other? Hey, drug nerd. Drug nerd.
Okay,
Before we move on. Before we. Hey, bro.
Can you please stop talking?
Hey,
over me?
bro.
I'm
What
just
about the
finishing
other
saying
flat earther? What about the
hundreds
other
of
flat
thousands
earther?
of people have visual
Oh
confirmation
my god,
that the
man.
Earth is severe from being
Holy
in space.
shit, mate. Holy
No,
shit. Shut up
you're
for a
a
minute.
liar.
What about the other flat earther who was with? What about the other flat earther who attended Antarctica and didn't change his mind? Oh my god! Whatever.
Hey, Brody, that's your Brody.
Yeah, your
He was talking
friend.
to you.
He couldn't take a question.
What?
No, he was scattergunning.
Your
He just
buddy left.
wanted to. Wasn't interested in any.
No. And he had to open up. I'm new, and he had all the answers for the globe.
All the new Globers know it all until about 15 minutes in, and then they go, "What did I get myself into?" And then 5 hours later, they're wondering why they're still sitting there. And then
I want to know how you could coordinate that many people to be in Antarctica and have them all lie. I don't understand. Like,
Because
how
you
that.
can,
What
because
are you
Brody,
talking about?
because people go to ports. People go to ports. They organize themselves. They get in vessels. They navigate across the waters of the earth. They make it to a position, and from those positions, they can make observations of phenomena like the 24-hour sun that is observable in that region of the world around those times of the year. That's how people organize and see stuff.
Time zones and all that shit. Like, that just means none of that shit exists. There's no such thing as time anymore. Like, what
are you talking about? Why?
In
Why
China,
wouldn't
they
it?
don't have time zones. They only have one time zone. So yeah, China doesn't have time zones. So now what, dude?
Yeah, you thought that time zones prove a globe, but time zones is a political agreement.
So, but if I'm in a video call with someone on the other side of the globe, and it is dark there, and it is light here, how do you explain that?
Light attenuation and angles.
The sun's light range is limited.
So what, okay,
The
if you're
light
going to
range
say
is
that,
limited.
though, then why did the sun not set in Antarctica?
Because it's above that area at that moment and it's lighting it up.
What they did video calls with people in the video. They did video calls with people around, like in different parts of the world. Like, I don't know what are you talking about.
You don't need to make no phone call to nobody. You just need to be around next to us, right? And we can do a live stream, all of us, because all of us are from different corners of the planet, right? And we can prove it to you. This is flat as a pancake, right?
I think what we need to do is get back on this call in about a week. I'll be in Antarctica. Everybody else FaceTime me, and then I'll just show you that the fucking world is a sphere.
Hey, Brody.
And going to Antarctica means the Earth is a ball.
Hey, Brody. At the so
Oh my,
take it.
he's spazzed out. He's gone.
Okay, he's gone. Yeah. Oof. Silly ones. Go to at the same time during the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. There's other regions of the world that are in darkness, right? Like Alaska, that kind of stuff.
Even right now in Norway, it's darkness most of all the time right now. So, where every corner in the north is darkness most of the time right now. I've been there, by the way, so.
Yeah. Oh, the only
because it
reason-
measures that way, DT. It measures that way, DT.
It's like consider other variables. You know, the light doesn't travel forever. Light attenuation. There's other variables that you can look into that may a combination of things can make cause that the sun will illuminate an area and not another area. And that's what we see. It's too far, the angle and the light doesn't travel through a medium forever.
We got 3 people in, at least 3. Artie, Gia, and the other fellow's gone. Never mind. Well, you guys, you're welcome to open your mic and speak with here.
I probably sorry I spoke. We kind of like overspoke a little bit over each other. Maybe the energy was too high, and since they're young, their energy is gonna get amped up.
They're gonna get kind of wee-weed up.
We made it to the moon.
It's a wee-wee. Sometimes what you're looking at is some kind of French proverb.
You gotta hit the earth with a hammer, okay?
Payday.
Hit it with a hammer.
Like with a rubber hammer? What type of hammer? No answer? Okay, thanks.
Come on, Artie and Gia, open your mics. Let's talk. Let's speak in here about this. Yeah, Artie, okay, let's talk about it. Voice chat. Open your mic and say hello. All right, that's fair enough. Gia, what's your excuse? Well, if you're at school, you shouldn't be chatting on your... Right? So you can text at school, but you can't talk? Should be focusing on your studies and texting on Discord.
Yeah, it could kind of have him, say if he's just listening and texting, be like, yeah, I'll help him out. Pay attention in school. He's going to end up being a globetard. Didn't pay attention in school. The teacher just, couldn't help him.
You could make a whole, approach your teacher and say, listen, I've been chatting with...
Put the teacher
I'd
on.
be interested. Let's make it a class event, right? You can stream it, whatever you want. Have the whole class involved. We could even set it up as an event, have designated speakers and an audience, and then have after the session, the event's almost completed, we can have a question and answer time. The audience joins and asks questions. We can set it up as a staged event, or we can just have it here and just control it from Hey, listen, Artie. All anyone can do is describe their experience, right? They can't present any definitive, complete overview of the entirety of reality. So, in reality, what an observer observes is the sun rise in the east and move across the sky and set in the west. Now, the point where you're going to first see it in relationship to north and south and east and west is going to change daily, right, throughout the year. And its path across the sky will change daily throughout the year, where it'll appear to have a greater angle or a lesser angle above the horizon, right, over time. And that's all anyone can describe to you. They can't give you a definitive answer about how exactly the sun moves. Right? Are you trying to use the sun as proof that the Earth is a sphere, Artie? No, that'd be circular reasoning, Artie. That is the theory, right? The theory doesn't support that idea. That is the theory. So you're saying the theory supports itself. So Earth rotates and we see sun every day. Okay, that's the claim. What's the evidence? I agree with you. We see sun every day, unless it's cloudy, right? Yeah, we see the sun. All right. Now you said so. Earth rotates. Now, that's a claim. How do you prove that the Earth rotates? No, we see the sun every day. I agree with you, but that doesn't tell me that the Earth rotates. You're gonna have to be, you're gonna have to give more clarity, some more detail. How does seeing the sun every day tell you that the Earth moves? Well, I can only describe to you what I observe, and I observe the sun to move across the sky every day, unless there's clouds. All right. Yes, that's a nice cartoon, Artie. Right, but how do you know that's what's actually happening?
Who took that picture? That's pretty good. The time lapse.
That's a cartoon. I mean, he's trying to express what he thinks is happening from a vantage point that nobody has ever had. Nobody has ever witnessed this occurrence. Never, ever. Not even
No,
through a
I don't
camera.
see that. I don't see that when I look up in the sky. So I don't know why others seem to think they see that.
We did math. We did math. Okay, what's the math? Can you tell us the math? Well, somebody did it. Do you know who? And do you know the details? What's the math involved? How did they come to that conclusion using math? A lot of people. Yes, you're being very broad, vague. Okay, you're gonna have to give more clarity, specific. Right? You're gonna have to also tell us what they did in order to have reached this conclusion. Yeah, but that's what we're asking for, Artie. The reason, the logic, right? The methodology, the logic, the reasoning. How was this all concluded? Yes, I know you're saying this happens. Yes, I get it. Yeah, you're going to have to prove that. You're just making claims. You're not providing any evidence for your claims. You're just saying, this is the way it is because I said so. Right? I'm not proposing anything. I'm just describing what I see daily, and that's the sun rising and moving across the sky and disappearing in the west. That's what I observe. I'm not saying it has any bearing on the geometry of the surface of the Earth, but you're making claims about that event, dictating the geometry of the surface that we live on. You have to prove that. Make the connection. Not just an idea, not just a little cartoon that you found on Tenor. You have to give us the reasoning, the logic, the measurements, the proof, right? Give us cowbell. Give us something to chew on. You see, that's not our argument, Artie. That's not what we're here to discuss with you. We're not here to provide explanations of why the things in the sky. We're here to inform you that the surface isn't curving. Right? So whatever you've been told about, the Earth being a globe, and that's why you see the sun because it's a big spinning ball, is incorrect. Right? We can eliminate that because that would mean that the surface is curving, and it's not because we observe it, we measure it, and we use it as planar, not as a curved surface, as a flat horizontal level surface. That's how we utilize the Earth. That's how we measure it. That's how it's observed. You're going to have to go ahead and validate your theories of why you see the sun do what it does by direct measurement of the Earth's surface, concluding that its geometry is indeed curved surface. We don't need to visualize things in our head, observe things in reality. What you're proposing is never observed. It's not something you experience. So start with your base experience. What is your base experience? And start with the surface of the Earth. What's your base experience of the surface of the Earth? Maybe start there. That's a good place to start. Wouldn't you say?
Hello?
What up?
How are you?
Doing well, thank you. How are you?
I'm good.
So what do you think about the surface of the Earth? Can you describe, when you look at it, does it look flat or does it look curved?
Okay, please wait. Please wait. Goodbye.
He's like seen that. He just realized the title of it. Uh-oh. I stepped into the wrong saloon.
You see, what happened was I got off at the wrong bus stop. I took the red line instead of the blue line.
Wow, this arty guy is so hung up on the sun. Another. Oh, what is it today? So how does the sun work on Flat Earth Day?
Hello, guys.
Hey, BB.
Hey, he's back.
Hello.
So,
Guys.
are you ready? Are you ready to answer Crit's question now?
Yeah.
So I take a gander and I peep the surface of the Earth. Do you think I'll see surface be curved or surface be flat?
Guys.
Hey, BB.
Okay.
So surface be curved or surface be flat?
Today, okay? Today, General winner trophy.
I'm thinking that this channel might be a little bit advanced for you. Are you looking to learn English? Yeah. What happened there? Did someone move into beginners?
Hi.
ABB.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
What do you think about the idea that you can observe the surface of the Earth? Would you say is that possible? Can someone take an observation of the Earth and see what it looks like?
What is
Like,
observation?
like you look at it.
What is that? I don't know.
Like if you see the surface of the Earth, does the surface of the Earth look flat or does it look curved?
Curve is something that like a ball.
Like a ball, yeah.
Yes, maybe.
Just maybe.
Yes, maybe it's curve.
Like where? Where would that be curved at?
Like the egg. You know that?
Like an egg?
Yes. Earth is a planet. Like egg.
Like a chicken egg?
Maybe something like that.
Have you ever seen it like that yourself?
It is the nearest thing I can imagine.
Oh,
Yeah.
you can only imagine it looks like that. You can't see it like that in reality.
Yeah.
So you think
Oh, that's a
NASA's
shame.
lying?
What is it? What is it? What I was going to ask you, what does it actually look like? What do you see? Like when you look at the Earth, what do you see? Does it look flat? Or does it look curved?
Book what? Book what?
No, he's gone. I'm just wondering when you actually look at the Earth without imagining, what does it look like? Does it look flat, or does it look curved?
In the pictures.
No, not in pictures. With your eyes, when you go outside, what do you see? Do you see flat or curved?
Curved.
Where did you see that?
Yeah. Oh, cool.
By the picture on the internet. Nothing more.
Well, I was asking you what you see with your eyes, no pictures, just you. You go outside
No,
and you
I
look at
didn't
it.
see that with my eyes. I didn't see that
Right.
with my eyes.
So I'm asking you, what do you see when you look at it? What do you see? Do you see flat or do you see curved?
In my point of view, it's flat because I'm very small.
Okay. Awesome. Awesome. You go on, DJ. Sorry.
Am
No,
I
you got it,
understand you
T-Dub.
well?
I can't VC.
What do you see that? Flat or curved?
Well, we got Crit's initial question answered. It was an honest answer. So, the Crit, do you have any follow-ups?
What?
I was
I
just
cannot hear
asking
you.
our friend here, Crit was hoping for an answer to that question, and he finally got one. And I was just wondering if he had any follow-up questions.
Get what?
Yeah.
Get one to follow question. I can't understand you. It's a fact. Could you
That's okay.
speak
So,
slowly?
oh, sorry. Yeah, I was just saying that our friend Crit, Crit, he was speaking earlier.
Create?
Crit, yeah, Crit.
Create
It's
like
okay.
something
It's okay. All right. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. It's fine. So
flat.
both. That's everyone's perspective, right? Everyone observes the Earth as flat, right?
Okay, flat Earth, Discord. Yeah. I understand it now.
Yeah. So why, if we observe it flat, would anyone think that it's a ball?
I think it's a one because only picture I see on the internet, nothing more.
Right. Okay. So you saw pictures?
Yes.
Right. Why did you believe them?
No reason. Because I see it only.
Okay. Do you believe in Bigfoot too?
Of what?
Hello.
No.
Well, Bigfoot's on the internet. I've seen pictures of Bigfoot on the internet. He must be real too.
I don't understand
Bigfoot,
too.
big scary furry beast in the forest. Why?
Yeah.
Beast?
The Yeti.
Beast
Yeah.
like monsters.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeti. Yeah. Yowie, Yeti.
Lion,
Bigfoot.
tiger, something like that, or what?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I believe that's lions and tigers and zoos. You see zoos in the zoo.
Yeah, okay, no, not those ones. You know, the big bipedal ones, the ones that walk on 2 feet. They're big
Like
furry,
bears. Yeah.
like big apes,
Bears too
but they're
are
bigger.
bigger than bears.
Yeah, they're like huge people, but they're furry all over.
Bro, just Google it. Like, it's not that hard, Just write Bigfoot
Bigfoot.
and Google it.
Bigfoot.
Yeah.
People with a big foot.
Oh my God, bro! Just
maybe
okay.
some
1
people
second.
has a big foot.
Here, bro. Check the side chat and just type it.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Wait,
Must
he
be
asked
genius.
you, what is Bigfoot?
I will read. Yeah, Bigfoot. Okay. What is Bigfoot? I don't understand you. Yeah. Some people have a has a big foot. No problem.
Yeah, bro.
No, Bigfoot
Wait,
is a
wait.
big monkey, big
Bro, if you
monkey.
just try,
Gorilla.
to
Gorilla.
put
Gorilla.
that,
Oh my God.
bro.
Just
bro,
move on past the Bigfoot thing.
Yeah, no shit.
Exactly. Finally, bro. Just
Yeah, it doesn't
Have you
matter.
any
Like,
location for that?
there's
Oh
plenty
my
of
god.
pictures of things. There's plenty of pictures things on the internet, right? Like big scary monsters and ghosts and fairies, right? Very strange things, aliens. Okay, do you believe all those things because there's pictures of them on the internet?
Yeah. Like
But anyway, all right. So maybe we can
yeah.
move on. So I don't think that would be a very good reason to the Earth is a ball just because you saw a picture of it, right? There'd have to be more reasons behind that because anybody could show you anything, in a picture, expect you to believe it. You wouldn't just believe it. You want proof, especially if it was something outside of your everyday, ordinary life experience, such as being, the claim that we live on a spinning ball. Nobody observes that. Nobody experiences that. We're going to be asking for better reasons.
How do these people even survive in life?
That's a great question, bro. That's probably the most important thing someone said in this room so far.
Survive in life. Okay.
Yeah, it might not be that good. It was directed at you there, buddy.
Yeah, I think God helped them. I mean, probably there is a God after all.
God help him is right, yeah, no doubt.
Yep. I mean, I hope this room is named Flat Earth Discord, but I hope that's not the subject. I mean, that would be a disappointment.
Yeah, it's the subject, but we're having trouble getting any coherent arguments out of the globe earthers. Seems like it's just something that people believe in without any
Wait.
empirical evidence whatsoever.
Us globe Earth and people, we don't have evidence, right?
That is correct.
Okay. You're the expert.
Just faith. So kind of like a
you're the-
religion.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's right.
But the flat earthers have empirical evidence. They've actually gone out and tested the surface of the earth, and they can show you real world observations that are impossible on a globe.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, who am I to say wrong?
Hmm?
Said, yeah, you're right. Absolutely. Like, I can't
Yeah.
deny that.
All right. And then the globe earthers just want to talk about space.
Yeah. Just like they have just one argument. Just go to space. You
Yeah,
can't prove that Earth is globe if you don't go to space. Like, there is
that's
no
right.
such stuff as like, I don't know. I think they have some stupid proofs, but who believes that anyway? Yeah.
Guys, I got a question.
Go ahead, bro.
Who's rooting for flat Earth?
I mean,
Most
not
of the
me.
most of the people in here.
Okay. Why then all the other planets are round?
Well, you said other planets, insinuating that
Uh-huh.
Earth is also a planet. That's incorrect.
Yeah.
So
Earth is
there are no
like
planets than ours.
Earth is a plate.
We don't
bro.
live on a planet. Earth
We
is
live
not
in
a planet.
Plate.
Earth is not a plate or a planet.
Pussy, 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 pussy.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Go on mute. Go clean it up. Do something useful with your day.
So it's not a planet.
No.
Digi, just a question, like what type of proof you need to believe that the Earth is globe, like a proof that you get and you just decide that it's globe and you change your mind.
Well, you're going to need to measure curvature of the surface of the water, which has already been debunked, so it's not going to happen. But you can try. I mean, you could go to a large body of water, say 20 kilometers long, and then you could calculate how much curvature there would be over that distance. And then you could test for the curvature, right? Because things would disappear behind the curvature of the
Yeah,
Earth. Yeah.
I mean, I saw sometimes when I go to the beach and stuff, I see like a boat going and just disappearing and going like, I don't know how it happens, but they just go down somehow.
I mean,
You can,
I guess,
I mean,
I
please
guess,
answer that.
Yeah, so
I
they
mean,
don't go down.
I
Okay,
mean, I, s-
they go away from you, and
okay,
then until you can't see them anymore, and then you could zoom in and see the ship again. Sometimes we can have things
oh,
that block the
wait,
bottom of the ship, like the waves, or sometimes we can have a miraging effect, like an inferior mirage. But most of the time, we can just zoom in and see the whole ship again. Not sure if you want to see some videos of that.
yeah, I mean, I hope someone can zoom in uh, and see a ship, going behind the curvature. I mean,
No,
that
you
would be
don't
great.
see it going. There is no curvature. It gets
No,
smaller.
no, 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 you don't get it. I say I think that it's going behind the curvature, so it's good if someone zoomed it and found it and proved that there is no
Oh, yes.
curvature.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
correct. Yeah.
yeah,
I can show you the footage if you want.
yeah, sure. If you can do that,
Yeah. I'll
go ahead.
post some in the side chat.
Yep. I mean, do you guys just, do with physics? Do you just not believe in it and just throw it away? It's all lies.
Yeah, no, the physics of water would definitely only work on a
Even,
flat Earth.
I mean, I think like I'm not very good at this stuff. I'm not from the US. We're not very modern here in my country, but isn't like Elon Musk making some internet from outside the earth, something like that? How does that work in flat earth?
You mean from the sky?
Yeah, Starlink and the
Yeah, do you
way
think that there's no such thing as
runs.
a sky on a flat Earth?
I mean, do you think Elon Musk is hiding this from us? That he knows that it's flat Earth and it's just flying around and he's saying it's rounding around the Earth
I
just
don't
for the
know.
fun of it or something?
I don't know. He faked sending a car to space. Don't know if you've looked into that. He even said it looks
I
fake.
mean, it would make sense if it makes sense if not anyone is able to do that. I mean, if you can make enough money or at least study how it works and you can do it by yourself. I mean, they're
Sending a
not
car to
gonna give
space.
you no, sending like a satellite, a
Yeah,
satellite.
no independent person has ever sent a satellite to space. No independent company
No,
has ever sent a satellite to space. You know,
I
they've
didn't
le-
send. I didn't say they sent. I know they didn't send. I say
yeah,
you
no, but
can do that.
no,
There
you
is a
can't
way
do
to do
that.
that.
No, there isn't a way to do that because it's not legal. There's something called the Outer Space Treaty, which prevents that from happening.
so why we then have day and night switching, like on Earth?
Yeah, the sun, it moves across the sky, east to west, moving over the earth, creating daytime and nighttime. And over a longer period of time, it moves in a cycle, which creates seasons.
I mean, yeah,
Hmm.
yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, the sun moves.
The sun is just going around.
Man,
Like,
you're talking evidence. What what evidence is that you're not trolling?
Evidence, yeah, long distance observations, laser tests, radio wave propagation, infrared videography, all sorts of different tests. Thousands of tests have been done, confirming that there's no curvature over the surface of the Earth.
what type of tests are we talking about?
I
Like,
just
who did?
listed. Okay,
No,
so
wait.
we've had.
Who did those stuff? Who did those stuff?
Do you want the people's names?
No, I don't. I mean, who are they? Doctors? I don't know, student,
Yeah, we've
normal
got
people. What are
Dr.
they?
John D, who's a PhD in spectrophotometry. We've
What's
got
that? I'm sorry, I don't know what's that. What is that?
it's spectroscopy, basically.
What does it study? I'm sorry, I'm not good with English.
It's basically to do with optics, to do with light propagation. You can look it
Like,
up. It's a very
okay,
technical field.
okay.
But
You can
anyway,
send me.
it doesn't matter who does it, because what we're checking for are things that should be
Yeah.
hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if a monkey is if you could have a monkey holding the camera.
My friend,
Okay,
my friend.
it doesn't make a
Digi,
difference.
it doesn't
If you
matter.
can see something, right? If we set up a camera at 1
Hear
meter
me up,
height.
Bro, I get you. I really
No,
get you.
well, oh,
And
really? If you get me, then what am I trying to say?
Bro, you're saying that it doesn't matter who does the test. The result matters.
Yeah,
That's what you're saying.
that's correct.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I don't agree with. I agree with that. I'm sorry. I said I agree with that. But like, you need like, I don't know, what's the translation? I don't know it in Arabic. Like rules or steps or something like that. That an experiment needs to be, put on. Like, wait, I'm gonna look for the translation. I'm sorry, I'm not good with English.
Yeah, so you need to know the height of the observer. You need to know the distance between point A and point B.
No,
You need to know the
that's not
mathematics
exactly
that
what I
you're
mean.
testing.
That's not exactly
Yeah,
like
but
it's part of it,
this
but
is
that's not what I mean.
yeah,
I
but
mean,
this
it's
is
part of it. What you say,
this is
yeah.
not a scientific experiment. This is a measurement. It's an observation. It's a form of measurement, not a science experiment.
So it doesn't need a methodology, right?
You don't need to use
Just
the
need to see
scientific
stuff.
method, because when we're talking about natural science, that's to test a cause and effect relationship. With this one, we got told that the Earth is curving at a certain rate, and we're just testing for that. We're just measuring it. Like if someone tells me that they're going to sell me a computer desk and it's 4 foot long, and then I measure it and it's not 4 foot long. That doesn't require scientific method. That just requires me to actually measure the desk and confirm if it's really 4 foot long like they're telling me. And then I measure it and it's only 3 foot long. I'm like, damn, they told me it was 4 foot long, and now I've checked and it's incorrect what they were telling me. Same sort of thing with the Earth.
I mean, you are right, but it's not very accurate what you're saying. Like science.
Really?
Like
What was
there is
what was
some stuff
inaccurate?
that
What was inaccurate?
No, wait. Just hear me, bro. I'm not
No,
trying.
no.
To
But you
be
said I said
offensive.
something that's inaccurate. Like what did I say that was inaccurate?
I'm just. Okay, okay. I'm gonna talk, and if I'm wrong, I'm gonna accept it. You can say you're wrong, and I'm gonna take it. Don't worry. But just I'm saying that why we exactly need science, because there is stuff that can ruin our measurement. That's why, like, I'm gonna give you an example in energy. In energy, there is a lot of stuff that can ruin your measurement. So that's why you need some type of methodology to do a measurement. It's not just take a ruler and
Yeah,
measure something.
exactly. And
Like
when I
it
started
works like that, but you need
when
to
I started explaining
you
the
need some ways to make
variables,
sure you're accurate.
when I started explaining the variables, you cut me off.
Okay, sorry, bro. But it's my fault. Absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if we look over a 20-mile distance on a globe over the surface of the water, we can calculate that there should be 266.7 feet of curvature over that distance. Now, to test for that curvature, right, we would need an optical device like a high resolution camera with a good zoom, and then we would need to measure an observer height, and then we would need to know the distance, right? We would need to confirm the distance, and then we could check how much curvature there should be over that distance, how far away the horizon should be, and then we can make an observation to see if the byproducts of that curvature are present, which would be physical obstruction. For example, if my friend is standing on the other side of the 20-mile distance, I shouldn't be able to zoom in with the camera and see my friend, because he would be physically hidden behind the curvature of the Earth by about 200 feet.
I mean, I would really love to if you give me someone who zoomed and found a ship that was hidden behind the curvature. That we assume it's a curvature, as globe Earth believers. I mean, I would love to see that. That would be great. Also, I mean, I would appreciate to understand how does the gravity work in a flat Earth. I'm just here asking. I'm not actually debating. I'm just wondering some stuff.
Hey, sorry, I had to go for a second. Yeah, so you want to see a test? Yeah, we've got a lot of tests we can show you.
No, it's okay.
All right, can you see what Plain Truth posted in the side chat?
Okay, sorry. 1 second. Hello.
Hello.
I'm sorry, bro. My connection is kind of sucks. So I had to go and join again. What were you saying?
That's all right. Okay, so this is an observation done by a guy named Dr. John D. Very smart guy. He holds a PhD in spectrophotometry. I think that's how you pronounce it. I could be wrong. Anyway, he's basically an expert in the study of light and optics. So so this observation, he's testing for the Earth curvature and the byproducts of the Earth curvature. So if you have a look in the side chat, this is just a clip that I took out of his full-length high-definition video, just so I can present this. Okay, so in this Zoom footage, he's set up the camera at 1 meter height, and he's zooming out he's zooming out into the ocean, and there's a windmill farm out in the ocean. Now, on a globe, the horizon should be at 3.4 kilometers away. And if we didn't have a distance marker, like the windmills, right? We know the distance to the windmills. It would be very difficult to gauge how far away the horizon is. On a globe, the horizon has to be at a certain distance. So in the observation, we can
on
see
the globe.
Yeah.
Okay, just to be accurate, on the globe, there is 8 centimeters every 1 kilometer. Okay? Just to be, very
No,
accurate.
that's
I don't
not
think
how
you can.
That's not how it would work.
No, you need 1 kilometer to go down for 8 centimeters. At least,
No,
like,
but
that's
that
around
would
it. It's not
no. You would have to square
exactly.
that. You would have to square that. So it's 8 inches per mile squared. So that means
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. So
Yeah.
over right. So over this distance, right here. Hold on. Do you know what an Earth curvature calculator is?
Nope, is that like program or something?
Yeah, you can go on Google, you can type in Earth curvature calculator, and it will tell you how far away the horizon should be. And then it will also tell you how much an object in the distance should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, sure. So yeah,
Okay.
keep going with your argument.
All right. So in this observation, can you see what I posted in the side chat here? It's a screenshot
mean,
of an Earth curvature calculator.
Distance to the object.
Okay, so I'll explain it if you can see it. Okay, so the distance to the object, which is the windmill, is 18 kilometers away. So the windmill's 18 kilometers away from the shoreline, and the camera, which is the eye height level, that's 1 meter high, 1.07. That means that on a globe Earth, the distance to the horizon's 3.69 kilometers. Okay, the bottom of the windmill should be hidden behind the horizon by 16 meters. But in the observation, we can see the entirety of all of the windmills, and we don't see any sign of the horizon at 3.6 kilometers where it would have to be if the Earth were a globe. In fact,
But
we can see. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I'm just not seeing anything. I don't know what you. I just see a beach, you know. That's what I'm not understanding. Oh, okay, it's a video.
Yeah, it's a video.
Okay. I just saw it. Okay, I see. Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Finish. Sorry.
Okay, you know what a horizon is, right?
Yeah, I know what horizon is.
And you know that on a globe, it's physical. Like it's things that go past the horizon would have to be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
Yep, I know that.
Okay, and you agree that it should be at a certain distance depending on the height of the observer?
Yep. It
Yep.
should be something like that, you know. Everything
Yeah.
that goes far, it goes down for a bit. Makes sense.
Right. Okay, so you shouldn't be able to see any more water beyond the horizon.
So you're not supposed to see what?
Water.
You're
If you're
supposed
looking
to
out over the water, okay,
Oh.
you wouldn't be able to see any more water beyond the horizon. I'll post a
Yeah.
diagram. Yeah, it's the maximum distance where the sky and the ground appear to meet. In this case, it's the sky and the water appearing to meet. Okay, so here's a diagram showing how it would work on a globe. Okay, so a man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. The physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and the sky can be observed to meet. And then there's a picture on the right-hand side. Okay, so
Yep.
you shouldn't be able to see any more water beyond the horizon. Do you agree?
I mean, it's not that simple, you know. The Earth is huge. You're supposed to
Right. So
see.
that's why we're calculating it using an official Earth curvature calculator, using the actual size of the Earth in the mathematics.
Okay, so
Right.
I'm supposed to, when like I look in front of me, I'm supposed to see the other sky, like from the other side. Is that kind of the point?
No, you should see a horizon at 3.46 miles away. And then anything beyond that, such as the water, would be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. You wouldn't be able to see any more water. And then the windmill, that's 18 kilometers away, should be cut off. The whole bottom of it should be completely missing and hidden behind the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, but it's not, and it never is.
Hey, Christ, I got a question for you.
Go ahead, bro.
you just told us before that you watch boats go over the horizon, and then now you just told us that it's way too big to see curve. What's up with that?
Yeah, it's my fault, bro. I mean, I do some stupid stuff in life. Who doesn't? I'm sorry, bro. Maybe it's something stupid I said.
At least you're willing to admit your mistake.
Yeah, of course, bro. I have no thing to gain if I don't admit my mistakes, you know? That's just not right for me.
Sorry to interrupt
Oh,
you, T-Dub.
no, it's okay.
No, that was DJ.
I have a question, DJ. I mean, when you zoom like a boat go behind the sea and you zoom and you see it, do you see all of it or just part of it?
All of it.
From down to up? I mean, okay. I mean, just I don't know if you knew that or not, but like when you zoom something, you don't actually see the thing. You're dealing
I'll
with
explain it in
light.
just a second.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll give you your time to answer. Explain. Because just by the way, like zoom deals with light and reflections, not the physical thing. You can see something that isn't in front of you. By zooming, if you get the light that's coming from it, just like as an information.
All right, bro. So yeah, the boats. Okay, so I just showed you an observation with a windmill. You could imagine that being a boat, right?
Yeah, I can
Yes.
imagine that being a boat.
Okay, so it should be hidden behind the horizon by 16 meters. 16 meters is like a 5-story building, by the way. It's a huge height.
Yeah.
Okay, so if that windmill was a boat, it should have the bottom 16 meters missing, but we can see the whole thing. So it should be
Okay.
physically hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, but there is no curvature of the Earth for it to be hidden behind. Now, have a look. Here's a boat. Okay, so I gave you an example with a windmill. Now here's an example with a boat. This is a giant ship as well.
Okay.
So can you see what I posted?
Yeah, bro, we really love to see this.
Right. So when he's
it's
completely
nothing
well, this was your argument, right? So I'm just showing you that.
Yeah, I saw that myself.
Yeah. So the boat's not. When he zooms in on the boat, you can still see the whole boat. Now, if because this is a nice clear image and there's no waves, if we added ocean swells into the equation, right? It just says we had big waves, the bottom of the boat would look like it's missing. And if you zoom in on it, obviously you're not going to be able to see the bottom of the boat because it's hidden behind something physical. Not the curvature of the earth, but the swell, right, of the ocean, the waves of the ocean. Or sometimes we can have a miraging effect that makes things look like they're hidden from the bottom as well. But that doesn't happen all the time. Most of the time you can zoom in and see the whole object again. Does that make sense?
Hello? Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm sorry, bro. Like, I have a bad connection, so sometimes I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Yeah, so if a ship should be hidden behind the horizon, but we can zoom in and see the whole ship. Obviously, it wasn't hidden behind a horizon. Obviously, there's
Yeah,
no
there
Earth
is no
curvature blocking it. Yeah.
curvature. I agree with that.
Sometimes it can look like it's
Yeah,
hidden
yeah.
from the bottom because of waves
Yeah.
or miraging effects. And sometimes a little bit just due to the way that our eyes work as well. So you can have a little bit of perspective compression that'll make some of the bottom look like you can't really resolve it. But we can replicate things
Yeah.
disappearing bottom up on a flat surface as well, on a small scale.
Yeah, yeah. That makes sense. Yep. Also, I asked you about gravity. How does that work in flat Earth?
Well, we don't really need gravity as a force of mass attracting mass like you guys claim, or the bending and warping of space-time, depending on which theory you want to go with. We don't need that on a flat Earth.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, so
What do we need? How does stuff fall down?
So things will sink through a medium if the medium can't support the object. So, I mean, if you have a light medium like air and you pick up a rock and you drop it, it's going to sink through the air. It's only going to do that because you picked
I
it
mean
up.
density.
Density,
You mean
yeah,
density?
the density of the object and the density of the medium. They have a relationship together, and it's going to determine whether the object's going to go upward or downward. So if you drop a
Okay, just
helium
to be clear, just so okay. I get you. Like, I hope I get you. If I don't get you, just
Okay.
tell me that I'm wrong. But I just want to ask that: are we talking about density or the mass? Just to be so accurate.
Density.
Like density. Okay.
Mhm.
We have a ball that weighs 5 kilograms, and it has a ratio of 5 centimeters. Okay.
Okay.
Can you hear me, bro? And we have a ball of 5 kilograms and a ratio of 3 centimeters, and a ball with the same mass but with a bigger ratio. Who does fall? Yeah, like faster than the other.
They should fall at approximately the same rate if you remove the resistance. So if you put it in a big vacuum chamber and you drop them, they're going to fall at approximately the same rate.
Well, bro, that's the difference between a free shoot and a normal shoot.
No,
Like
it's.
there
I
is,
mean,
there is
is that not
it's
going to happen?
obviously different. We're not talking about a vacuum. We're talking about a normal room with the same resistance. Like they're both having the same resistance. It's not different. So
Yeah,
who
but
falls first?
okay. So one of them's going to fall slower because there's more resistance, obviously.
There is the same resistance.
No,
Do
there's
you
more.
know?
No, there's. Okay, but it's not the same resistance. Okay, if you have a feather and you have like a sinker, like a lead sinker or something like that, obviously it's going to hit the ground first because you have resistance. The resistance is going to cause the feather to fall slowly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Yeah, true.
Yeah, it's just because you have the air resistance. If you remove the air, or as much of the air as possible, then they're going to fall
I mean,
approximately at the same rate.
we both agree on that. Globe people and flat people. It's not like something
Mhm.
new. That's why I'm saying the
Exactly.
same resistance. I'm saying the same resistance.
Yeah.
They have literally the same resistance, and one is gonna fall faster than the other. How do you fix that?
Because of the volume and the size of it. Because, okay, so it has the air has the same amount of resistance, but you have more air hitting the volume or the surface area of the larger object, so it's going to slow it down.
Yeah, makes sense.
Where we're going to disagree is that the globe side claims that things are being pulled or forced towards the Earth, towards the center of the globe. And that would mean that the water would have to be curving at a certain rate. That's what we're testing. When we're testing the water, and if the water's not curving, that alone debunks gravity, as gravity is claimed on the globe, because it dictates that the water must be curving at a specific rate, because it's all being pulled down towards the center of the globe, and we can calculate exactly how much it should be curving anywhere on the Earth, and then test for it. If it's not curving, then gravity is obviously not working, not existing, and you don't have a globe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes a lot
But yeah,
of sense.
things will rise or sink just due to their density and the density of the medium. Like if you get a tennis ball and you drop it in the medium of air, it's more dense than the air, so it's going to sink. Or if you change the medium from air to water, now the tennis ball is going to go upward because it's less dense than the water. So it's going to go
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah. It explains why every single thing in nature goes up or down.
They don't go east or west, like
No,
side by
there's
side.
two primary directions, up and down.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, like if you have a room that doesn't have any wind or anything like that, and you light an incense stick, the smoke is going to go straight up in a perfect line up to the ceiling. And then if you drop something that's more dense than the air in that same room, it's going to go straight down in a perfectly straight line down to the ground. And on flat Earth, down is the same direction for everybody. Whether I'm in Australia and you're in a different country and we both point down, we're both pointing the same direction down. And if we point up, we're pointing the same direction up. Whereas on the globe, everyone pointing up or down is a completely different direction to everyone else. Everyone would be pointing down on the globe. They would be pointing all different directions towards the center of the globe. But in what I would call reality, there's just two directions. Up and down, it's the same direction for everybody.
Yeah, for sure. That makes a lot of sense.
We can even do an experiment to test it. So we could get a cup of fresh water, and then we could drop an egg in the water. And the egg is going to sink down to the bottom of the cup of fresh water. Then what we could do is take some salt and then add some salt into the water. And then that changes the density of the water. And then what you're going to see is the egg is no longer more dense than the water, and the egg's actually going to go upward. It's going to rise up to the top of the glass. The only thing that we manipulated is the density of the water by adding salt to it and changing the density. And that changed the direction that the egg goes in.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's also called Archimedes' principle or specific gravity.
Yeah.
And on a globe, you have to have the force of gravity. You need to have something to explain how you could have oceans sticking to the outside of a globe, for example. Because relative density is not going to explain that. Okay, so you need to have some type of magical force that somehow holds all of the oceans to the outside of a globe. Or stops all of the gas from expanding into the space vacuum.
Yeah. All right, bro. It was nice talking to you. Take care.
You too, bro. Catch you later.
See you.
Just pieces out. That was awesome, T-Dub.
But no, that was DJ.
Shit. Okay, well, that was awesome, DJ.
Hey guys, why the sky changes every single day? Why do we observe evening, nights, and mornings? Hello?
Because things in the sky are moving.
So you're admitting there's things in the sky, right? There are things in space.
Not in space. I see things in the sky. I don't know what they are. We see them and perceive them as light.
If not in space, then where they are? They can't be inside
I don't know.
atmosphere, right?
In the sky. I don't know what the sky is.
When we don't know what the sky is, what we can do is we can trust the scientist, right? Don't you think that?
Why? Why should I?
Because that's the only source that we have. What other
How did
sources
they
do
find
we have?
out? How did they find
They,
out?
they,
How did they?
they tested for it. They tested for it.
What
They
with?
have been tested for it with different equipments. I'm not a scientist.
Right. So you can't appeal to them. Can't describe how they know that what they say they know.
Mm, maybe if you sat with them and get into the technicalities, they might explain you.
We have. They don't have the answers.
Of what caution? Of which caution are you referring? That they can't
Any of
answer.
it. They guess. You think they know? They don't know.
Explanations are useless if you can't validate the explanation actually exists in reality. They have explanations coming out of their ass, right? For everything.
But DJ, how can a person like you and me validate moon, right? We don't have the tools. We can never have
Yeah,
the tools.
none of them, nobody has ever validated the moon. You just have faith in what they're telling you that they've checked the moon. Oh, don't worry about it. We know everything about the whole universe. We can tell you that it rains diamonds on Uranus and Neptune.
Yes,
Trust me, bro. It rains sideways glass on a distant exoplanet X, whatever it's called, right? They'll tell you all sorts of things, and you have no way to check what they're telling you if it's correct or not. You just have to
Okay,
choose whether you want to believe it or not.
okay. If they say there's a planet which has rings, right? Saturn. So I can take a telescope and see it with my eyes.
Yeah, you can
Right,
see a
and tell
little
you.
light in the sky that looks like it has rings around it. They're not telling you that. You can see that yourself. But what they've done is they've attached a big story to it. They've named it after a god, an ancient Greek mythological god or something like that, right? Then they've told you it's in a space vacuum, and then they've told you what the size of it is, and what the distance of it is, and what the gas is made out, what the rings are made out of, and what the planet's made out of, and how old it is, and all of these things, and you can't check any of that. You just have to believe the story.
No, I'm not blindly believing in these stories. So what they have done, they have sended light rays to these gaseous planets, and the gases which and the rays which came back from the reflected rays, we can know which gases
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
the planet of.
Yeah, cool story. So you can never validate anything they're telling you. You just have to
No, no,
believe what they're telling you. And they're also making a bunch of assumptions in their calculations about the space vacuum, what these rays or whatever they're sending there are traveling through, what medium they're propagating through. And then you just have to blindly believe their results that they're giving you. You have no way of independently validating anything in the sky. You're in space.
And if you want to believe them, that's fine. Right? That's nobody's here's going to say you shouldn't or you should or whatever. Like nobody's going to stop you from believing whatever you want. But belief would just be acceptance of something
no,
being true without evidence, right? And you can
T-Dub,
believe it all you like.
T-Dub, I don't see it as a belief system. I rather see it as a part of rationality and science.
No,
So
you don't know. You said I'm not a scientist. You can't appeal to that, right? So you don't know what methodology is being employed and how they're coming to their conclusions. You just trust them. You said I trust them, and that's fine.
yeah,
If you want to trust them, you go ahead and trust them. That's fine. But meanwhile, on the Earth, right, what we observe and measure is a flat Earth, flat water, no convexity to it. It's not curving.
yeah, we discussed it about it yesterday.
Yeah, so the same people that are telling you that the Earth's a globe, the same scientists, right? They don't have any empirical evidence to test it. They're working off a theoretical mathematical framework, not something that actually exists in reality.
But they've sent astronauts in space, right?
No, they have not sent astronauts into space. They've told you that they've sent astronauts into space. But the footage looks absolutely ridiculously fake. Most people that I show the footage to don't believe that it's real footage. They're like, no, that can't possibly be real footage from NASA. Prove to me that that's actually NASA footage. That looks completely fake. That can't possibly be real or claim to be real. That's what people
Okay,
say.
okay. Okay, so you don't trust NASA. What about the Indian Space Research Organization? They've sent rovers
Their
to moon.
footage is even worse. Most of the videos, right, are just an animation that looks like an Atari game from the 1980s. And then this tiny little bit of actual footage that they show of the little rover rolling off onto the moon, it looks 1,000 times worse than NASA's footage. It doesn't look realistic at all. Like if you go onto YouTube right now and type in Indian moon
Chandrayaan.
landing footage rover, there's only one video that comes up. One tiny little video that goes for about 30 seconds. It doesn't show anything except for this tiny little toy rover looking thing rolling onto some dirt.
Okay.
And look, at the end of the day, we can't verify what we're being shown. Sure, it looks fake, but I'm not saying that that's proof that it is fake, even though common sense would tell me that it looks fake. But we can't validate any of this footage. It's just faith. You have to choose whether you want to have faith in NASA and the Indian Space Agency or not. Maybe they just want to be seen by the rest of the world as countries that can do something. do something specific that other countries can't do for notoriety. Maybe they're funneling money. I'm not sure. But what the evidence that we're being presented by them is terrible quality.
But man, like, don't you think it is so easy to fake moon landing? Every country would be faking it right now. Maybe Nigeria would be faking it right now.
Yeah, there's
They
like
they
five.
don't, right?
Yeah, they do. Okay, so the Soviets faked it. The Indians faked it. Japan faked it. China faked it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And their footage looks so bad.
All these countries are major global.
There's no globe. There's no global. I'm going to show you some NASA footage right
No,
now.
I was
And I
about
want
to
you to
say
be
all these.
honest. I want you to be honest and tell me if you think that this footage looks real. Tell me what percentage you think it could be real. Just a second.
Okay, send it.
All right. All right, so I found the first one. So just a second, I'll just copy paste it. All right.
Can you
Okay, so
share your
check
screen?
it. No, I can't share my screen. But have a look in the side chat.
Okay.
I posted it in the side chat.
It's taking too long to load.
Oh, just wait a moment. It shouldn't take long. I'll find another one while you're waiting for it to load as well.
This, no, I can't believe this could be from NASA, man. This look like a cartoon.
I told you. So this is from NASA. This is what NASA claims. Okay, I'm going to show you one more, and then I'm going to get you the source videos from the official sources. Most people haven't
Is it,
seen this
man? Like,
footage.
this is how cartoons supposed to be look like, man. How
Yeah,
can
it looks like
NASA think that?
yeah. How can NASA? Because back then, this would have looked good. If you look at the quality of movies from back in the 60s and the 70s, this kind of thing, people would have been like, oh, wow, that looks amazing. But you look at it now and you're like, oh my God, that's terrible. Like, look at video games from the 90s, for example. Look at the graphics. Back then, it was like, oh my God, look at how good the graphics are. And then you look at it now and you're like, I can't believe that I used to think that that had good graphics. Like, look at this next one. Okay, this is Apollo 7.
I like the Indian moon landing better. Has like Atari or Nintendo 64 graphics. I like it better. It's like my
Well,
era.
Yeah, that is definitely super old school retro. Gives you like nostalgic vibes.
Yeah.
This is from NASA. The second GIF.
Yeah, the second
Recent?
GIF. This is the Apollo 17 lunar lander taking off from the moon. All of the astronauts are meant to be inside of that little thing, and then the camera somehow pans up as well. They reckon that they're controlling the camera that's left on the moon from Earth, and they pan it up, and that's the astronauts leaving the moon. This is Apollo 17.
Magic is making this thing go up into outer space in the Earth's direction. Look, because that thing is going towards the Earth now. After moving away from the station on the moon, now it's going back to Earth, but it has to go through the vacuum of space. You see the mechanisms that is operating this machinery conceived by men that can travel through the vacuum of space, huh? It looks amazing, huh?
So here's the actual footage that GIF is taken from. Okay, this is the official Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum website. Their YouTube channel.
Hey, DJ, you think that the the coupling from the ground, whatever lander, and then going off away from the moon, you think that how did the thing was just being guided towards the Earth by radio waves or something? Look at that thing. Like, did it have like a pedal?
Well, Gemsy, it had to go up and reconnect with the lunar module.
With the lunar
Like
moon, the one that
one
was
at,
in orbit around the moon. Okay,
the
okay.
one. Yeah.
I'm connecting again. I'm going back. Yeah, I get it now.
So,
So look,
DJ, I searched it. I searched on Google. Google is saying that this distortion, these colorful sparks that we are observing, these are camera distortions.
Yeah, sure they are. That's okay, bro. You can see them all shooting out from the rocket ship when it from the lunar module when it takes off. They have excuses for all of this crap now. They have excuses for all of this ridiculous footage that you were laughing at the footage a minute ago. Okay, they're gonna have excuses to why it looks so shitty because they have to cover their ass. They can't say, "Oh, you caught us." Yeah, it looks really fake. Right? They're gonna have to come up with some lame excuse for all of these things. They're not, but it's never gonna look realistic. Nobody in their right mind should be believing that this footage is real, or you should at least question it. At least question it.
Oh, it's real expensive.
Yep.
And they forget to tell you that the fuels they use, the hypergolic fuels, are not clear. They would leave a huge fog.
It's a good point.
Really bad Hollywood fantasy
DJ,
nonsense.
don't you think there are too many people that are associated with NASA right now? There are various people working for NASA. There are various companies who produce products for NASA. They all can't be a part of propaganda, right? If they
One
were,
No,
One
dude.
guy produces one tool or one screw. The other one produces antenna, and then they all put it. Someone else's put it all together, and then someone else send it to the rocket. Someone else shoots the rocket, right? Go ahead, DJ. My bad.
You're right. But yeah, look, dude, they don't get like sat down in a room when they get a job at NASA and say, "Hey, we're actually faking all of this stuff." Right? Don't tell anyone. They don't do that. People have not like NDAs and they have a specific job to do. And they can't tell anyone about it or they'll get in huge trouble, right? And that's just to do with their job. Most of the people that work at NASA genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe and probably genuinely believe that NASA went to the moon. It would only be a tiny amount of people that would have had to have been in on it. Right? Maybe some of the Nazi scientists that were in charge of NASA back then, like Werner von Braun, an SS Nazi soldier for Hitler, okay, who was the head of NASA, basically. Okay, I don't know if you've heard of Operation Paperclip, but they smuggled a whole bunch of Nazis and basically had them running NASA.
yeah,
Like
Germany.
over 100. Yeah, bro. And now
Germany was.
NASA. Yep. And now NASA has admitted and been reclassified as a spy agency or an intelligence agency. So they're no longer a space agency. They're now classified as an intelligence agency. Kind of like the CIA and the FBI. So yeah, they faked the moon landings. Doesn't prove that the Earth's flat, but they definitely faked the moon landings. And you know, when they interviewed NASA not long ago, and they asked how come NASA doesn't go back to the moon again, they said that they destroyed the technology to go back to the moon and that it would be a painful process to build it back again. They
They
also
have
said, what's that?
they they've even sent rovers to Mars. India has
Sure.
sent satellites to Mars.
Yeah, sure they have.
So so do you have any footage for that as well?
Yes. So NASA there's a place called Devon Island in Canada that just so
Yeah.
happens to look exactly like all of the Mars footage. And NASA has a base there where they say that they're doing all of their training and testing for Mars. And then in some of the footage that they give us that's meant to be from Mars, we see things that could only exist on Earth, like an Arctic lemming, for example, that is native to Devon Island, that was spotted when you zoom in to some of the footage. People have spotted debris, like rubbish and things like that. You know, like packaging, product packaging, and things like that. So yeah, a lot of it, you know, it's not possible to prove that it's fake. I mean, it kind of is. But to prove the actual footage itself, I mean, we can disprove it in other ways by testing that the Earth's not a globe and that you can't have a vacuum next to a gas pressure system and things like that. But with the actual footage itself, you can never validate it. You're never going to be able to check if it's real. It looks fake, sure. We can see things that look like that could only exist on Earth in some of the footage, but you can't check. It's just like believe them or don't believe them. But yeah, I could bring up some pictures that show what I was just talking about from the Mars footage.
Yeah. But man, the reason why people believe in them is because they back their equation and models with sciences, right?
No, they just have equations and models. They don't back it with science. That's why it's called pseudoscience. Like gravity, for example, it's not backed with scientific experiment. It's just mathematical. It's a theory, it's a concept. You know, when they were wrong, when they worked out their equations for gravity were completely wrong and didn't explain their model, they, instead of throwing it in the bin, right, they worked out it was 96% wrong. So
Yeah.
instead of throwing it away, they decided to invent something that they don't have any idea about called dark matter and dark energy. Have you heard about those things?
Yeah. I'm aware of those.
Yeah, so they have no idea what they are or anything like that. They said it's even, you know, you could call it anything you want because it's just nothing. It's just kind of like something that would have to be there. Otherwise, the math doesn't work at all.
But man,
96.
like they have gone way further, bro. Like they have created
No, they
so many
haven't.
theories. They've created theories about black hole, galaxy, Milky Way, Andromeda,
Yeah, yes.
whatnot.
Zany space stories. It's crazy, bro. They tell you it rains diamonds on Uranus and you think they're not trolling you?
They say to me because there's so many gases that contain carbons.
So listen
That
real quick. When you say they have theories about black holes, you gotta know the difference between scientific theory and probably you saying a colloquial theory, because a scientific theory will be coming after being passed through the scientific method, controlling variables, experimentation, and then repeat it, and then that will become a scientific theory. There will be the on paper how the scientific theory is an explanation of the phenomena that is being observed and the manipulation, of the variables, and that will be the scientific theory after it has been established by very multiple experimentations to demonstrate that that's the case, that the cause of the phenomena is such a thing. But then when you're saying gravity, that's is a theory. That's not is not a scientific theory. So when you're talking about science and you say gravity theory or black hole theory, science
They have
is like what DJ is telling you is science. So that
uh,
black hole theory, have you seen anyone demonstrating that scientifically? What's the answer?
they have given us a equation, mathematical equation. Einstein was able to prove it with equation.
Is that it was the experiment? They don't have an experiment. There's no demonstration, nothing to show for. Just you're saying math, numbers on a piece of paper.
The reason why they can't demonstrate because we require so much mass, right? We don't have it.
So not science. You agree with what DJ told you? Not science then. So not a
It is
theory.
science. It is science, but we can't prove it on on
He
ourselves.
just said after everything I told him, he just said it's science. Can you explain it to him a little better, DJ? Someone? Because after I told him it's not science, he still said it's that the black holes is science.
Because they have provided us with the equations, right, and the models.
The science will be by establishing an observable phenomena in the natural and physical world, then making a hypothesis of how a guess of how that estimated guess or educated guess about how is that phenomena happening, and then you establish the control variable and the dependent variable, and you manipulate the variables, and then you establish the cause of the effect, right? And you do the experiment. That will be the science, and then you establish what is the cause of the effect. But what you're saying is that someone on paper wrote something, and that makes it science. But that will be the definition of pseudoscience, though, not
Okay,
science.
do you
But
know
the
about
equations,
do you know
the
about the
equations are model. Go on.
James Webb Telescope or Hubble's telescope? So these telescopes
Yeah.
have sent us images of black hole that we
Yeah, and
can.
No.
looking at those images, and I could have a different interpretation, and you can have an interpretation. Someone, a DJ, can have an interpretation. Tito can have another interpretation, and who's correct?
We
Who
can
has the
interpret it,
interpretation?
man. We can interpret it however we want, but our interpretation doesn't matter. We are not scientists. What matters is how the scientists are interpreting it.
No, it doesn't. For a start, if your black holes are real, they're absorbing light, not emitting light. Right? So you're not going to get imagery of it.
But I would like to
Never,
get on.
never, ever in a million years.
But I would like to get on what he just said. It doesn't matter, science. Just because you're a scientist, that don't mean what they're saying is absolutely true. Scientist only appeals to the method. So if scientists could be telling you an absolute lie, it doesn't matter about that. It's really
Right.
science method. Rather, the method is showing the truth because the method is empirical. So the scientist
Exactly.
only uses the scientific theory to prove his claim. Scientist, you can't just say, "Oh, because the scientist said so, therefore it's true." That's just
Exactly. And listen, bro, the people you're calling scientists, they're not doing any science, as in experiments. They're not doing any experiments. They're guessing. They're looking at things and going, well, I think it's this. And then some other scientists will say, well, I think you're wrong. I think it's this. And they'll argue with each other about it and not realizing that both of them have no validation for either of what they're saying because they haven't done any experiments.
Their assessment is based on observation, right? So they have observed and
They're making
Can you-
assumptions about what they're observing.
Yeah.
We all observe the same thing, but they have
Yeah.
a whole a concept about what they're observing. They're not observing the bending and warping of space time. They're not absorbing dark matter and dark energy. They're not observing diamond rain on Uranus or sideways glass rain on, it's all just mathematical models and things like that. Right? If you look up what shape, they don't even know what shape the universe is. Okay, you look up what shape is the universe. First thing you're going to get a link from NASA saying that the universe is flat, like a sheet of paper. Okay, and then you might find some Harvard or Cambridge link saying it's flat. And then you'll find another scientific link saying, there's a high percentage chance that the universe is spherical shaped. And then another source will say that the universe is actually more like a torus shape, like a donut shape. And then a whole bunch more crazy claims. Like, they don't know what they're talking about.
And they admit they don't know what they're talking about. So they're just making claims. And remember, science only deals with cause and effect relationship. So they're just basically speculating. They're not doing science. They're just guessing. And them just simply doing their observation, that is not the scientific method. That's just part of it. Anybody can do an observation. That's just a correlated study. An observation, they got a name for it. It's called a correlated study or observational study. They got names for it. It's only when people want to claim science, they want to say that it's science. But science basically have to do with method. It has a method to it. And the method requires first an observation, which would be your DV, and then it would need an assumed cause, which you guys are claiming to be a prediction. But the assumed cause must be an IV that you have to manipulate to see if that assumed cause will either prove the null hypothesis or it will prove the alternative, that the hypothesis is actually true, which means that the IV in this control variable, because science deals with the second law of logic, the law of non-contradiction. Both things, truth and false, cannot be true in the same situation in the physical natural world. Either the null, which is false, the IV does not cause the effect, or the alternative, the IV do cause the effect. And then come up with then that would basically come up with your scientific theory, and that experiment should be able to be repeated multiple times in order to prove for an absolute fact that that is true. Now, if a scientist is making any claim without this method, then a scientist is not doing science at that point. He's speculating just like everyone else. He's coming up with a philosophy like everyone else. He's having an idea or an opinion like everyone else. So you simply saying the scientists believe this and the scientists believe that, good. A whole bunch of people have a whole lot of beliefs, bro. Have he proven it?
They have proven it in theory, like I said. So
Great. So what is the scientific theory behind the proof?
no, they have given a model, but
It's not a scientific theory, bro. A model comes after the scientific theory. That's where the model's at. So do the model have an assumed cause that they're manipulating in this model? Because you're saying that they have a scientific model. That would be a scientific theory. So is there an assumed cause that they're manipulating in this model?
Well, they could say that they're making predictions with their modeling, right? So they'll say, if we're correct and our model is correct, and the universe is arranged in this way, then we will expect to see X, right? X, phenomenon X. And then they'll go and see if they can observe it, right? If they don't observe what they expect to see based on their model, they'll say, well, our model must be wrong somewhere, or the whole thing's wrong, or something's wrong with the model, right? But if they see X, if they see the phenomenon that they're expecting to see, then they use that to say that their model's correct. right? Well, we must be right. We predicted it, we observed it, we must be right, right? And that would be called affirming the consequent. It's a formal logical fallacy where you say if P, then Q. Q, therefore P, right? It's not logical because Q could be the result of other things too. They haven't eliminated other possibilities. They're just using their expectation to confirm their bias, right? When they get the result that they're expecting, they use that to confirm their bias for what they think is true. And that's fallacious logic. You can't do that. You can't do that.
Yeah. TW, let's go by something that we can observe, right? That we can ourselves observe. So magnetism.
Are you listening to
Magnetism.
what hold up for a second. Are you listening to what we're saying to you? Do you understand what we're saying?
Yeah. I understand.
Okay, you're going to continue on with the affirming the consequence anyway, right?
What? Can you repeat?
You're going to continue with the affirming the consequence, not science, not using the scientific method, not coming up with an IV. You're going to use an observational study based on affirming the consequence anyway, are you? Or you go surprise us and come with science and basically say that, yeah, here's the IV, this is how they manipulate it physically, and this is this was the assumed cause of it, and here's the scientific theory behind it. Or are you going to do that? Which one? Because if you're just going to continue and say they seen this observation, they came up with a model, they used math, and the math checks out because they seen this, that would be what T Dub just described to be a logical fallacy affirming the consequence. So are you understanding what we're saying?
Yeah,
And you just
I understood it, man. I understood. So we go by something that we all can observe, right? So magnetism is something which we all can observe, right? We know that Earth is a magnet because compass work. Compass points towards north, right? So how are you gonna deny that?
When you say the compass points north, what does that mean? It's pointing. You know, north that the compass is pointing towards is a changing position that is not concrete, right?
Yeah, but not changing too much, bro. It's still
The compass also allegedly spins in certain positions, and it also dips downwards in other positions and upwards.
yeah, in certain position of Earth. But if you're at equator, for example,
So how does that tell you that you are in this nonsensical concoction of spinning, curving water ball in the vacuum of space? How does the compass tells you that?
no, it tells me that Earth is a magnet. Earth is a big magnet.
Oh, that there are magnetic properties on
Yeah.
the medium
It
that we
proves,
travel across. But are you saying that the Earth is a magnet? Or there's
yeah,
magnetic properties?
yeah. The Earth has magnetic properties because
Okay.
Earth.
So not that the Earth is a magnet, because there's a lot of things on the Earth that are not magnetic, right? So you cannot say Earth is a magnet, because I can go to Earth and find stuff that is not magnetic. Or
Yeah.
I can agree that there's a magnetic of some kind. Like your compass is aligning with that magnetic field. Yeah, correct. What's generating and why it exists, I wouldn't even attempt to tell you. I couldn't say that. Well, that means that the ground must be the magnet, the thing generating that field. I can't tell you that. How are you coming to that conclusion?
I got a better observation for this guy. So let's imagine that you are in the south, right? Why does the compass doesn't point you to the south? Instead, it's going to point you to the opposite way, that it's going to be the north, right? Since you are closer to the south, right? So the compass should point you to the south instead of the north, right? Why the compass doesn't do that to you?
I believe it does. I'm not tested myself, but I believe it does.
No, it doesn't. It's not even
No.
claimed to.
So what happened?
It's going to point north again. But still, you are closer to the south instead of the north, right? And the compass will going to point you to the north, right? I mean, it's your brain, you know. If you are closer to the south, right, the compass should point you to the south, not to the north, right? You get it what I'm saying?
Hmm. So if it is not magnetic field, what is protecting us from the solar flares of the sun?
Nobody says that the Earth was in a magnetic field. Has
Right. Yeah, we didn't say. Sorry, go on.
No. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was pretty much going to say the same thing. Look, we're not saying that there is no magnetic field. Like compasses are aligning to something, all right? We understand that that's, you know, it's aligning with magnetic fields because we can put compasses near magnets and it affects them, right? So we know that, you know, it's generating a magnet. There's a magnetic field generated, right? But we're not saying why it's there and how it's there.
Yeah, it's
It sounds
constantly
like you are, though.
shifting. It's constantly shifting as well. And they cannot predict what it's going to do. They don't even know what the magnetic field's going to do in a year from now. I was listening to an interview with a NOAA scientist the other day. He said, we have absolutely no idea what's going on with the magnetic field. We can't predict what it's going to be doing in 12 months' time. We can't predict what it's going to be doing in a few years' time. We have no idea. It's an anomaly. And it doesn't align with the globe anyway. Like the North Pole, that's not where the magnetic north is. Magnetic north's moving. And then there's two south magnetic points as well.
DJ, do you know that your weight fluctuates, right? If you're at the equator and
Oh yeah, cool story,
then
bro.
and then you measure your weight, it is going to
No,
be
Neil
different.
deGrasse Tyson made a video saying that happens, and then he made another video recently saying that doesn't happen.
Hey DJ, let me ask you something. You know that what you just said about the magnetic field that they say they don't know in 6 months or 12 months where is it gonna be?
Mm-hmm.
But the Glober said that the globe model predicts everything perfect, right? Like almost that's what they say, right? So can we say, okay, so Glober, tell me, based on the globe model, where is the magnetic field gonna be 6 months or 12 months? They should be able to tell, right? That's the globe model
Yeah.
prediction.
Good point. I need to actually take that clip of that guy, that scientist saying that. That would be a good one.
Maybe you gotta do some research about that to see if they actually, if that researcher is correct and they don't actually know, then globe model doesn't work. Then Glober say it works on prediction. They call it predictive power or something like that. It's like a slogan that some of them use, like one of the high anti-FE speakers. They said they call it, what is it? Predictive power, I think it is. Used to trigger some flat earthers when they said that, even Quantum Eraser. Do you remember that term? Prediction power that the globe has? It's one of the features of the globe. It can predict. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying that weight is measured different as where if you're at the equator as compared to if you're at the North Pole. Because your distance from the center of Earth is different.
What did
The
you say?
center of Earth?
Yeah, center of Earth, because Earth is a ball.
No, Earth is not a ball. We invalidated it with long distance observations and laser tests and all sorts of different tests. And you don't have any evidence that it's a globe except for faith.
Let's assume for this for the sake of the argument and
Okay.
proceed. I'm
Yes.
assuming that.
No, I didn't hear the
Sun
first
is the
half of
god.
your sentence. Can you start
Mhm.
again? What's
Okay,
your
okay.
claim?
Yeah, then why he even need to assume he should be able to just come up with this gold proof? That was a direct challenge.
So if you measure yourself, your weight at the equator, it is going to be different. It is going to be higher than if you were to measure your weight then on North Pole, right? On Greenland.
No. Okay. All right. Prove it.
That's the calculation
Okay.
that scientists have.
Show me that the calculation matches reality. Show me
The
someone. Surely someone would have tested that, and there would be a video of someone doing it.
Okay, okay. I have to find it. Can you
Yeah, you
give me?
won't. Okay. Make sure all of
So
the variables are at play. Okay. Make sure they have the same amount of hydration in their body and that kind of thing. Because I can not drink water for a day and be a few kilos less in weight.
yeah, there are other factors as well. Yeah, and there's no way to
So even
know for sure.
even astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson said that that doesn't happen.
Yeah, hello guys, how are you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Good to hear.
What was going on before you came here?
Paradox is coping and trying to hold on to his globe religion.
But, wanted to hold up the religion?
He's we're debunking his globe, but he's trying his best to hold on to it.
Okay, what does it mean though to hold up the religion?
No, hold on to his religion. He's trying to
Yeah,
keep his belief system intact while we tear it apart.
okay, okay. What religion does he believe?
Heliocentrism.
Is it a new religion?
No, it's about 500 years old.
Okay, I haven't heard of it.
Really? You
Yeah.
may be a member of it. Do you think the Earth's a globe?
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe. I
You think
haven't
the
heard.
Earth's a globe?
I know only 3 religions in the universe. Yeah, the main
The
religion.
universe. That's part of your
Yeah.
religion.
Oh, do you think the sun's in the middle and the Earth goes around the sun?
I didn't know it.
You know it?
You don't?
I don't know.
Know
Because
it
I
or you
asked
don't know?
about
You
something about
don't.
the sun.
Does
Yeah.
the Earth orbit around the sun?
Yeah. Rounds around the sun, I believe.
Aha, there you
Sorry.
go. You just learnt that you're in a cult.
Yeah. You're a heliocentrist.
Earth were rotating and there were no sun, moon. Very long paragraph. The idea. No, but there's a man asking in the chat. Only ever heard of 3 religions? I've heard about only 3 religions. I have never heard about the religion he was speaking on. What?
Well, it's a
He was
religion
speaking
of
about new
images.
religion, which I
It's a
haven't heard of.
religion of images because it's a misrepresentation of reality, and people kind of like put this imagery in a pedestal. They look up to, the astronauts. They claim they are the most high ones. The people have been the most high, so they even claim they have been higher than the most high God. And yeah, people look up to them and uh, release their power to these people. Tell them what's real and what's not real, how reality works and how it doesn't work. So there is priest, and someone in here mentioned earlier one of the priests, which is Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's one of the priests of the globe, outer space religion. And yeah, they have the book, the priest, and gravity, their god.
So DJ, I've sent the stories of people proving it experimentally and the mathematical model as well in the side chat.
Yeah, okay. What does it show? Start with the first one, Gene Richer. What's he testing?
So yeah, he observed time dilation on his clock.
Okay, how do we know that that happened? Or is
He
it just a
observed
story? Just a story from the 1600s that you just blindly believe with no evidence, no photos, nothing, just a story.
well, there are certain things that you have to believe, right?
Okay,
So
and you've chosen that this is one, something that you have no evidence for, just a story from the 1600s. Okay. Hasn't been done recently and been filmed in high definition, like all of our evidence that we show. Imagine if I was presenting evidence that was just a story from the 1600s. In the 1600s, Walter Smith went out and 100% proved that the earth was flat by doing this and that. Trust me, bro. You'd laugh at that if I presented that as evidence, right? We're showing you high definition videos done recently that anyone can go and repeat themselves. And we've got unlimited amounts of them. We want evidence that matches our standard of evidence, right? We want to see it being done. Okay, so what if there were other variables that could have affected his clock? I bet I can look up issues with this test very quickly. And then the second one, wow, we've gone from the 1600s to the 1700s. What's this one?
yeah, that's the second story.
Yeah, what's it about? Tell me about it. What did he do? What happened? What's it prove?
Yeah, so they sent two explorers to measure the longitude and latitude of the Earth.
Oh
And
yeah, how okay, so how did they what's latitude? How did they come up with that latitude? Where was that derived from?
the process is not mentioned, but they came to the conclusion that Earth is basically shaped like an orange.
By checking the globe model,
The-
right? That's it. my god, dude, right? So that's what the globe is. Okay, so latitude and longitude come from sky observations, and it's a spherical coordinate system, which was inverted into a terrestrial coordinate system, which that is what the globe is. So obviously, if you check the spherical coordinate system in relation to where you are, it's going to match. This is crazy. You guys are crazy. This is such weak evidence. Is that it? Is it just the two?
No, there are others as well, but these are the first evidences that humans ever found. Other evidences are from space organizations like NASA that you would not believe.
You were meant to show me something weighing more at the equator. That was your task. That was
Oh
your
yeah.
claim. You said things way more at the equator than they do at the poles, and then I said prove it, and then you came back with something completely unrelated to that from this
Okay.
friggin'
I've
400
sent
years ago.
I've sent you the mathematical formula, and the story proved that um, Earth is not a perfect sphere, right? So
Okay, so here's a claim. So here's a claim that that there's a radius of 66372.
Hmm.
Yeah? Okay, so then when we go and test that in reality, it doesn't. There is no sign that is actually real. So that's what we're doing. We're testing your math. Okay, so I can use this mathematics that you gave me here and calculate how much curvature there should be over a certain distance, and then show you a test that proves that there is no curvature over that distance, therefore debunking this diagram. Right? It's like if you tell me you're 6 foot tall and you show me a diagram of you being 6 foot tall, and then I come and measure you and you're only 5 foot tall. Which one's more accurate, your diagram saying you're 6 foot tall, or my measurement showing that you're 5 foot tall?
your measurement.
Yeah. It's a bit better, isn't it?
Yeah, but there's no way to measure Earth, right?
Yes, there is, because there are byproducts of curvature, such as physical obstruction and a geometric horizon. So if there's curvature, there's going to be things that can be hidden behind the curvature, right?
Yeah, we have discussed this yesterday. Let's not get there.
Yeah, I would want to avoid that too if I were you.
Yeah.
And then the potato-looking Earth as well. Explain that to me.
Orange looking Earth.
That's not what oranges look like, bro. That looks like a freaking lychee or something.
Oblate is like.
Yeah, what okay, that's not what the Earth looks like in NASA's pictures. So obviously that's not what this is. This is Earth's gravity field anomalies. This isn't saying what the Earth looks like. They're not saying that this is what the Earth is shaped like. That's not what that diagram is showing you.
No, if you read above those lines.
You should read about it before you post it, so you don't post silly things. Do you think that do you think like this is like the globe, what the globe would look like without water or something like that? So this is they come up with this because the observations don't match the spherical coordinate system. So they have to say that there's curving plumb lines and things like that, and that there's these gravitational anomalies to try to reverse engineer their spherical coordinate system to try to match the discrepancies that they get. They're not saying this is like what the actual Earth looks like. So see what Daggers posted at 25 minutes after the hour? Paradox.
What did he post it?
So he
Oh, yeah.
posted a picture of the globe with a perfect circle drawn around it.
Mhm.
Yeah. So that doesn't look like what you posted, does it?
Yeah, it doesn't.
No. But that NASA claims that's a photograph of the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But NASA is considering atmosphere as well, right? In this photo.
No, it's not considering atmosphere. It's got nothing to do with that. It's a gravitational model. You should
And then
look
just like
into it. They're not claiming that that's what the actual Earth looks like. It's got nothing to do with the atmosphere.
Even more
No,
fun is the one logical observations posted which has the word sex on it, directly linked to NASA's website.
Yeah.
They say it's a real picture taken by their satellite a million miles out, and it has the word sex on it, as written in the clouds. It's ridiculous. People believe these people? Insane.
it looks to be edited. Lane, is it real? Have you
Dude,
checked it?
he linked to the NASA site. So in that case, they edited it on NASA site. It's upside down in their picture. You just have to, you flip it in your head, you see it. It's to the left, SEX. It's a real image on NASA's website. They claim it's a picture.
And DJ, regarding the different weights, there's no way to measure weight because it requires time to get to North Pole if you're at the equator.
Well, you probably shouldn't make that claim again.
Oh yeah, but we can't verify it mathematically. No, we can't experimentally verify it, but we can verify it mathematically on
Yeah, so
mathematics.
you can verify how fast it would take Superman to fly around the globe mathematically.
Yeah,
Yeah. It's not real though.
I trust in their mathematics, man. Like
Yeah,
their
I know,
mathematics
bro. It's like a religion. You have faith in your lords.
in scientists in NASA.
Not pseudoscience. It's textbook definition pseudoscience.
You know, bro, why I trust them? Because they provide reliable answers to our everyday our everyday life, right? They measure speed of a car, for example, and very accurately.
Yeah, did any of them measure any Earth curvature?
They say they have.
Oh, really? Who said they did that?
All of them.
Oh, really? Name one. Show me what they did.
If you say that Earth is a globe, then of course you have to believe in its curvature, right?
Yeah, you believe in its curvature. Did they go out and actually empirically test the Earth for the curvature? So it's more than a belief, right? Anyone could believe anything. That doesn't mean that it's real. Okay, you would have to go and test your belief. And then you could have something that's called knowledge.
So DJ, do you believe that Cold War was a show for a public, or was it a real thing, according to you? The so-called space war.
Cold War was about military power.
Yeah, no, it was also about the space war between US and USSR.
It
So
means that it means that you're gonna believe again, right, in something that you cannot prove. Do you believe also that India went to space?
Hello? That chat? Question mark?
space race, yeah. Thanks for correcting me.
Things were what?
Nothing, man.
Oh, okay. Is anyone here?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, man?
Yes, there is people here. Yes, correct.
Oh, okay.
What is your question, or what is your curvature?
I don't know, man.
Well,
By the way,
welcome
guys.
to us then.
By the way, guys, I have a question, man. Why do you people call yourself flat earthers if you don't really know the shape of the earth? Why do you choose to call yourself flat earthers?
Bro, flat is not a shape.
Let's say disk.
Well, if we thought that the Earth was a disk, we would probably call ourselves disk earthers, but we don't think that.
Yeah, but I'm saying flat is interpreted as disk among the masses.
Flat is a surface description.
Yeah.
Yep. And if anybody kind of hears flat and they think disk, then they're an idiot.
It's also an
Okay.
orientation, horizontal.
I think he's asking though, like, why don't you guys have an explanation for what shape the Earth is?
Why would we have an explanation for that? It's not the correct category. This is not a how or why question. It's a surface description.
Do you agree that 3D objects have a shape?
Yeah. So let's talk about a 3D object. The Earth. What shape do you think the Earth is?
Well, I think it's like a sphere. It's like a sphere. But that's
It's
what
like
I
a
think.
sphere? Okay.
Well,
Does
it's
this
not a
sphere have
perfect
any
sphere,
dimension to it?
obviously.
Well, how
Well,
imperfect is
a
it? Could
sphere
you
has
measure
3
for me?
dimensions.
Holy cow. Can you measure for me and tell me how not spherical it is?
No, I can't. I can't do that for you.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Well, you know, all of your science, all of your claims of Coriolis effect, all of your gravity claims appeals to that direct radius value. So you better damn well know if you're going to basically make any claims about it.
That's just what I said, I think. I didn't make any claims.
Well, if you're saying you think, all of it depends on that radius value of the Earth. Orbits
Okay,
and all
that's
of
just
it.
what I think, though. Like, everyone's allowed to think whatever they want.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
maybe you're in the wrong place. Maybe you need to go down to the whose favorite color is the best type of server. You know, where you can just talk about all of the things that you think but aren't actually true.
Well, established science says it's true.
Oh, really? So science, being the adjudication of cause and effect, they're the ones determining shapes now, are they?
Science isn't just about the quote adjudication of cause and effect.
Well, definitely that's what Francis Bacon came up with science for. It is the adjudication of cause and effect. Just because you guys try to change it to I think whatever I want to think, that don't mean that's what
No,
science is.
science is definitely not limited to just cause and effects. That's not,
Yes,
Are we,
it is.
are we talking about natural science? Are we talking about natural science?
Yep. Yeah, that's not
Okay,
limited
so
to cause and
great.
effects.
So give me your naturally observed phenomena as far as the globe is concerned and its shape, and then we'll start the scientific process.
Well,
How about that?
when do you observe a cause?
I'm sorry, I just need to give me the effect for a globe, right? Is the effect globe? Is that what it is?
That doesn't make any sense.
What is the naturally observed phenomena?
You don't even know what that
The
means.
appearance of the Earth is the phenomenon.
Okay, so the Earth appears to me. Okay, so the Earth appears to me. Great. I guess that could be a phenomenon. So there's the Earth presenting itself to me. Now what? Should I figure out a cause? What's the cause of the Earth appearing
I
in front
told
of
you,
me?
causality is not the only thing that science
Yeah,
investigates.
I know you can. This is kind of like you think it's a globe. Now you want to make science into its own little thing for you, your subjective point of view. Sorry, buddy, it doesn't work that way. You're either going to have to give me a citation defining that science deals with the adjudication of now shapes, or you're going to have to stop making stuff up.
I'm not making that
I'm
up.
just wondering
There's a ton of science that doesn't investigate cause and effect.
Just give me a citation.
Then it
What
wouldn't be
class at
science.
school? What class at school did you learn shapes in? Was it science?
So says who? Do you think that the science of
I wouldn't answer
mechanics?
that question either. I'd run away from.
Hey, I was trying to
Yeah,
talk. You
good
weren't
choice.
talking.
Good choice.
He's one of those guys. He's one of those guys that
Guys are
think that.
kind of dogpiling.
Wait a minute, hold on for a
Not
second.
really letting me
He's one of
answer.
those- wait a minute. He's one of these
Called the
guys that
Socratic
believes
method.
that science. He believes that science is everything. He believes that you could basically say, look at anything in the physical natural world and come up with any question, and science will figure it out. Right?
I didn't say that.
So you just basically said that science isn't limited to cause and effect relationships, which it is.
Because it's not.
Okay, so what
He's
else
just going to
science
say,
do?
nuh-uh. I'll tell you what,
so
Reg
what
Joe,
else-
let's just stick with that one question. Which class did you go to study shapes in? Was it science or was it geometry?
I didn't even claim that geometry was a science. Geometry is a
I
form
asked
of
what
mathematics.
class. Holy cow, you're retarded, dude. Like, you can't even listen well. For itself is a recent new troll, but today he's just deciding to be, difficult, so he's going to stay on mute.
It's Mark.
Yeah, because he's one of those guys that's going to say, well, it's soft science. He's going to basically use, I observed this at this point, and I'm going to observe this at this point, and therefore this is science. No, it's just a correlated study. So he want to basically say that you can use correlated studies, which is just basically natural observation. He's going to say that that is science due to correlated studies, which that's not science. Science deals with cause and effect relationships. That's what it is. That's what Bacon created it for. He created it for so people can stop making stuff up about observations that they seen. If Bacon, who was basically fighting people that were just making stuff up and not allowing them to read Bibles and stuff. If he was just going to say, well, science is you could observe something and make up a philosophy about it, whether or not proving the cause of the effect that you're observing and not make it limited to that, there would be no reason for Bacon to come up with the term science in the first place, because people was already philosophizing about all sorts of things in the physical natural world. So no, this thing that you guys are calling modern science is by its very definition pseudoscience. They're taking the valor of actual science and saying that it's science when it's not appealing to the scientific method, which requires the DV, the IV, and the CV, dependent, independent, and control variables. If it doesn't have that, then you just basically not doing science. It's that simple.
100%.
And that is the whole history of it. So anybody that say otherwise because they went on Google and looked up some crackpot globe head that just made up a website about it, who cares? Because the actual history of how it was created and why it was created is fully documented in history. And you can take your ass on ChatGPT and read it. And basically ChatGPT would say the absolute same thing. It would say how it was created and why it was created and how the modern society changed it back to what it was before Francis Bacon created it. They called it hard science, which is real science, and they called it soft science, which is actually pseudoscience, according to Francis Bacon and freaking Carl Palmer and them.
Was there somebody in here asking about the space race?
Yeah, it was me. Hello.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it was me.
All right. What did you want to
So
know?
do you believe there was a enmity between USSR and the Soviet and America at that time?
No.
So it was all just a public show, according to you?
Yeah, that's my opinion.
Okay. So how come they spend so much money on a fucking public show? How would you explain that?
People
I don't-
just like you.
Listen. What does he means? Like, according to you, it was a public show. That was the whole thing. It was a, history in the making. It's a public show. That's what it is. Not according to him. You think he made it? This guy here made it a public show stuff? He made it up, or they did. Whoever claims it, put it on the TV, all the propaganda machine, the news everywhere, newspaper, radio, imagery, trillions of dollars. You think according to him, it's a public show? That's what you think? Come on, dude. Do better.
I find it interesting that, and hopefully I don't get in a dead zone here. If I get in a dead zone, I apologize. But I find it interesting that you think it matters to the people who essentially run the major corporations that they're heads of, like the United States or Russia, right? These are corporations. You think they care about the money that they're spending when it's never their money that they're spending. And you have the audacity to believe that these people even give a crap about the public. Because if there's ever a war, are the world leaders dying, or is it the people that they're supposed to be, serving? Or is it those people that die? I mean, they had half the world terrified for several years, and nothing ever happened. The Cuban Missile Crisis, the space race, all that stuff. Just posturing, people terrified, nothing happened.
About every 11 years, they come out with something new. Global warming, acid rain. There's all these great things that have been going on in my lifetime. Hole in the
all these
ozone
things that
layer.
we should be scared of. Yeah. They're selling fear porn to you guys, and you're just gobbling it up. Turn in every night to watch the evening news. Oh my gosh, what tragedy has happened today that I should be afraid of for tomorrow? And usually nothing ever comes. But in the meantime, they did take your money, they did steal your authority, and now you're more dependent on them. That's a strange phenomenon.
So says who? Don't you believe in global warming? Global warming, increasing
Obviously
temperature.
not. You keep asking me if I believe in things, man. Where are these things at so that I can observe them? I don't want to. Is it like Santa Claus where I have to believe in him but I never see him?
No, you can observe the hot temperatures yourself.
Yeah, it gets hot in the summer, cold in the winter. I've always observed that. Does that mean that the globe that doesn't exist is warming?
No,
No.
I mean that you can observe that summers are getting hotter
I
and
have not
winters are.
observed that. The summers are as hot as they've been when I was a kid. Nothing has changed.
Okay, so now you need to rely on data, right? So data is
Yeah.
saying
So
that it is increasing. The average temperature
okay.
is
Did you go
increasing.
ahead and scrutinize the data? Did you scrutinize the data?
No, I didn't. The scientist did.
Oh, the scientist did. Well, this wouldn't have anything to do with science once again, now would it?
Like if this has nothing to do with the science, what how else would you explain it?
Don't reverse the burden of proof on me. So there is a suggestion or a rumor or a certain group of people are kind of telling other people that the earth is getting warmer on average, right? But the data that they're getting is very limited. In fact, it's actually only about 100 years old, right? So the accurate data by which we can, rely on as to the average temperature, the most accurate readings that we have are only about 100 years old. So 100 years out of how many years do you think the Earth is old? How old do you think the Earth is?
It says old. Even though you say it's 100 years old, right? I mean, how accurate was that data?
Yeah, just a
Right.
question.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
Man, I don't know how can we confirm the accuracy of the data. I'm just saying that I believe that
Guys,
scientists have confirmed it already.
guys, I'm look
Yeah.
I'm looking for UI UX designer. So if anyone can help me, please, I will be so appreciated.
Max, can you wait, man? We are having a discussion right now.
Okay, so you believe, right? You started this off with, I believe. Well, then, I'm not going to stop you from believing what you want to believe, but if you're not going to put in any effort to kind of scrutinize the rumors or the reports that you're getting from a handful of individuals that don't know you and you don't know them, how am I supposed to help you? You just believe strangers about what you're supposed to believe about your life and your life on earth and what you should and should not be afraid of. So if that's what you want to do, I can't convince you otherwise.
Religion.
So
Yeah, I don't want to take your religion away from you. You keep your religion, man. If you like it, keep it. I mean, it's just religion. You don't have any facts to back up a lot of the time what you believe, but that's up to you.
man, I believe this. The scientists have done everything for me. I just need to believe in their words.
Okay, that's great. You believe the scientists, although, this global warming thing, there's going to be a problem with that. You need two ingredients for this global warming, okay? The first thing you need is a globe, and then the second thing that you need is an average temperature that is above what is normal for the Earth. So far, we have a sample size of about 100 years, and we're going to assume that the data that we have is accurate a little bit, right? Like, I know they're using different thermometers and different gauges to figure out what the temperature is over that 100 years. So there's going to be some wiggle room, right? Some what's the word for it? Error. We're going to have some error. So let's factor that into. You have 100 years out of, if you believe in the globe, I guess you think that the Earth is somewhere around how many millions of years old? Billions?
Yes,
Is it billions? 4.6 billion years. So you have 100 years out of 4.6. So you tell me, with the sample size that we have, how much is the Earth warming or cooling depending on its mean temperature over 4.6 billion years?
Humans weren't present at that time, so we don't know for
That
sure.
does not matter. Right, that doesn't matter. The point is that you have to have a sample size big enough to determine whether or not we're above average or below average for the Earth itself. But since we don't have that, and we don't have a globe, your belief is based on, I guess, your bias. You want the Earth to be warming? I don't know. You want the
No, no,
scientists to not be lying to you? I guess.
you know, man, why I believe in it? Because I see news of countries getting submerged underwater, entire islands
Yeah.
getting submerged into underwater, under ocean.
Yeah, you know what's crazy is I've lived on the earth for 44 years, and since I was a kid, there have been floods, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, fires, ever since I was born. So that's not new.
But this calamity, man, it is due to the melting of the ice. Me-
Melting of the ice, sure. Okay, so now you're making a claim here. So what I need you to do is get me the direct causation of melting ice and what? Rain? Heat?
No, no,
What are we doing?
melting would increase sea levels. It's really simple.
Okay, have the sea levels raised, because I've been looking at photographs from over 100 years old or 100 years ago, and the ocean levels, the mean sea level is exactly where it was 150 years ago.
Did
So
you did you look at the photographs of every single place on the earth? You don't, right?
why would it matter? Is the ocean higher in some places than it is in others? Is the water level, is it swelled up in certain places and not in others?
Yeah, yes, it is.
Okay, so get me that data.
Oh, wait. Let me find it. Let me search.
Hold on. So I guess the oceans are now mounding up in places on the Earth. Is that right?
Mounting would be a exaggeration, but yeah, they are higher in some places than the others.
Okay. That's interesting. I've never seen water just pile up. Can I take shovels full of water and just kind of scoop it up into a pile? Is that how water works?
No, it is not how the water works. It is actually the moon who's it's the gravity of moon which attracts
No, friend,
water.
we're not talking about tides. Thank you very much. We're talking about the average or mean sea level. The entire oceans, they're all connected, right?
Okay,
So we're talking about
I've
water.
I've sent a picture which explains it. The change in sea level within the span of 20 years. Uh, 30 years rather. Not data.
This isn't showing me anything. I want to see the water level.
You want to see a
Do we
bulge?
have? No, I want to see less beaches in the areas where we've always had beaches, right? I want the water level to be up a little farther now, because all the ice is melting, like you said. I want those beaches to be gone. I want neighborhoods flooded because the ocean's rising, right?
No, but wait, there's been a 1 centimeter increase now.
Paradox, why do you want to believe in rising ocean levels? I'm just curious.
And that's how the media have told me. Media has told
Well,
me.
why are you believing complete strangers about things that you can't verify?
It's actually quite a heated debate in the in the academic circle. I mean, not everybody is on board. There is quite a lot of opposition to the idea of the whole climate change thing.
Right.
So there's a country in Oceania. It's called Tuvalu, and
Okay.
their islands are getting submerged under the water because of climate change.
Their islands are what?
Getting submerged under the water.
Okay. Did you know that apparently around Japan there's new islands showing up?
No, I'm not aware of it.
Okay. So either way, is it possible? Because see, you guys only think one way. You've been trained so much to just think one way that if the island is going underwater, you go, oh well, that's because the ocean level is rising. Is it possible that the island itself is settling? Is it possible that it's shrinking, going deeper into the ocean?
Could be possible. Could be possible. Yes.
Could be, yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
So it has nothing to do with the ocean level rising or lowering because everywhere else on Earth, the water levels are the same as they've always been for the last 150 years. In fact, I'm sure we probably have data way, way back as to where the oceans were, level-wise. Funny that oceans and water and the surface of them are level and not curving.
Maldives. How do you Maldives? Anyway, that the smallest country in Asia, having an average elevation above sea level, 5 meters.
Yeah, and it's
effed.
and it's losing its territory, man, very fast.
Oh yeah. It's covered in
And
next
there's
what?
another country, Maldives, which is suffering from the same issue.
It's the flattest country. Why would you describe? Why, if you live on a ball, describe something the flattest something? And you know why it's considered the flattest country? Because of its average elevation above sea level. It's the lowest lying country above sea level.
Hey, T-Dub, what do you believe in, bro? How do you assess any situation, any idea? Hmm? What's your belief system?
My belief system?
Yeah.
I don't really subscribe to a belief system per se.
But let's say you come across a scientific theory from a big scientist. So are you gonna believe in them or not? And if not, how are you gonna dismiss them?
Inquire about the evidence that they're suggesting that they have for their claim. If they have something that's demonstrable and can be repeated, tested repeatably, then I have no choice but to accept it as being true. It's no longer a belief, right?
Instead of having a scientific theory in the first place.
It doesn't matter who somebody is, what credentials they claim, how renowned they are, how well liked they are by the rest of society, whatever, right? If they say something is true, you shouldn't just believe them. You should look into what they're saying. You should investigate. You should question the claim. Otherwise, you're just a sucker. I would even encourage you, if anybody here makes a claim, that you investigate it, look into it. You don't have to just believe it because they said it. You should see if what they're saying is true. Research it. See if you can perform your own tests.
But man, like they give
Challenges.
they came up with so many mathematical equations and various models and like entire propaganda machines, and they spent so much money on propaganda. So
Come up with
I think that's why.
mathematical. Listen, you could come up with a mathematical model for anything. They got comic books that do it. What are you talking about? Hey, you right. You read the books of Star Wars, right?
No.
It's like the books of Star Wars got an entire universe in it,
Yeah, I'm
and it
aware of it.
has logic
Yeah,
in
I
it, and it literally have mathematical equations. They literally got a whole equation and model of how they created the ships. They got a whole model of how they fly around in the universe. It doesn't mean that it's true. Now do it.
yeah. It's a movie. It's a series.
It's a movie. I could
Yeah.
give you another one, a cartoon called Gundam, a Japanese cartoon. They
Oh yeah.
literally got the whole entire military force. They literally got how much the weapons can destroy things and have all types of mathematical equations in it once you read their lore. Does that mean that Gundams, they're gigantic robots flying around shooting shit? You would literally come up with a mathematical model or equation for anything. It's what's real is what counts. A mathematical model, right, without the physicality to prove the model exists, if the mathematical model is not describing something in reality, it's just a model. It's nothing more than a cartoon or a claim.
Why the guest thinks I'm trolling? I'm not trolling. The guest, as I explained earlier, again, the scientists have said that they've observed seas getting far apart from each other. That's how you know that universe is ever expanding.
That's a cool story. Cool story.
Yeah,
What's the evidence?
Yeah, it seems like you're not like listening at all, is you? And like says, who said this? That's your religion, and that's who you want to believe. I mean, it is a religion now. It's called scientism. And if that's
Reg,
your religion and you want to believe people that tells you things, that's cool. That's what people have been doing for thousands of years. I mean, honestly, it's the reason why Francis Bacon then came up with the scientific method in the first place to get people to stop just believing in what people say. But it seems like these same people that was in control took over the word of science, and now they basically turned it into another belief system. So if you want to go ahead and believe your scientism priests and want to think that they're flying around in a space vacuum, which violates natural laws and things of that nature, you can go ahead and do that. But it is just a belief system. It is just a religion. And if it's not proving the cause of anything, you're not doing science. So if it's not empirical, it's just a belief, bro. That's fine. You can believe in a lot of things.
again, man, you're not listening to me either. I'm saying it is not empirical for us. We don't have the tools to measure it for ourselves. That's why we believe in scientists.
No,
Great.
they don't either. That's the thing. That's what you're not hearing. They're telling you stories. They haven't done anything. They made it up based on their philosophical biased views.
Well, he just said that there's no tools to measure it, but that's wrong. There are tools to check, and that's with those tools, the claim has been falsified.
He's not getting it.
Yeah, the tools that we have at our disposal
How is he gonna say
air
no?
quotes,
Tools don't
say
work. We don't have tools. We're not capable anymore because come on, dude. You cannot say that.
I
Tools
mean,
don't
you have a
work.
level, right? A level. That's a tool that helps things in a manner which is parallel to the Earth's surface, to water's surface, parallel with the plane of the horizon, the place where the land and or sea appears to meet the sky. Right?
What he mean
That's
is
a tool.
that it's a globe. That's what he mean, T-Dub. He want to ignore the tools that shows that it's flat. He said the scientists know that it's a globe, but they just don't have the tools to show us that it's a globe yet. So it's appeal to the future fallacy.
Well, he thinks they do have the tool that they've done, built these rocket ships and sent things to space, about the universe, and it's all wow, it's all fascinating. I wish I could stuff. If only I was a scientist or astronaut. Oh, damn it. I guess it's their experience to have and to share with each other. But we just have to believe, right? Believe the priests in the white coats.
Guys, I'm done for today. I'm gonna go now. But before going, I would like to say something that even if I'm not, I don't agree with you, but I think that you people are rationalist. You people are the real rationalist since you question everything, man. This is the quality of a rationalist person, and I respect you people for that. Now, I'm
Yeah,
gonna leave.
Feynman said a really powerful quote to that. Said he would rather have questions that can't be answered than answers that can't be questioned.
Hmm.
So you see a lot of people on the globe side, they'll pretend like they're rational, logical thinkers. They I love science, bro. But yet they'll tell you that they have answers that cannot be questioned. Otherwise, if you do so, you lose your right to call yourself a human being. They'll dehumanize you for questioning answers. We call that heretic's razor. That you see just how asinine, completely asinine anti-flat earthers act. They make more flat earthers by doing so. Because they say, you know what, I don't know who's right or wrong. I just know I'm not with them.
Yeah, I agree, man. I agree.
years, number 15. Yeah.